Right, exactly. And they just don't, yeah, it's taking on it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Heidi's going to make some opening remarks, and I'll put it over.
Great. Yeah, Ben and I just wanted to say a few words of thanks before we get started. So first is we wanted to say that we're very grateful to Coefficient Giving for supporting financial support for the meeting. Just to give like a few specific examples of what that had allowed us to do. So our meeting was able to offer travel support for anyone who is attending on an as needed basis, which was something that I think I was just really pleased that we were able to offer right now. We were also allowed to expand the number of invited participants beyond what we would have been because we've been at our cap. This is one of the largest Summer Institute meetings, and I'm really appreciative that we are able to include new people as they're entering the profession and kind of writing relevant research papers that we can incorporate them into this group. And they're separately supporting a continuing summer school of about 20 current PhD students and early career economists working either in academia or in government that come here for a series of lectures with different economists. Some of them are here today, some of them are at the macro meetings, some of them are at other meetings around at the NBER Summer Institute, but they're covering the travel for all of those students. And that's something that we've felt has been really high impact, and I'm really appreciative of that early career support program too. All of those notes about additional travel support and additional participants also imposed a cost on the NBER in terms of logistics. And so I just wanted to say, Jim Paterba has personally given a lot of his time to letting this meeting kind of be structured to include all of that. But also Rob Shannon, Angela Garger, and Brent Marajan have all been sharing that logistics, and I'm just very grateful to them. So like the other NBER Summer Institute meetings, this is streamed on YouTube. The main thing you want to remember is if you don't speak into the mic, they won't be able to hear you on YouTube. And so when you ask a question, it's useful to go up to a mic rather than, even though in the room we can hear you, the online participants wouldn't be able to. The format for almost all of the presentations is we have 50-minute slots. We'll do 20 minutes for authors, 15 for discussants, and 15 for Q&A. the exception of there's one session tomorrow morning where we had two closely related papers, and we'll have the papers presented back to back, and then two discussants presenting both of the papers. We've done that format before when we've had closely related papers, and we've found that tends to stimulate a particularly good discussion. So I think that's everything, other than we'll do our traditional kind of going around the room to do introductions. For that, you don't need to use the microphone. But anyway, to start, I'm Heidi Williams from Dartmouth.
Ben Jones from Northwestern.
Gordon Phillips from Dartmouth. KSC. Joshua Gans, Toronto. Thomas Seven from Boston College. Tim Simcoe, Boston University. Ryan Knight from UC Berkeley.
Josh Lerner from Harvard.
Chris Snyder from Dartmouth.
Lisa Willett from Stanford Law School.
Bill Janeway from Cambridge. Deepak Nickname in my.
Trixie Carlin from U.S. Census Bureau.
Yeah, from the University of Iraq.
Sam Arts, Peterville.
Little Vasquez, Given.
Andrea Ida, Santana School of Advanced Studies in Pisa.
John Clemente, Illinois, Chicago. Kevin Boudreaux, Northeastern.
Mercedes Delgado, Copenhagen. April Franco, University of Toronto.
Dan Gross, Duke University.
Alberto Galasso, Toronto.
Fiona Stockmore, Yale. Imco Reimers, Cornell.
Ryan Hill, Northwestern. Beginning idea to Joe Kyle, Professional Elected Officer. Tim Breskingham, school.
Also now Belgium, HCC. Jeremy Marsh, Senior.
Donna Ginther, University of Law.
Joe Stout, US Bureau.
Anya Bagana, University of Maryland. Eugenie Dubois, LSE. Myra Lopin, University of Law. Mitchell Glenn. Joe, MIT.
Brendo, Yao, 19.
Nicola Deluso, Luis University.
Yeah, Federal, Boston University.
Juan Alberos, Puerto Rico.
Marty Champ, University of Maryland. Adam Chappie, Graham, Boston University.
Michelle Blount, Impact. Ashley Watts, Arthur. Francesca Dufa, University of Michigan. Jill University.
Bill Maxey, Boston. Alexander Walker,
Excellent. All right, so our first presentation is going to be by Jean Troll with Chris Snyder as a discussant. For people that either don't remember or haven't been to this meeting before, the way that we'll manage Q&A at the end is you can just raise your hand. Ben and I will take a note and then we'll call on you kind of one by one, but we'll collect questions. And so that's the way we'll manage the Q&A. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Ben and Heidi, for putting us on the program. This is joint work with Pierre Dubois, who is online, and Paul-Henri Moisson, who is an assistant professor at the Paris School of Economics. As you all know, we usually reward innovations through intellectual property, but there are often markets in which the usual unpriced knowledge spillover externalities are compounded because they are limited buyer solvency or free riding other externalities like pandemics and environment. And the classic alternative is a cash price or an advanced market commitment. My discussant knows that field very well. But more recently, there's been another proposal made in the EU where the European Commission has promoted and the European Parliament has voted in favor of a patent voucher, which is called transferable exclusivity extension, which is basically a tradable right to extend a patent, like a year, for example. So it's still has to go through the council in Europe. There was a similar proposal 8 years ago in the US, but it was not adopted. So how does it work? Think of that as being two alternative currencies in which you pay the inventor the cash price, or the most sophisticated version of a cash price, which is an adverse market commitment, is basically the government gives, say, $1 billion for a new antibiotic with some specifications. Whereas in the case of voucher, the government gives a voucher to the inventor. The inventor usually doesn't have a use or a very profitable use of the voucher for himself or herself. So he's going to sell the voucher to Big Pharma, which was going to buy it for Blockbuster. And then those who pay are the drug users. In Europe, it's often the government actually who is going to pay for the extra price because there is an extension of monopoly power. So, the first reaction, which was actually a reaction to that, is why do you want to extend market power? Probably a price would be better than having more monopoly distortions. But then, of course, it all depends on how competitive the generics market is. So if post-patent competition is mild, for whatever reason, it could be high entry cost of generics, brand loyalty, collusion, regulatory incentive to secure generic supply, then the gains from having generics is not that great. You gain very little, while the incumbent, the brand, would like to pay a lot of money to stay the only one. And there, the vouchers can look good relative to a cash price. But then it becomes an empirical question, and this empirical question has two components. How do you compute that, in a sense? What is the theory behind that? And the practical application. So the contribution, so what we do is to study the form of the reward, cash versus voucher, not the size. We have nothing to say about the size. It depends on the elasticity of innovations, supply, and the therapeutic benefit. You have to do that whether it's a price or voucher. You have to say, is it 1 billion or 2 billion? That we take it for granted, and we condition on the size, what is the best scheme to reward? So the theory is that we have a tractable model to compare the social cost of the two currencies. And it's basically a cost of a reward ratio, which is a variant on the more well-known marginal value of public fund from the work of Andren and Sprung-Kaiser. Basically, it captures for each additional dollar of benefit granted to the innovator, how many dollars of social surplus are lost. And the voucher is going to dominate the price if this cost of a reward ratio is less than 1. Then there's a more important contribution, which is the empirical contribution, which is to evaluate this voucher scheme. With the first attempt at evaluating a voucher scheme. And another interesting component is that we do that for 15 European countries. So we can look at the preferences of the countries and the political economy of vouchers. So if I don't have time, here are the main findings. If you have a single country, all 15 countries in our sample, the sample includes all the big countries in Europe, including England, because it was still in Europe at the time. And it's missing some small countries. So this union of the 15 countries, each of the countries in isolation prefers a voucher over a cash price. But then the decision will be taken at the European level because you need scale, you need a higher reward. And there are two questions you can ask. The Pareto question, efficiency, assuming that you can basically allocate costs in a reasonable way. Can you reach the unanimity rule? And the answer is yes, because the ROE, which is the cash over reward ratio, the cost over reward ratio at the European level is basically 3/4. So there's actually there's daylight between the voucher and the cash reward. But for that, you must have the right transfers. Then in Europe, as you know, the decision is taken at a qualified majority, 65% of the population and 55% of the states. And on the first criterion, that's easy, 88% of the population prefer the voucher, but only 53% of the countries prefer the voucher. The largest countries, the 8 largest countries actually prefer the voucher, but the small countries may not. And that's the reason why we have only 53% of the countries. Let me go through the theory. Let's start with a single country. The inventor sells a voucher in a competitive auction, which is an assumption we discuss later on. The firm is willing to pay, the firm here is a big pharma, is willing to pay a voucher which is going to expire at horizon T for an extension, 6 months or a year, delta. And the amount it's willing to pay is basically the difference in profit under exclusivity and non-exclusivity, and then you discount that from T to T plus delta. Trivially, the voucher is more valuable to its acquirer. The longer the extension, the shorter the remaining time, the more profitable the patent is, and the less profitable the molecule of patent. Okay? Now, if you compare prices and vouchers, so you need a reward. The reward will be that, because that's in a competitive market, that's what the acquirer is willing to pay. Gamma will denote the reward to the inventor, because the cash will go to the inventor. The social cost is basically the loss in surplus. You have to normalize it because we have the health bundle and we have the consumption bundle, so you have to normalize it, but basically it's a difference surplus between non-exclusivity and exclusivity, discounted in the same way. Whereas for a price, the social cost from a cash reward gamma will be 1 plus lambda gamma, where lambda is the shadow cost of public funds. And for this ratio, which is the difference in surplus over the difference in profit, the length of the extension, the delta, and the size of the price, the gamma, don't play any role because they cancel out. So you have to estimate, and you need to have a demand function for that, of course, if you want to compute profit and surplus. So imagine the country has utility function phi of y and h over the consumption bundle and the health bundle. So you get a marginal rate of substitution between health services and cash, which is gamma, okay? And you take a demand function. So in the empirical part, the first part of the empirical part will take this simple demand function, basically, where you have a scale sigma, that could be the size of the population, for example, but it could be other things. And then K will be the curvature of demand. But it could be other things, but that's what we are going to use. The profit will be the standard profit, obviously. C will be the cost of production of the molecule. And here is a big assumption for this part of the paper, is that we're going to assume that there are 2 groups of consumer captives, who basically their consideration set is just a branded molecule, And non-captives, we have a broader consideration set, branded and generics, and they buy the cheapest. So the cost of reward ratio, you can rewrite it in those ways. It's basically the surplus under non-exclusivity, so at expiry. So it's X, the number of captive, S of the price of the brand exposed, plus 1 minus X, they are going to buy the generic at price PG, and then minus the surplus that they get under exclusivity, and same thing for the profits. The empirical approach doesn't require assumption about the determination of post-exclusivity prices, which are on this slide, because the row is just there. But what we do in the paper is to give the determination in a number of examples, like Bertrand, Cournot, collusion. And just as an illustration, I'm not going to spend much time on this. Under exclusivity, you have a price PM, which is a monopoly price, but it's going to be constrained by regulation, as it is in Europe usually. So P bar will be the price cap on the price of the molecule before the loss of exclusivity. And then under non-exclusivity, you have another price cap. It could be the same or it could be different, depending on the situation. But then the price of the generics will be lower, and it will be in this range between 0, which is what happens when you have at least 2 generics and you have Bertrand, no collusion, to the limit price, which basically deters the branded drug from undercutting. And where it's going to be exactly depends on the market conditions. So generic price is going to weakly decrease with the generic competition, and is going to increase with the proportion of captives. So there's this big assumption on captive versus non-captive, which are two polar cases in a sense. In general, you have a switching cost from the drug, the brand, into the generic, which can be between 0 and infinity. Here we have 0 and infinity in a sense, right? You can generalize. We make an assumption which is technical on myopic Nash bargaining over the price under exclusivity. So you don't consider what happens after exclusivity, and sometimes it's justified, and you can look at that. It's just it's not important. The vouchers versus price in the union. So now let's move on to the union. Now, in general, and that's the case for antibiotics, we have failed actually many times in Europe to create a price for the antibiotics. And I could tell you a little bit why actually the voucher thing came to the fore. But basically, a single country is too small to fund the reward. And basically, the countries get together and say, let's, because there's an agreement that we need new antibiotics, priority ones. And so we are going to assume there is a coalition, actually the grand coalition. The drug prices will still be negotiated nationally, which is the case in the EU. And under a price, there will be centralized funding, okay? Now, under a price, you have to say, which share each of the countries is going to bear. So if there's a cost gamma of a price to be given to the inventor, you have to pay a share as a country I. And this share can be based on GDP, which is usually the case, but it could be based on anything else, a population or whatnot. An interesting, just aside, is that if the firm's payoff is concave, so you have credit constraints, that predicts that larger countries under Nash bargaining are going to get lower prices. And that's important for the empirics because that's exactly what we get in the empirics. We get that the biggest country in Europe, so the UK, Spain, Germany, France, Italy, Poland, I mean, they get lower prices. So that's actually what you get in the model with Nash pricing, Nash bargaining, if you have capital constraint. Now, let's go back to the cost of a reward ratio. So what you do at the European level is you look at country I, and you say, here's the loss of surplus, which is the numerator here. This is a loss of surplus from the voucher. And then here is the total contribution to the inventor. So you sum over all countries basically the profit in each country. Okay? This is what the denominator is what the buyer of the voucher is willing to pay. Now, that has to be smaller than the share. Under a price, you will pay a share SIU. And so basically, OIU has to be smaller than SIU if you want country I to be on board. Okay, so if you have Pareto transfer, basically, you want, you can get unanimity if the sum of OIU is less than 1. That's basically because the sum of the shares is equal to 1. So in terms of empirics, we use IMS sales data, which are very, very detailed across 15 European countries. So you can see the list here. That's the countries for which there were data. Consistent data, many molecules, 5,000. We don't observe marginal cost, by the way. So what we do is we look at two bounds somehow. The lower bound is obviously 0. And it's actually not bad approximation for the molecules at the time. There were very, very few biosimilars at the time. So those were simple molecules by and large. So, it's probably all right. But we also have an upper bound, which actually we're going to use for what I'm going to present today, which is a minimum price for a molecule across countries and years. So you will not sell below cost. Okay? The share of captives consumers in Europe is pretty big. So it's, depending on the country, it's between 1/4 and 1/2. So there's a lot of thing, and with a profit, it's the same we're going to see. So what we do is to compute preservation ratio, μi, we compute it at the country level. So we look at the profit of the brand. So I is a country, J is a drug. And we look at the year after patent expiry and the year before. And we call that the preservation ratio, and we take the median. So we do that at the country level. And it varies a lot depending on the country. So actually, it's not the preservation, it's the loss here, but the firms lost 60%, over 60% in Scandinavia of their initial profit, but in Spain or France, they lose very little, actually. Okay, there is much less competition. Then you can compute how much a firm will be willing to pay. So you discount, of course, by the date at which the patent expires, capital T, and then you look at the difference in profit, and you rank them. So you just say, here's the highest bidder in a sense, the one who is willing to pay most, and so on. So you rank them, and that gives you something like this. So, for example, if you take the year 2002, probably you cannot read, but Plavix was ahead, then Zocor and Lipitor and so on. So you can rank them. By the way, the assumption of perfect competition is not quite satisfied, as you might imagine. The blockbusters in terms of revenue are not equivalent, and I'm going to comment on that later on. The demand specification, I told you we are going to use this functional form. And basically, the question is at what level you aggregate. So I told you for μi is the preservation ratio, you do it at the country level. We can also aggregate at the therapeutic class level, C of J. J is a drug, C of J is a therapeutic class. You can do ATC. And you have different things, but the important thing is we are going to focus on the 10 best-selling drugs, because the voucher is going to be bought by a blockbuster. So you can focus on the ones which are the most profitable. Data we have, okay, the data we have, you check. So the price PIJ is endogenous, instrumental variable. So we have to use the Haussmann and BLP test. That's what we do. So we look at the mean price of the product of the drug in other countries, the Haussmann instrument, and the number of products in the same ATC class, which is a BLP instrument. And then you have to use, if you want to identify the whole thing, you have to use the bargaining equation. Again, we compute the bargaining power of the drug company and the government at the national level. And here, that is very important. you get, when you have a standalone country, all the ROIs are less than 1. That's what I told you. The 15 countries prefer a voucher if they just had to finance on a standalone thing. However, if you look, say, at this one, this other column, then at the union level, that's not true. There are some who disagree, and those are the small countries. The big countries, they all agree that everything is fine with the voucher. Partly because they are big and therefore they get lower prices. So they don't mind monopoly power anymore. So that's what you get. One or two more things. Basically, we discuss market power in voucher auctions. It fails. But of course, if you have a steady state, that will be an extra incentive to invent blockbusters. So in the end, it's going to be more neutral in the long term, but not in the short term. We discuss the adverse selection issue. And for the series, it reminds you of the Scotchman, many other papers on non-responsiveness. But basically, the danger is that the blockbusters are likely to be firms with high ROAS. So we already take that into account, of course, because we focus on the highest willingness to pay drugs, and they're already selected somehow to be high ROAS thing. But when we check over all drugs, then there is actually limited adverse selection. And then we do BLP with extreme value, standard thing with extreme value. It gives you a much more flexible demand function, of course, because you saw it was, so you can have a more substitution and so on. And then it's harder to estimate because you have to redo BLP for the 15 countries. You need to find better instruments and more instruments with it. So it's actually more complicated. So the conclusion is it's a first theoretical and empirical assessment of patent vouchers as innovation incentives. The vouchers reward innovation at a lower social cost than equivalent cash because generic markets are imperfectly competitive. I told you about the country level and the union level, and the potential caveat we have to take care of is market power and adverse selection. There are many open questions. One is scalability. I mean, how many vouchers can you afford somehow without creating a lot of rents? And the applicability beyond pharmaceutical, because you could do that beyond pharmaceutical, and the broader patent system. That's a big picture, right? A broader patent system reform. Thank you so much.
Okay. Got to raise the microphone. Hi, I'm Chris Snyder from Dartmouth. Discuss this paper. This is my attempt to use AI to capture the paper in one diagram, and I kind of left the Escher-esque features of the AI there. So we're trying to get from point A to point B. We want to get this innovation, which is going to be a new antibiotic to avoid this depletion of the common pool of antibiotic availability, and we want to somehow fund it. You can use a money prize or a patent extension prize, and so that's what we're going to debate. So first, this is the NBER conflict of interest statement. So I'm kind of biased toward this, favorably inclined toward this paper. I've done some work on antibiotic resistance as policy work in this market shaping accelerator. So I think a lot about pandemic preparedness. We have an advanced market commitment going for this NEO test for a low cost a diagnostic for neonatal sepsis in developing countries, and in part to help neonates, but in part to actually avoid antibiotic resistance. Did some analysis for this Pasteur Act, which is in the US, they're trying to get an advanced market commitment for a new antibiotic going here. The authors very kindly invited me to some of these roundtables where they're trying to socialize these ideas. So I just kind of saw the development of them early on. The presentation is by one of the deans of theory and procurement and innovation, and my PhD advisor. And not just a beloved PhD advisor. You can't trust, when I say this is a good paper, you can't trust me. So I have to document it. So the theory, it's actually a complex model that they're able to analyze and get some firm intuitions that are quite understandable, having to do with imperfections in the generic market. The empirics are carefully done, and they provide strong support for the theory offers a possibility that these patent extension vouchers might be efficient, and they have strong support for that. But I think the real contribution here is that it's almost was generating policy here. So there's been work on money prizes for new antibiotics in the EU, the UK, although the UK is a small country. I talked about the Pasteur Act. But here they're looking at the patent extension vouchers, and this has actually made its way through, and it's probably going to be passed, and in large part because of the analysis that was done in this paper. It's the creative design and the fact that it's actually being, it's going to be a large policy. It's going to be generating probably like €500 million. So it's other policies are kind of small beer compared to that. Priority review vouchers are related to this. John didn't talk about that, but this is going to be like generating 4 times the revenue of these priority review vouchers. So it's a big deal. So mic drop. The way I view it, when I was looking at this paper, it really simplifies the analysis relative to what you would think. It reminds me of this book, How to Gamble If You Must. The old timers probably read this paper, where it's Jimmy Savage's book that says if you have $1,000 and you have to turn it into $10,000 by the end of the day, how should you gamble? And it doesn't ask, why should you gamble or how much you should win, just how should you do it? And in a sense, that's what this paper does. Given that we have to provide funding for this new antibiotic, the question isn't whether it's worthwhile to do that. And the question isn't how much we need to do that. We just take that as a given. The question is just what is the best form of the prize to incentivize that antibiotic? Money prize versus a voucher prize. So it really streamlines the analysis. It takes the target innovation out of the analysis. You don't have to think about, well, we're going to have this distortion in the drug market that bought the voucher, but then we have this, improvement in the antibiotic market. Takes it out of it. You don't have to say, well, we could also fund this through a grant. We're just looking at prizes. Essentially, it reduces the analysis to the question of optimal revenue generation. So we're basically weighing, money versus vouchers. If you think about it, it's actually even simpler than that. If you delegate the voucher auction to if the regulator, the government is the one conducting the voucher auction, in a sense, the innovator gets money. So really what the question is what's the best way for the government to generate revenue? Is it just to have general, say, income taxation, or is it through this voucher? And so naively, this is what you'd think about. You'd say, well, if we have the drug patent extension over on the left, it's going to raise the price in the market for a while the extension's in force, and that's what gives you that rectangle Z, which is going to be the payment in perfect competition that the firm would make. That leads to that deadweight loss triangle. I call it HA, like the Harburger triangle. So that's the drug patent extension. That's kind of the deadweight loss there. If we instead said, let's just use taxation to raise government revenue, then we go over to the right-hand side there. And so we basically try to drive that rectangle into say it's, a labor market. And that's also going to generate, taxes aren't costless. They have a social cost of public funds there too. And that's going to be that triangle HL. And so then in a sense, the question is, which of those triangles is bigger? That's the way I would have thought about it before reading this paper. And you might think that, if that's the question, then it's clear that the extension's bad because that's like a tax in a sense in a single market, right? Whereas the other is, this wedge is going to be tiny in the labor market. So it's, given that these triangles are a function of are quadratic functions of the size of the tax, you might expect that, general principle, you want general broad-based taxes and not market-based taxes. so you're like, how can this possibly work? And in fact, the authors make it even harder on themselves because implicitly they're kind of thinking about the European case where the government is basically buying the drugs on behalf of consumers. And so the price that's being paid there also has the deadweight loss of taxation built in. So this is going to be impossible to work. So that's not what drives, it's not that somehow the triangle is smaller in the drug market. It's the imperfection in the competition among generics. So here's my attempt in a graph to demonstrate that. So before there's generic entry, we're on the left there that and this would be preserved under a patent extension. That's what the market looks like. And you have some consumer surplus. That's basically what the regulator internalizes here. That's at S. And then you have the profits of the firm. And so those lead to the area of that circle. If you have no patent extension, then you have generic entry. And that leads to the circle on the right. Now that if you have lower prices and smaller distortions in that market, you're going to expand the size of the circle. But the thing is that there's another entrant here. It's the generic entrants, and if they make a profit, they're actually taking a piece of that circle. And it could be that the white shaded area or the unshaded area in the larger circles is actually smaller. There's so much leakage to the generic manufacturers that it's actually better for the regulator and the firm under the patent extension. I mean, so just to go through this in more detail, ordinarily the regulator just cares about consumer surplus. That's the S. But the drug voucher brings in the profits of the firm J who's producing that drug. It leads the regulator to internalize those because they want to get a lot of revenue generated from that voucher. So the total pie is smaller under the patent extension. Yet the regulator and the firm could prefer that. And the point is, if you have imperfect competition among generics, the patent extension in a way grabs some of the rents that the generic manufacturers are earning and it brings them back into that sort of bilateral relationship. And so whether taxes or patent extension are better depends on that taxation deadweight loss at HL versus the difference between the generic profits and how much deadweight loss there is under the patent extension. It reminds me a little bit of Philippe's not here. I was going to put a shout out to Philippe about this. His contracts is a barrier to entry paper, but he's not here. So I was going to say he should have gotten the Nobel Prize for that. So this resolves a theoretical puzzle. We're coming in and like, why wouldn't the general labor tax be better than this? It's because of imperfect generic competition. So then it transfers now the task of the authors from a theoretical task to empirical task because, can we find evidence of this? I don't have time how much time do I have?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. So let's not go through the math. Just to say that I almost verified their formula. I got rho has to be less than 1 plus lambda, and they get rho is less than 1. So I find it's actually even easier to satisfy this condition. But I mean, how many people think that I'm right in Jean Tirole? 2 votes. I'm with the majority. So on the political economy here, in a sense, this is my main slide. I think that the patent extension is just a much lighter EU legislative burden. It can be bundled in a pharmaceutical reform bill, and so it only needs a qualified majority of countries to pass. Whereas a money prize is going to require new appropriation, and that requires unanimity. Right, so it's just, you might imagine it'd be impossible to get unanimity. So it's just so much easier. And that must have been the motivating reason for exploring this. It's like basically a Machiavellian approach. Like, we're not going to get this thing passed unless we have a patent extension voucher. So it's an expedient solution unless it's terribly inefficient compared to taxes. And so you can imagine the authors like, let's verify at least that it's not terribly inefficient. And in fact, they find that it's not only not terribly less efficient, but it could be more efficient than taxes, both in theory and then we'll see empirically. So Not only are they being Machiavelli, they're actually being Smith here, talk about Fisher, that's Smith over on the other side. So that's what I view this paper as doing, is that let's make sure at least that we're not selling a bill of goods to the EU, that we're not just doing this for expedience. And in fact, surprisingly, it's more efficient than taxes. I don't have time to go through some of the details. It's an interesting result that larger countries are actually going to be more inclined to vouchers is interesting. So onto the empirical analysis. Jean described the data, data from early in the 2000s from 15 EU countries, revenues, quantities. They don't have marginal cost, but they bound it, as he described, for 5,000 molecules. What they do is they estimate the median drop in revenues, which you can impute profits from that, in a window around the patent expiration in each country, and then you can aggregate that up. And so I took that table that he had and I turned it into a graph. So you can see there on the left, these are just different willingnesses to pay for the leading drug manufacturers, the blockbuster drugs that would be the players in the auction market. And you can see that you have entry and exit. There's exit of these when they go off patent and they didn't win the voucher, so they're no longer in the market. And you have entry, their willingness to pay rises as you get closer to the patent expiration because there's less discounting. So you can kind of take those on the left and turn it into what auction revenue might look like, depending on you assume perfect competition, that you bid your willingness to pay and that is the price, or you have a second price auction. It turns out there's actually, the revenue isn't that much different. It's because the top two happen to almost get exactly the same. And we're in the world here of, like, as I was saying, €500 million or more euros that you're generating. Now, if maybe it's just that they got lucky and this is just a period where you have, just had two blockbusters that would have been competing like crazy. This question is how generalizable is that? They have 5,000 molecules, but in a sense, they have sort of like one observation of, who are the blockbusters competing. If you're thinking about the auction revenue this would generate. So I have an idea for actually, you can bootstrap this extreme value statistic from like the bulk of the data. We can talk about that offline. Then they go to the structural estimation, and Jean did a great job of describing what he did. I'm just going to focus on the main result this is the EU-wide result. They get a rho of 0.76. If rho is less than 1 or less than 1 plus lambda in my calculation, anyway, it's much less than 1, which means this is a really good deal. It's efficient. It's 0.76, rather surprisingly. What I would like, maybe the main thing I would say in the empirics I'd like to see is, can you get independent confirmation of this from the other end? Since the generic market is driving this, can you kind of use reduced form evidence from the generic market to say this is consistent with those bounds, and you can kind of, it kind of validates the theory because there's a lot of theoretical structure here that goes into it. I'm a little less, I kind of think the EU-wide results to me are the most interesting, and I'm a little less interested maybe in the, predicting the country voting for a couple of reasons. One is that, practically speaking, we don't have to forecast what's going on. It's like we think it's pretty close to being passed, so we don't have to worry about, whether it's going to be passed or not. But in theory, one issue is that basically they're comparing, which sort of funding should be used, assuming that this innovation is done. But in a sense, that maybe not how the agenda is proposed. They're not going to, it's not like we say we're going to have this new antibiotic and then countries get to vote on how it gets funded. The countries are just voting on the proposal of, we're going to have an antibiotic funded by a prize. We're going to have an antibiotic funded by a patent extension voucher. And, you can get this condensate paradox where we actually prefer the patent voucher to the money prize, but the money prize might actually be preferred to the status quo by more countries, and so you kind of have to verify that directly. And I think then you have to go back to trading off, you have to look at how countries value the funded innovation versus how much it costs them. And that you have to go back into that question, which we're trying to absolve ourselves from in this paper. I'll just leave the slide food for thought since I'm out of time. Lots of food for thought, but as I said, mic drop, really important policy and great paper both in theory and empirics.
So just raise your hand for questions. Ryan?
I have a question and a comment. The question is, does it make a difference if brand loyalty depends upon how much surplus you're getting? I can imagine if you're going to get like a heart transplant or something, you might want the very best heart transplant mechanism, not the generic. You might really want to be able to trust it if it's your life. Maybe not if it's just your hair shampoo. Secondly, though, there's a review of the pharmaceutical industry in Chile, which claimed that the generics market there, they had something like a 300% or more markup on generics. I can't remember what it was, but it was huge, really huge, by a woman. I can't remember the name right now. But that's an example of a small market that's kind of independent and isolated with huge markups on generics.
Yeah, so thanks for this presentation. I was particularly interested in how it changes the incentives to innovate. But when you talk about it, I understand this is more the incentive for the initial investment here. But I was wondering about the incentives for the next generation of drugs, and particularly if they are new, disruptive kind of innovations here. So the creation of these auction markets, to what extent does that change if in the presence of such disruptive innovations, the incentives to willingness to pay for these auctions here? So would that mean that the incumbents would be much more willing to pay for the extension here in order to kill that kind of an innovation? What would be the incentives for the generic competitors here? And what would be maybe also the incentive for the disruptors themselves to buy the auction, to buy the voucher here? So I really wanted to know more about who actually the buyers and sellers are in this voucher market and how it affects the incentives on the next generation of disruptive innovations.
Yeah, I had a very related question, which is, I understand the exercise here, it's Certus paribus, right? Like, should it be cash versus voucher? But how will it potentially affect ex ante incentives for these firms? Some of the frictions that you mentioned, right? Like brand building, buying, trying to preclude competition. So I think that's a very interesting question more generally.
Sorry if I missed this. For the welfare analysis, isn't it important to know whether the distribution under exclusivity affects social value, like that during exclusivity, brand name firms have an incentive to invest in demand creation, and that, depending on what kind of drug you're talking about, can be good or bad, like good if it's reducing stigma for mental health drugs, or bad if it's opioids. And also, to the extent the regulator is buying drugs for the consumer, doesn't that greatly reduce the deadweight loss of the patent extension, in that you don't have consumers not getting access for price reasons?
So very interesting. I just have one quick clarification question in terms of the elasticity of demand of consumers between the generics and between the patented drug. Is the assumption is that it's price sensitive? How does it work? Or is it, you said it was captive? So just kind of to clarify this issue around the choice of consumers.
Let me also ask raise your hand if you have other questions. Let me ask about the adverse selection piece, which is very interesting. So I was sort of thinking at the beginning, well, this works because you have this market power ex post from the quasi generics. On the other hand, the place where you're going to want to pay the most, right, is where competition is the fiercest, because that's what you're trying to avoid. So then I thought, okay, so that seems like maybe that force doesn't really work when you look at the supremum of sort of who's going to pay the most. But then I thought, oh, but maybe it's just orthogonal because the place that's going to pay the most is also the place with the highest revenue. And so maybe it's kind of orthogonal to whether there happens to be a lot of entry or not. But then I thought, wouldn't the demand, I mean, the place with the most revenue is the place with the most demand, and therefore you might support the most fixed cost entry from the most players. And so it struck me, if you could say a bit more about the adverse selection, if that's what you meant, but why we wouldn't think this goes in the direction of the places where competition is actually likely to be greatest, I suppose. Any other questions? Okay.
How long do you have? 5 minutes?
Yes, yeah. You can take.
Okay, so
take it up.
thanks a lot, Chris, for this great discussion, and thanks for the great questions. I know I've been selected for my econometric skills, so but nonetheless, Pierre Dubois is online, so he may help me and intervene whenever he wants. On just a few clarifications. The priority vouchers, I didn't have time to talk about it. It's also an important innovation. You could do exactly the same analysis as we do for that. It hasn't been done, but you could do exactly the same thing. The results should be different because that's different from a voucher. The voucher is going to reduce the length of time over which you will have generics. The review voucher does the reverse. It actually extends the length of time over which you have generics. But, you know, by and large, it's similar. Rho less, well, we talk about rho. Actually, that was the first thing we wrote was rho less than 1 plus lambda. But we'll discuss that. No, it's rho less than 1. There's the reason for vouchers is actually interesting. Chris mentioned that. So there were attempts to have prices. And in Europe, you need unanimity for that, for fiscal matters. And therefore, everybody wanted to free ride. It's the same thing, by the way. Why do we have ETS system for carbon pricing in Europe? Because you didn't need unanimity. If it had been a carbon price, you would have needed unanimity. So in a sense, that's not an economic reason why we get those instruments. And our role was really to come in and say, but if it's a disaster, we should resist. And we showed it's not a disaster that has had an impact, except with the French. We still have to do a little bit of convincing, but some agree. But it's a legitimate concern. You can have increase in market power, of course, and that's bad. So it's very important to. And by the way, Chris is right. The choice set is not just voucher versus price. There is also the empty set, which is that we have no antibiotic, which is what happened until now. So, but the debate was really on those two. And by the way, much more research has to be done on that. We suggest some caveats, and we need to do more on this. And the stuff which is being done on the market accelerator, I think, is wonderful. We need also that instruments, obviously. So that's one thing. On terms of market power, there have been several questions on terms of market power. So there are two different things. There's the antibiotic and there is a blockbuster market somehow. And those are two completely different markets. They're completely delinked. And in that market, for blockbusters, the buyer market, it's going to be rare to get two which have exactly the same amount. So that means that in the short term, there will be rents, which do not serve any incentive purpose. But in long term, that's what Reinaldo said, you are going to have an incentive effect, which is going to basically offset the rents, because if you have more rents, you get more in blockbuster innovation, and that's going to increase innovation. So I'm less worried about the long term than in the short term, in a sense, on that front. There was a question about if you don't want generics. If you don't want generics, that's okay. I mean, it's going to be in the demand function, so we estimate that. The substitution thing, by the way, is, again, with BLP, that's not an issue because you allow very flexible substitution pattern. Whereas with the first thing, the simple model we have, you have limited substitution, zero substitution, or perfect substitution. So it's a simpler model to estimate, but it's not as nice in terms of demand function. We haven't considered the incentive effect on, to invest in the brand and things like that, or the externalities. That would be interesting to do. I mean, here that was not planned, so they could not have known. But again, with the idea of having a steady state flow of vouchers, then you have to take that into account because that's going to change incentives during the exclusivity period. That's an interesting point. And I don't know, Ben, if I haven't, the market power issue. By the way, there is another issue that is very interesting now for theorists, which is if, we assume basically that you announce truthfully your willingness to pay, but you could wait strategically and maybe wait for a time in which there is less competition in the voucher purchase market. And then there are very interesting strategies that will happen there because the others might want to do that as well. So in terms of the bidding strategy, it actually could be a bit complex. So we just assume that people are truthful in this second price auction, but who knows? I don't know if Pierre has things to add or.
No, that's okay, Jean. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, great. So our second paper is by Joseba Martinez and Johan Vonent, who is going to be presenting. And then we're very grateful that Dave Deming made time to come discuss.
Okay, good morning. And thanks for putting the paper on the program. We're going to stay with patents, but we're going to change focus a little bit. So we're going to focus on measurement and not policy in this presentation. So this is joint work with Joseba, who's also here today. And the main question that we ask in this paper is, how does technology become aggregate productivity? So to make progress here, we need three things. We need a way to measure new technology entering the economy. And we need a way to identify the effect on labor outcomes and productivity. And we need a way to aggregate these effects up to total factor productivity. Okay, so the next slide is going to show you how we make our contributions on these 3 points. So essentially, this is the miniature version of the paper. So I'm going to give you the headlines here, and then I'm going to go through each point more in detail through the rest of the presentation. So we make one important framing decision in the beginning, and that is that we're going to look at the economy through the lens of tasks, production tasks. So the measure follows from that. So we use task data. We take 100 years of task data, and we convert that into a stable representation of the production tasks in the economy. And then we use patents to trace new technologies entering each of these tasks over time. And in addition to that, we construct labor outcomes. So at the level of tasks also, we construct wages, employment, capital use, and estimates of productivity. And of course, so we're not the first paper to try to measure technological progress. So what is new here is this 100-year-long panel where we can trace technology at the level of tasks over time. Okay, the second step we do is on identification. And we're going to use here European science to construct an instrument. And we're going to use that to estimate causal effects of technology on tasks, on these task outcomes that we have constructed. So we find using this instrument that within a task, new technology leads to an expansion, increases in employment, wages go up, and with a delay also productivity increases. Okay, so this is like combining the task data from the first step with this instrument, and using this, we are able to construct these dynamic causal estimates of what happens within the task as technology enters. The last point is on aggregation. So this is something that we are currently working on. And what I'm going to show today is that this measure of technology that we construct predicts movements in TFP over time, and we compare it against 3 other well-established benchmarks. And we see that we trace, for instance, the acceleration in productivity in the 90s and the slowdown in the 2000s better than these benchmarks that we compare against. Okay, so that's the outline for the talk. So I'm first going to go into measurements. And of course, since this is a short presentation, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on details, but I'm going to give you an overview of how we construct this measure in one slide. And so what we want to end up with is this panel with task times year, where we track the technology in these individual tasks, and we call this task relevance. And the thinking here is that we track how relevant new technologies are for each task in the economy. The starting point is 3 data sets on tasks. We use the ONET, the Dictionary of Occupational Titles, and something called the Descriptions of Occupations. And from these, we extract 90,000 task descriptions. And then we apply NLP techniques on these to condense it down. So we end up with a set of 264 production tasks. And what's important here is these tasks do not, they're stable, so they don't change over time. So you can consider think of these as the foundational units of production that goes into the aggregate production function. As I mentioned, we use patterns to measure technology. And the key step here is that we use text analysis, and we represent patterns and tasks in the same semantic space so that we can measure similarity. And here we're going to interpret similarity as relevance, meaning that if a pattern contains text that is semantically similar to a task, we're going to say that that's a pattern that is useful for performing that task. And I'm going to show you an example on the next slide that show exactly how this looks. Before that, there's one subtlety, and that's that we are using more than 100 years worth of data, and language has changed a lot over those 100 years. So if you just apply a basic similarity measure to pattern texts during this period, you're going to find that part of the increase is described by changes in language. So in the paper, we apply a transformation to take out this trend, so that what we're left with is closer to the actual technological content of the patent. Okay, so we apply this methodology to all patents, all tasks, and then we sum up so that we get this panel of this task by year panel of technology. In addition, we also construct an aggregate series, and the way we go from task to aggregate is that we weight the task series by wage bills, and then we collapse the panel down into one aggregate metric. Okay, so as a validation exercise, so what we do is we compare the scores we get to 3 well-established metrics: patent citations, the importance measure by Kelly and co-authors, and the patent value measure by Kogan and co-authors. And we find that our metric predicts all of these three at the patent level. Okay, so to be a bit more concrete about what we mean about task relevance, here we have examples of a few tasks and patents. So first, to give more structure to the task space, we classify tasks along 3 dimensions. We classify tasks based on whether they are manual or cognitive, routine or non-routine, and if they're social or independent. And here we show 3 tasks: the most manual task, the most routine task, and the most social task in the sample. And then on the right-hand side, we have patents. And here we show the most relevant patents from 2020. So if you look at the top task here, the most manual task, it contains keywords such as weld, solder. And if you look at the patent, it's a soldering patent. And if you look at the other 2, you also find a similar story. So this is at the individual patent level. Next, I'm going to show how the pattern look in the aggregate data. So this is showing the same 3 dimensions. And what this figure is showing is what direction technology is tilting over time. So the way to read this is that towards the top, technology is more manual, more routine, and more social. Towards the bottom, it's more cognitive, more non-routine, and more independent. And the black line here is showing the tilt of technology over time. And the colors show which technology fields are contributing. So if you look at the left panel, we can see that in the early 1900s, technology was mostly targeting manual work. And this was driven by machinery and mechanical patents. And then we see that in the 1970s, there's a shift where technology starts targeting cognitive work. And this is in large part driven by IT. And similarly, we can see that we have a shift from routine to non-routine and from independent to social over the same time period. And what is important to emphasize here is that we haven't told the method anything about any shifts or what technologies might contribute. We simply measure similarities over time and aggregate up, and still we end up with this pattern, which is well established in the literature. Okay, so that is the measurement part. So this is the technology measure. What we want to do is study what happens to a task when new technology appears. And of course, if we try to run an OLS here, those estimates will be biased. So for instance, so patents incorporate market expectations. We would expect that areas where we expect labor demand to increase, we will also see more patenting. So therefore, we need an instrument. And as I mentioned in the beginning, what we're going to do is we're going to use scientific publications. So the core idea is that researchers have creative freedom. So there are multiple papers showing this, that researchers pay to be researchers, essentially, earning a lower salary than in industry. And what you get in return for that freedom is, in return for that lower pay, is the freedom to choose what to work on. Okay, to strengthen exogeneity further, we use European science as a shifter for US patenting. So the resulting instrument looks like this for each task and each task J in each time period. The shifter instrument is a sum of shifters and shares, where the shifters capture publication growth in European science in 252 subfields, and the shares capture how much each of these fields contribute to the overall technological exposure of the task. And here we use the reliance on science data by Marx and Frege. Okay, so the exogeneity in this instrument comes from the shifter. And so the identifying assumption is that the European researchers do not pick projects based on what they think is going to happen to US labor demand 8 to 16 years down the line. Okay, so with the instrument, we can now look at the dynamic effects within tasks. We do that estimating local projections. So this is the main specification that we are estimating, where X here represents task relevance. The object of interest is this beta. And we use 4 different task level outcomes. So we construct task level wages and employment from CPS data. And here we use the importance weight to map occupations to tasks. We construct capital stock and TFP at the task level. Again, using a similar approach where we use data from this paper by Carnedo and co-authors that have these estimates at the occupation level, and we use the same mapping to convert to task level estimates. So we estimate this using a two-stage least squares, where we instrument task relevance by the shifter instrument that I went through. Okay, so how does the response of these task outcomes look over time? Okay, so here we see employment, wages, and capital within task. So when technology increases within a task, first we see an expansion in employment. We have more people working within the task. This response stays positive until 6 years following the shock. We can see that capital rises gradually from year 1 up until year 5 approximately. And lastly, if we look at wages, we see that during the first 2 years after the shock, there is no response in wages, but then after that, it turns positive. So this is consistent with the J-curve concept of Brynildsen and co-authors, where following an invention, the first period is a period of learning and implementation before you start seeing the productivity results materialize. Okay, so this was employment, wages, and capital. The thing we're missing is TFP. So this is the TFP within task again. Again, we see a J-curve response, where if anything, productivity drops slightly in the first 2 years before it turns positive. And then we see that we have this reversal where it goes down to 0 again. This is a point where we're currently working. There are 2 plausible explanations for what's going on here. One is that the effect is transitory. The other is that diffusion is happening, because this empirical specification cannot pick up general effects. So that if it's the case that technology enters one task and then diffuses out to other tasks, we will not be able to pick that up with the current specification. So that's something we're working on now. We're trying to recover the missing intercept in this specification and make it consistent with the aggregate estimates of TFP. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go to the last exercise we do. Okay, so here we have shown that we pin down this effect within task. The question is, what can we tell about the recent trends in technology using this measure? One thing we do in the paper is this horse race between 4 different predictors. So this is an in-sample exercise where we try to predict TFP growth using our task relevance measure and citation-weighted patent counts, the importance measure of Kelly and co-authors, and patent value by Kogan and co-authors. Here we can see, maybe it's a bit hard to read the lines, but we have also reported the correlation coefficients here. And we can see that the task relevance measure does a better job of tracking the growth rate of TFP since 1970 until today. Okay. So quickly to sum up, we do 3 things in this paper. We propose a new way to measure technology through this panel of tasks. We identified the effect on labor outcomes within tasks using European science as a shifter. And then we show that this new metric, this new indicator tracks recent movements in US productivity. Okay, and a few things we are currently working on. So all of these results that I showed today are like a general technological or technology shock. We're currently exploring heterogeneity here. Among other things, we have looked at the response of automation technologies, which looks slightly different. Since we have 100 years of technology or task data, we also want to expand the labor data going back. And I guess more broadly, we are looking at how we can unpack the solo residual, meaning what can we say about the long run growth in productivity and how much of that is driven by technology versus other factors. Okay, and then I think I'm out of time, so thank you. Looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for having me and giving me the chance to discuss this great paper. Okay, so I have a couple of themes on my comments. First, I just want to recap the way I see the paper, and because I read the whole paper, and maybe some of you didn't, I can give you a little more detail on how the results unfold. So, big picture of this paper is a historical panel that links patents to tasks, and that's the really important substantive choice that the authors make, and work descriptions based on the semantic similarity. So they're constructing a group of 264 tasks, I think it is, and saying, okay, these are the units of work that we really want to study. We want to trace out the impacts of these patents on tasks directly, as opposed to what other papers are doing, which is maybe looking directly at employment. And there are some trade-offs associated with doing that, which I think are very important for thinking about the paper's contribution. So the important judgment, I think, is to construct, as they say, a stable task basis. So they're kind of fixed tasks as the unit and follow them over a very long panel, which again has some strengths and weaknesses, and turn that, the relevance of the patents into task-specific knowledge stocks, and then estimate the impact of that new knowledge on, again, because it's tasks, they can look at labor and capital flows, and they can also trace out the impact on wages, knowledge spillovers to nearby tasks, and then the downstream impact on TFP and other aggregate outcomes. Okay. Hi, everybody. Now you can see me. Not that you need to see me really, but okay. So, all right. So the contribution of this paper, I think it's important to frame it. So there's a bunch of other papers. I listed 3 here. There's actually others that are kind of using patent data to try to understand the downstream impacts on the economy. And the Kogan et al., Otter et al., and Liu et al. Papers are all directly linking patents to tasks to look at employment outcomes. And this paper, I think, has 3 key differences between those 3 and some of the others. One is, as I said, this literal linkage of patents to the production task space. So taking a stand that the task is the unit of analysis here. And then they've also got this instrumental variable, which is different than what of the other papers have used. Other papers have used earlier breakthrough innovations and the downstream impacts on patenting. This one is saying, actually, we're going to use an IV based on foreign scientific research, European research on the US. And so it's a different source of identification, similar shift share design, but different source of variation on the front end. And then the third difference is this attempt to make a bridge between the micro and the macro, looking at productivity, TFP. Again, because you're looking at tasks rather than going straight to employment, you have that ability potentially to do that. Paper has much less focus, and this is the trade-off here, on worker level incidents. So some of these other papers are tracking individual workers or individual industries and seeing what happens to people when they're affected by these technologies, and it's one step up from that. And of course, not looking at distributional impacts either, so inequality and things like that. Okay, and so so the question it's asking is, which production tasks are affected by new ideas, and how do labor and capital and in the productivity of the economy adjust? Okay, so from my point of view, the key results in the paper is a few that I want to highlight. One is figure 4. This is the one that you saw that essentially shows the direction of technical change with the different colored, the flows of manual, non-routine, and social biased tasks over time. So just to recap what that says, it's a really nice figure. My favorite figure in the paper shows that the flow of knowledge into patenting was kind of manual bias before 1965, and then reverses pretty rapidly starting in the 1980s, which is consistent with what we all think is going on, but it's nice to see it in this level that is in some sense grounded in first principles, like what are the actual tasks that are being affected in the economy directly. So it's good to see that. Technical change is non-routine bias since the 1950s, actually going pretty far back, and social bias since 1990. The other, I think, really direct result is I think the IB is as credible as the other IBs that are used in this literature. So like maybe not the standards of empirical microeconomics, but good enough for innovation and productivity. No offense. But actually quite reasonable in the sense that if you're worried about endogenous technical change, at least in the short run, the idea of looking at a foreign market, I think, has some credibility rather than just letting it rip with OLS. I think it works a little bit less well in the long run. In some sense, all of this is endogenous. Like the fact that technical change is manual bias before 1965. Once you're looking at impacts 30, 40 years later, it's kind of implausible that it wouldn't affect patenting when you can see the clear direction. So I think it works for shorter windows and not as much for longer windows. And that's kind of one judgment I think we have to make about the results in the paper is like, how long is the long run? At what point do we start to think that second order effects and equilibrium effects are going to have some impact on how you map tasks to TFP? So I'll get into that in a second. So the IV results, again, based on the shift share design, I think quite credible. So initial negative or even zero wage effect once you adjust for composition. So the issue with wages is the who's working in these occupations changes when the technology changes. So if you just look at wages, you're going to get some mix of the change in employment. So they do a composition adjustment. And I think that's the right way to do it. So I'm going to emphasize those to show kind of 0 and then a 2% annual increase in wages in years 3 to 6. An initial increase in employment that does fade away after a while, but it's kind of steady at about 2%. And then a large and growing increase in capital. So increased capital flows into work that is affected by these tests, which makes total sense. And then the task level TFP is kind of an inconsistent result as you saw in the figure. I have to say, I'm not really sure how to interpret that. Like, I'm not really sure what is the economic relevance of task level TFP. We sort of care about how it maps onto all the things and how things spill over. So not really sure what to make of that result. On the time series results, a key point I want to make that was passed over pretty quickly is that these are not based on the same source of identification as the previous results. So the IV is used to identify the relative incidence across tasks. But in order to look at sort of economy-wide TFP, you have to discard that and look at the aggregate impact. And that requires, I think, assumptions that can be harder to justify. So the authors use an approach which makes sense given what they have, which is kind of looking at this controlling for the lag structure. So looking at the impact of the technology over time, controlling for lagged outcomes. So it's kind of it is a little bit more of a let it rip type approach, but it's kind of what you have to do because you want to look at the aggregate. And what they find is 0 initial impact on TFP and labor productivity, then steady growth. They call it a J curve. It's really just more like a 0 and then a positive. There's not much of a dip, but and then steady capital accumulation, growth in labor quality and hours. They have some work on looking at like whether it's driven by people who stay or leave in terms of like these jobs, but it's a little bit coarse. It's using the CPSA. It's like just annual data, so you can't really follow people when they leave an occupation or whatever. It's a little hard to interpret. And they have what I would describe in Figure 13 as a suggestive calibration for TFP. And I think so. Here's kind of the substance of my comment. So I think the way I would think about what this paper does, and I would encourage the authors to lean into this, is to lean more into the measurement contribution, because this is a substantive choice that I think has some really important benefits relative to the existing literature. The focus on tasks gives you something that other papers don't. And so I would lean into that, and I would do a lot more to try to compare your approach to the other approaches that try to do something directly on employment, and to try to do some, if we use the Otter et al. Approach or the Liu et al. Approach, like how does it differ in some of the findings we have, and what do we gain from our approach, and be much more explicit about that. Because in my view, that really is the contribution of the paper. And the fact that you're able to look at things like capital is a really important addition to the literature. So I would really focus on that. I think the stable task basis is, again, it's a weakness and a strength. So there are a lot of things that in the long run, even in the medium run, you actually don't want to keep tasks constant. Like, I just thought of one example off the top of my head. Like if you have a patent for something like, let's say, optical character recognition technology. So basically you can read images. That's going to affect the ability, for example, to read blueprints in a factory. But it's also going to affect, as like in the paper by Otter, Levy, and Murnane shows, like the way banks operate. So when you have OCR technology, you don't need people to like write the checks down anymore. Instead, you scan it. But what you see when you read kind of case studies of these literatures is that the way that feeds into production is very different in the two situations. So with OCR in a factory, you're basically using it to automate the reading of blueprints, and then you feed it into a machine, the machine does the work. So it's much more automating work. Whereas in a bank, OCR is being used to take people who used to just write numbers in a ledger, and now they're doing customer service. So they're actually more people facing because of the technology. So you've got the same task mapped in the same way, but having very different impacts on the economy and very different impacts on employment and wages and all those things. And there's nothing you can really do about that. I just think you have to acknowledge that when you go from an IV looking at impacts over like a 3 to 5 year window before the economy's had time to adjust, it makes a lot of sense. But as you try to sketch it onto TFP and 20 and 30 and 40 year impacts, to me, it's just kind of hard. It's kind of hard to swallow. So I would say lean more into the comparison to previous work and less into we can map the impacts of this technology onto TFP for decades afterward. And in some ways, like it doesn't really, like the fact that you find a positive employment effect throughout is actually on its face evidence that the strategy doesn't work in the long run, because we know some of these technologies are labor replacing over the long run, but they don't replace jobs in aggregate because then new work comes out. That's the focus of the Otter et al. Paper, new jobs. And that's not really in the model at all. The fact that you can replace some tasks with technology means that new demands get created in the economy. There's no way you could really capture that in your model, and I wouldn't expect you to. I would just say, look, we've got a reasonable idea for a short run period. Let's trace this out, and then let's compare what we're doing to other things in the literature. And to me, that's really the way I would go. I would do much more benchmarking of your results against different things and make different assumptions about the production. What if we add new tasks in? How would it look? How do our results differ from these other papers? I think that's a really important contribution that you could make and just kind of focus the paper a bit more and less on the kind of speculative. I know the title is Tasks to TFP is a great title, so I wouldn't want you to discard the title, but I think you want to be a little more a little more upfront about the speculative nature of that mapping. I think also the IV, I like the European Science IV. I would be interested to see some figures that compare that to just let's just use American science and see if the results differ. Like if you find substantively different results, that's actually telling us there's something about something interesting going on about how American science is more endogenously adapted to the economy than European or whatever. So you sort of want to compare it to a let it rip approach, and then maybe compare to other IVs that other folks have used, and just kind of give us a sense of if you're getting a substantively different result with those approaches. So we're going to reconcile it deliberately. And then I think I mentioned this explored sensitivity of tasks to TFP. There's a lot of work on the back end in the paper, and you didn't really talk about it that much, about like just simple things like you're using a CES production function to map tasks to TFP. What if you did different things? Like there's a lot of work people have done. I see Josh Gans over here work on the O-ring automation, thing like that. So like if you use different production functions for some parts of the economy, you made assumptions that they operated differently, how would that change the results? I think would be an interesting thing to do. Let's see, what else do I have? I think that's it. How much more time do I have? Okay, yeah, I think that's it. The one other thing, just to point out, so I would be much more explicit about when the mapping from your approach to the economy starts to make some assumptions. So for example, when you weight task shares by their wage bills, that actually loses the uniqueness of the design because you're making a substantive assumption about how tasks map into employment. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's kind of what the other studies are doing. So I would kind of draw a line in the paper between what you're doing that's actually novel and is kind of assumption free. Because a lot of your results, like the figure 4 result, is totally assumption free. Like you don't need any of that, any of the model, any of the assumptions about how tasks map to work to show that. And I would just make that point because it's an important point. Many other papers need some assumptions about how patents map into labor to look at things like the direction of this change, and that's a real strength of the paper. So I would just emphasize that more. Just lean into your strengths, and I think it's a great contribution. Thanks very much.
Josh?
So I guess one thing to think about, if nothing else, is just how you think about the sort of changing thresholds for patents over such a long haul. And again, this is not something that's specific to your paper, but I think, Demetrius has heard me, Billy Akon, about this problem on his papers as well, right? That in a way, we know that there's just whole bunches of areas that 30 years ago essentially couldn't be patented, like software, financial services. And I think I would argue that in a lot of more basic parts of economic activity, the returns to patenting in those areas has gone down. And as a result, the share of stuff where people have just relied on trade secrets or else just simply not bothered protecting at all has also increased somewhat. And I think thinking carefully about, what is, in some sense, the patents are the input to your engine, and whether that input is somehow changing over time. And if there's anything you guys can do to try to address or, correct for some of that.
Adam?
So thanks. Really interesting stuff. I don't think I really have my head wrapped around it, but there's a lot of evidence in the micro literature that maybe the majority of the social value and innovation is in product innovation. Now, some product innovations do then feed into tax because they're the products that are used in production, but a lot go directly into consumer surplus. And now TFP doesn't really capture consumer surplus very well either. So maybe it's all internally consistent, but I'd be interested in just some comment on how what you're doing does or doesn't relate to or capture at all product innovation.
Tanya?
I'm going to react to what was just said. In fact, 100 years ago, practically 100% of all patents, US patents, were product patents, right? And then there was shift into process patents. So echo Adam's comment. I have a couple of questions. One is, conceptually, is a task the right unit or the skill the right unit here? And it might be a trivial question, but it might not be. For example, I worked a lot with the modern job postings data, like burning glass, light casts, and they don't provide tasks, they provide skills for each required job. Related to discussant's comment, I was kind of like hang up that you use tasks from recent tasks and not tasks over time. For example, if you go 100 years ago, or 120 years ago, before we had cars, it would probably be an important skill how to drive a cart with a horse, or whatever the proper term is when you operate a cart with a horse, versus now it's drive a truck, right? So can you tell us a little bit about the choice that you've made? And also, I was thinking, how can you potentially address this? Well, you could potentially go in time and look at job postings in newspapers to get a content of what kind of job, task, skills were required over time.
Sure.
Yeah, really interesting paper. Thinking about, I think somewhat related to Tanya's comment, actually, just thinking about some of the implications of it. So, one of the things that's so novel here is being able to identify and match these key patterns to these tasks. Would be really interesting to think about at different points in time, what are the key patterns, right? So you have the same tasks and, for example, David's example of OCR, but it's going to be used very differently. So what are the key patterns that are picking up on these in different time periods? And then also related to that, thinking about what are the follow-on patterns, right? So you have your key patterns that are using these tasks, then what are the follow-on patterns? Is it going to be showing up in the financial sector? Is it showing up in banking patterns, or is it showing up in manufacturing patterns? So things like that, being able to kind of push a little bit harder, both on what's happening under the hood and on some of the mechanisms.
I see.
Yeah, so it's no surprise that the economic historians are like, what do you mean you're mapping modern tasks onto the past? I was so distracted by that being on your first slide that it was actually kind of hard to follow the rest of the paper. But I was trying to think, like, Tanya asked about skills. I was like, well, maybe the thing is that we're still trying to get sort of the same stuff done, right? So the task is, or it's not a task, but the objective is load a boat with containers, right? But the tasks to do that have really changed in the way that Tanya said, right? Before it was sort of break bulk and very manual and in some ways non-routine, and now it's routine and much less manual. And so I'm wondering if you sort of focus on the things that are getting done in the economy, that might actually help undergird that. The other thing is, given any opportunity to promote the 1880 hand and machine study done by the precursor to the BLS, I would do it. It's a really nice, it's a thick, ridiculous book, but it does talk about in really concrete terms what tasks are happening in the economy in 1880.
Dan?
First of all, really interesting paper, Joseba. Gosh, I'm suddenly, Johan, thank you. I also, just to reinforce what they're doing here, I think it's great to see this kind of like being built up from some of the measures and data that we're used to using to try to actually get at aggregate phenomena. And at the same time, throughout the talk, I was thinking about some of the questions that were raised earlier, especially Josh's and Adam's questions they opened with. And I was left thinking also through Dave's discussion, is there anything you could do with slightly more disaggregated outcomes? Like if you had state level GDP income employment series and you could work with those, you could think about how different states have different, I don't know, employment industry mixes and in turn, different kind of task structures to their state economies. And in turn, different exposure to this, your patent-based measure as it evolves over time. It'll get you a little bit closer, like bridge you halfway to the more microeconomic literature that uses these kind of patent-derived task exposure stuff. But yeah, I'm wondering basically if you were to work this at the state level instead of the national level, you might be able to leverage some of that variation and make it a bit more sharp.
Let me add a few comments. Oh, good. Kevin.
Super interesting. Just one really short question. This IV is like being driven by science-based improvements in productivity, which maybe like are less directed than general, say, directed improvements. Do I think that the employment and wage effects might be less augmenting if I was using the ATE rather than this particular IV? And how might we get to that?
Okay, so I had a couple of comments on the stable tasks. I mean, to me, that is actually very compelling as an objective in terms of measurement, conceptually, and for the following reason, which is that a lot of these task models have kind of low elasticity of substitution, and then if you add new tasks into those models and you take that seriously, it has this sort of weird implication that you've invented a task that in that model, if you didn't do, output in the economy would be zero because everything counts. You got to do even Cobb Douglas or below. You better do the input or output is zero. So I've always found it a little weird that we're adding. I mean, clearly at some level we're adding tasks, undoubtedly. On the other hand, if they're sort of fundamental in some sense, then like, oh, I invented something and now while GDP went to zero, that's a little weird if I didn't do it. So I've always found that a little strange. Which makes me think that there really are maybe more foundational tasks. Things what maybe Betsy was getting at, like, you got to load something onto a vehicle of transportation. And we didn't used to have planes, we used to have wagons, but we're still doing something called loading vehicles, or there's still something called transportation, or there's still entertainment, or there's still eating. So I do think in some sense, probably what we have is gross complements across some kind of broad set of foundational tasks as humanity. But then there's a lot of substitution, and like when you invent the plane, you need a pilot, and that's something that is higher substitutability or something, or it's just so I do think there's something about foundational tasks. Okay, so and I think if you could think of it that way, to me, and that's very long run, that seems very important for structuring how we think about production in the economy. That said, one of your examples was like welding, and then I thought, okay, but now we have 3D printing, so like that's not welding. So how can you define the tasks in a way that seems credibly sort of durable despite all the new things that we do? So that's the first comment. Second comment, briefly, I thought the opportunity to look at the inequalities, building on some of David's themes. I mean, you have sectoral relevant stuff here. Capital seems to be going up, employment's going up, then not so much. I'd be very curious to know about the labor share within sectors and how that's shifting with this automation or technological advance. I'd be curious about possible within labor inequality if you have measures. Is this taking away low skilled jobs but not high skilled jobs? I thought your figure where you see the shift to ICT is incredibly striking. And so as I think about like balanced growth, or now the kind of more recent possible failure of balanced growth and where we're heading with AI, I mean, you just really do have a shift in the technological regime that you show very nicely. And can you line that up against, maybe kind of the labor share starting to fall with time, insofar as I think that's true. And so it struck me that you might have these kind of other intermediate targets here besides TFP that would be really useful to speak to as well. Okay, Tim.
preempted by Josh that, all I thought about the whole time was like changes in the minimum patentable unit and so forth. But in the spirit of recombining ideas, I heard Dan and Ben say things about like the importance of stable tasks and also like what can you do with more disaggregated. It strikes me maybe a way to sort of have the sort of get around the Cobb Douglas kind of pathology that you're talking about is to focus a bit more on patents that sort of recombine tasks in novel ways, right? Like, so you have a mapping from tasks to patents, sort of the flow of patents that are doing sort of novel stuff may not be at the individual task level, but sort of more at the combinations of tasks level.
There's like a new paper there, I think. That's interesting. Okay, do you guys want to reply?
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for all the questions and comments, and to David for the really thoughtful discussion. So I think there's some themes here. So actually, let me start with one of Ben's points, which was about this inequality, and a little bit big picture how we're thinking about this agenda, which is that I think we understand inequality much better than we understand aggregate growth. And so really this is why the paper is, let's say, tasked to TFP and not tasked to, I don't know, the college wage premium or something like that. So I think that the kind of the big swing here, right, is to say how much of this mysterious residual is technology. And obviously, I think we've done better on the micro stuff, as David said. Johan didn't really have time to go through it in detail. Over the kind of years we've been working on this project, something that keeps me up at night is that someday I'll wake up and rerun the code and these mysterious results, which is that, if you take the semantic similarity between a patent and these tasks as we define them, I'll say more about that in a second, that has explanatory power for aggregate TFP. Okay, so I think that's an extraordinary fact, and I think this is why we're excited about thinking about this bridge, micro to macro. And, talking to Heidi, talking to the CBO, talking to European policymakers, the forecasting of TFP is like, I'm not going to say it's the holy grail, but I guess to me it's the holy grail. So that's kind of okay. So in terms of tasks, so we're absolutely not mapping modern tasks onto ancient tasks or something like that. Apologies if that's the impression we were left with. What we're doing is much closer to what Ben is describing, which is, what is a task? I have no idea. Absolutely, as we add tasks, if tasks are complements, the economy should be shrinking rapidly, and we have to do a lot of gymnastics in our models to stop that from happening. Ben has some interesting work on this. So a task here is something much more general. We have 264 things that are kind of stable over time, and they're not just welding, right? Welding is kind of the top of that task, but that task includes many more verbs and actions that are semantically related. And so from my perspective, is it very different driving a car and driving a horse-driven cart? On one dimension, of course. On another dimension, no. And so what we hope is that our semantic representation, our stable semantic representation is capturing some of that action. And thank you for the recommendation to look more deeply at, even older text. Okay, so I've discovered a great affinity for reading these ancient manuals that BLS writes with lots and lots of detail. It's truly like a gold mine for information, and that's some of the information we're exploiting. So great to know about more. So task, oh yeah, okay, so the changing nature of patents, again, this is a question that kind of haunts me because, I think this is okay, so what we showed in this, what we've shown in the paper, and again, this is more aspirational than concrete, is these kind of 5-year correlations between TFP and the change of technology. And over very long periods of time, what prevents us from doing better is precisely, we think, that the nature of patents is changing a lot. This is something that confounds not just our measure, but for instance, the beautiful work by Kelly and co-authors and Kogan and co-authors, so we see these remarkable accelerations in technology at the same time as TFP is slowing down. And that tells us that there's something wrong with the unit of measurement. And so I'm going to say that, you guys are probably better qualified to tell me what kind of adjustment we need in the model. I think that's something we should talk about because absolutely what would be great is to have some sense of, the trend changes in what a patent means over time. Something else we find interesting related to this is that kind of our estimate of how quickly technology is diffusing also changes a lot over time. That's something else that confounds the relationship between TFP and patents. That way back in the midst of time, technology diffused much more slowly than it does now, and again, that makes it hard to map our measure to technology. But that's where we're putting more of our effort. Yeah. So how much time do I have? Couple minutes, okay. So TFP and product innovation. So thanks. I think that's a great point. So to some extent, something that I like about what we've done here, and David picked up on this, is that a lot of it is kind of assumption free. We're not telling the data which patents are important and which patents are not. We're letting the data decide, and the criterion is very specific, which is a patent relevant to a task or not? And perhaps unsurprisingly, it turns out that that measure is predicts TFP. Okay, I think it makes sense that if a patent is relevant for what's happening in the economy right now, that would be good for productivity. That said, definitely what happens is, for instance, one conjecture for why we see long run variation in the relevance of patents is, for instance, that pharmaceutical patenting has grown a lot as a share. Pharmaceutical patents tend to be less relevant for total factor productivity. That I think is intuitive. That doesn't mean that they're not good for welfare, but it does mean that in the here and now they find less application, let's say in industry. And so I think that mix, that change in the composition of patenting is part of what explains what we're saying, explains why TFP measurement is varying over time. And I think that's something we should explore further, kind of how our measure discriminates across different types of patents. Oh yeah, so skills and tasks. I think I don't quite think we could have done everything in skill space instead of task space, because I think the data on what we would consider tasks is much richer. But I think there is some way of thinking of this as skills are evolving over time and patents are relevant for skills. So, if you kind of like the machinery, then we could definitely, in future work, think about how this applies to skills instead of tasks. I think, something that's compelling about what we've done here is that it's flexible. We could think about, we've had lots of suggestions. So Dan suggested we do this at a kind of more disaggregated level. I'd love to do that. I think that's something completely feasible. The machinery is flexible enough that it was allow us to get to a lot of questions, not just about aggregate, but also if you guys want, we can say lots of stuff about inequality and the labor share. Oh, just one thing. Did I say already about the factor shares? No, I didn't. So for the factor shares, we have measured one interesting object, which is the capital share at skills at different levels of manual intensity. And so one thing we see is that the capital share at very manual intensive skills, that's fallen rapidly over a sample period. So we do have some sense that this stuff maps into kind of the aggregate phenomena that we care about. Thank you, Santosh.
So we'll take a break and come back at 11:10. Just two announcements before we get started. One is someone lost their phone in the women's bathroom, which I'm guessing is from our meeting. And so if you think that might be your phone, please let me know. Josh Lerner was going to make an announcement.
Innovation is a great topic, but there is actually a whole happy family called productivity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, of which this is a very important branch, but just one branch. And one of our traditions is on Tuesdays of PIE week to get the whole family together. So immediately upon the panel adjourning at 5 o'clock today, we are going to have a bunch of people from the other tower, the productivity and CRIW, and hopefully some of the entrepreneurship people will all congregate for drinks and friendly interactions with each other. And everyone here is more than welcome to come. In fact, highly encouraged to do so. Thank you.
Great.
Here, or is it on the patio?
I think it's right here. The drinks are free here as opposed to on the patio.
Excellent. Okay, so our next paper is Enrico Burgess and Ruben Gaetani, and Kyle Myers from HBS will be our discussant.
Can I go? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Heidi, and thank you, Ben, for including this paper in the program. As Heidi mentioned, today I'm here to present a joint work with Ruben Gaetani at the University of Toronto, which studies the transmission of scientific ideas. The motivation of this paper comes from the observation that much of the social value of science originates from ideas that are generated in a certain field and then find a valuable application in another field. For example, X-ray crystallography was developed by Max von Laue, who won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1914 for this development. And X-ray crystallography is what allowed Rosalind Franklin several decades later to provide evidence for the double helix structure of the DNA. Similarly, the fast Fourier transform was introduced by two mathematicians in the 1960s to process digital signals, so for electrical engineers. And the FFT nowadays is what allows us to have, for example, MRI machines, CAT scanners, and so on. So it found a quite valuable application in medical diagnostics. And similarly, CRISPR. CRISPR was discovered in the context of bacterial immunity research, so a quite narrow field in the 1990s. And nowadays, as we all know, is ubiquitous in agriculture, biomedical fields, and so on. These are just three examples of many, all suggesting that the transmission of scientific ideas to other fields is indeed crucial to capturing the full social value of science. And yet, when we started thinking about this, we realized that we don't know much about this process. First of all, we know very little about the evolution of the transmission of scientific ideas over the past few decades. And secondly, and maybe even more importantly, we know very little about which factors might affect this transmission. And these are exactly the two questions that Ruben and I would like to explore in this paper. In this paper, we focus on a specific factor that we argue affects the transmission of scientific ideas, and this factor is what we call comprehension. Comprehension captures how intelligible a certain idea is for audiences in different fields. And key to our story, comprehension is not just an intrinsic characteristic of scientific ideas themselves, but it's at least in part determined by an active choice made by scientists. Scientists discover something new. They need to communicate it to the rest of the scientific community. And at this point, they face a fundamental trade-off. On the one hand, they can use more specialized language, which allows for efficient communication within the field, or they can use more accessible language, which improves comprehension for audiences in other fields at the cost of losing precision, which decreases comprehension for close audiences. In other words, scientists can use more accessible language, but by doing so, they need to drop, for example, some specific jargon or acronyms that would allow them to efficiently communicate with close audiences. And the goal of this paper is to understand how this trade-off is resolved. And we're going to see that this will depend on the characteristics of the broader environment, as well as the objectives of scientists. The main finding of the paper is that as knowledge accumulates and research at the frontier grows detached from basic principles, so the more the scientific frontier is pushed forward, the more this trade-off is resolved in favor of specialized language, which narrows diffusion. We begin our analysis by proposing a simple theory of knowledge creation and diffusion. A scientist develops a new idea with potential for application across multiple fields, and in our framework, adoption depends on the degree to which potential adopters across fields can understand and process the idea. In other words, in our framework, adoption depends on comprehension. Comprehension in our model is determined by three factors. First of all, it depends on the scientific distance between the field of origin of an idea and the field of potential destination of this idea. The intuition here is that an idea in physics might be easier to understand by a mathematician than by a philosopher. Second, it depends on the scientific depth of this idea, or in other words, how far removed this idea is from basic scientific principles. And finally, comprehension is affected by the language that scientists use when they communicate this idea. Now, for this presentation, I would like to give you at least an intuition of how these three factors interact to determine comprehension in our model. This plot here shows comprehension on the y-axis as a function of scientific distance on the x-axis. As you can see, the farther away a certain field is from the field of origin of an idea, which is here at 0, the less comprehensible that idea is for that field. Now let's say that we can take this idea and communicate it with more accessible language, and let's see how this affects comprehension in our model. Here we have two forces at play. First of all, we have the effect of what we call bridging, which pivots up the comprehension function, making the idea more comprehensible by everyone, but even more so by distant fields. And second, we have the effect of what we call dilution, which on the other hand shifts downwards the comprehension function. And the final result of using more accessible language is that now this idea is more comprehensible for distant fields and less comprehensible for close audiences. Knowledge depth, on the other hand, amplifies the effects of both scientific distance and accessibility. As you can see from the plot on the right-hand side, the slope of the comprehension function is steeper when an idea is deeper, and also the effect of language accessibility is larger in this case. And this property is intuitive. When an idea is close to basic scientific principles that everyone can understand, then it doesn't really matter how we communicate it, everyone can understand what's going on. Language communication really matters when an idea is complicated, when an idea is far removed from these basic principles. The only choice variable in our model is language accessibility, and scientists choose language accessibility to maximize adoption. Now, you can think of this as every time someone adopts an idea, they need to give a citation to the scientist or the team who introduced this idea. So this is another way to say that scientists care about citations. Scientists want to maximize citations, but they value more citations that come from fields that are closer to their own, which is captured here by the exponential term. The rationale for this exponential term comes from incentives that institutions and funding agencies put in place. For example, as part of the tenure process, we need to get tenure letters from experts in our field. And so as much as maybe we would like to be well known among biologists, we also realize that for our career, it is more key to be well known among our peers. And this affects the language that we choose to use when we write our papers. This on-field bias generates a wedge, as you can see from the plot on the right-hand side, generates a wedge between the social value of an idea, which we measure through adoption, and the private value of an idea, which is captured here by the red line. When we solve the scientist problem and reshuffle the equations in our model, we obtain three predictions that we then proceed to test in the data. First of all, we find that deeper ideas are communicated through less accessible language. Second, we find that a less accessible language decreases the breadth of diffusion, that in the model we measure as the average distance between adopters and the scientist who introduced the idea. And finally, we find that higher depth decreases breadth of diffusion, both directly and indirectly through language accessibility. These three effects are all amplified by the on-field bias that we just discussed, which suggests that there is room for policy interventions that realign the incentives of scientists. For the empirical analysis of our paper, we use three data sources that I'm sure everyone in this room is very familiar with. First of all, we collect publications data from PubMed, and we focus our analysis on all those papers published between 1970 and 2019. We then augment this dataset with field and subfield data that we collect from OpenAlex. And finally, we disambiguate the author names in our sample using authority. So now we have all the abstracts of papers published in PubMed or indexed by PubMed and published between 1970 and 2019. And now we want to understand which medical concepts are mentioned in these abstracts. To do so, we build upon a methodology proposed by Bhattacharya and Pakalen in a recent paper published in 2020. And for our methodology, we use the Unified Medical Language System, which is a thesaurus of medical terms. The UMLS is ultimately what allows us to determine that HIV and the human immunodeficiency virus are the same concept. So now we know all the medical concepts mentioned in each abstract, and now we want to identify two types of papers in our sample. First of all, we want to identify what we call breakthrough papers, that are those papers that use a concept within 1 year since its first appearance. And then we want to identify what we call adopting papers, that are those papers that use this same concept between 1 and 10 years since its first appearance. So let's say that gene ontology appears in our sample for the first time in February 2000. All the papers that mention gene ontology between February 2000 and January 2001 will be breakthrough papers for our analysis. Now, what we wanted to do with this data is three things. First of all, we wanted to build three empirical measures that directly map into the main objects of the model. Second, we want to study the evolution of these three measures over the past few decades. And finally, we wanted to see if these trends are in line, are consistent with the predictions. The first measure that we propose is a measure of scientific depth. And for this measure, we rely on a well-established intuition in the literature, which tells us that more complex ideas tend to be introduced by more specialized language. So for our empirical analysis, we build a measure. We take like all the breakthrough authors within each concept. We look at how specialized they are, and we use their specialization as an observable proxy for the scientific depth of that idea. To study the evolution of depth over time, we estimate a simple regression model with depth on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, we have ear indicators, as well as a battery of fixed effects, which control for the main topic of a certain concept, as well as potential size effects. When we plot the so-obtained ear indicators, we find that new concepts in our sample experienced a steady increase in terms of scientific depth between 1980 and 2010. Now, this result is in line with our intuition as well as a lot of evidence in the literature. And so we interpret this finding a little bit as a validation for our measure. The second measure that we look at is a measure of language accessibility. And to build this measure, we proceed as follows. We go concept by concept. We take the abstracts of all the breakthrough papers for that concept. And then we look at how often each word in these abstracts appears in publications in the previous 5 years. If this word appears in more than 0.1% of publications, then we say that this word is common. And our measure of language accessibility is nothing but the share of common words in breakthrough abstracts within a certain concept. When we look at the evolution of language accessibility over the sample period, we find that language accessibility steadily declined between the late 1980s until 2005 before plateauing out. And this decline is meaningful, and it corresponds to about 50% of a standard deviation. This result suggests that new concepts introduced in 2010 tend to be communicated using more technical language compared to new concepts introduced in the 1980s. And finally, we look at the breadth of diffusion. And for breadth of diffusion, we proceed in 3 steps. First of all, we take all the abstracts in our sample and we transform them into embeddings, into numerical vectors. And then we go concept by concept and we calculate the pairwise distances between each breakthrough paper and each adopting paper. So now we have a distribution of distances for each concept. We take the median, and that's our measure of breadth of diffusion at the concept level. As you can see from this plot, we find a steady decline of breadth of diffusion in our sample between 1980 and 2010. Also, in this case, the decline is quite meaningful. It corresponds to about 50% of a standard deviation. And this result suggests that papers adopting new concepts introduced in 2010 tend to remain semantically closer to the breakthrough papers, to the papers that introduce this concept, compared to papers adopting new concepts introduced in the 1980s. Okay, so these are the 3 main empirical variables that we build in the paper, and the trends that we describe here are indeed consistent with the predictions of the model. As the scientific frontier is pushed forward, language accessibility declines and breadth of diffusion narrows. What we wanted to do next is to explicitly study the relationships, the correlations among these variables, and directly test the predictions of our model. The first prediction, as you might remember, is that deeper ideas are communicated in less accessible language. As you can see from this table, we consistently find a negative and statistically significant relationship between knowledge depth and language accessibility across specifications. Our preferred specification is the one in column 3, which tells us that even when we look within the same publication year and the same main topic, it's still the case that concepts that are deeper tend to be communicated with more technical language. The second prediction is that a higher language accessibility increases the breadth of diffusion. And as you can see from this table, again, we find point estimates that are consistent with this prediction. Again, column 3 tells us that even when we control for publication times, topic fixed effects, it's still the case that new topics that are introduced using more accessible language tend to diffuse more broadly. Now, the main concern here is that scientists might strategically choose a language to target exactly those fields in which they feel that there is a higher potential for adoption. So in the paper, we address this concern with a complementary regression at the concept field of destination level, which allows us to control for how relevant a certain topic is for the field of destination. And with this regression, we find consistent results. We find that even controlling for this, new concepts that are introduced with more accessible language tend to be adopted more, which is broadly consistent with this prediction. And finally, the last prediction is that knowledge depth reduces diffusion directly and through language accessibility. When we look at the direct relationship or the direct impact of knowledge depth on breadth of diffusion, again, we find a negative and statistically significant relationship between the two variables. And this relationship is confirmed even when we introduced language accessibility in the regression model. Now, you might have noticed that the point estimates on language accessibility are very similar to the ones that we obtained here. And on the other hand, the point estimates on knowledge depth declined by about 20%. We take this as suggestive evidence that language accessibility indeed works as a channel through which knowledge depth affects the breadth of diffusion. Okay, to conclude, I think I have 1 minute. Yeah, okay. So in the last minute, in this paper, we show that as the scientific frontier moves forward, the language becomes less accessible and breadth of diffusion narrows. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to talk about this today, but in the paper, we embed this channel into a Romer-Stein model. And our analysis reveals that policies that lower the on-field bias can have a large impact on diffusion, growth, and the social value of science. We see this paper as a first step in a broader research agenda that we would like to develop in the next few years. We are quite excited about this. And this agenda looks at the trends, determinants, and implications of the diffusion of scientific ideas. And we have some exciting questions in the pipeline. Okay, so I'm looking forward to hearing your questions and the discussion, and thank you so much.
So in 1963, Paul Cohen stuns the mathematics community with the introduction of forcing. He uses this new methodology to prove some outstanding problems in set theory, blows everybody's mind, wins the field medal in 1966. Fast forward to 2000, and despite the importance of Cohen's work and the passage of nearly 50 years, forcing remains totally mysterious to most mathematicians. This is a quote from Tim Chow's guide trying to explain what forcing is to mathematicians. I read it, not because I had any chance of understanding forcing, because I learned while listening to this podcast that Tim Chow actually introduces what I think is a really nice delineation of problems within research. One is a classic research problem. Can we find a new tool? The other, which Tim is trying to solve in his paper, is an exposition problem. Can we find a new tool for teaching people how to find new tools? And I think with this sort of delineation, I'm like really excited by what Enrico and Ruben are doing. I was excited to hear that this is just the first of hopefully many papers, because I think it's a terrific agenda to start to think about how the institutions of science shape researchers' engagement with research and expository problems. I'm going to give a few more just kind of case studies to try to drive home this distinction between research problems and expository problems. In the paper, Ruben and Enrico highlight the Feynman diagrams as an example of exposition that moved the field forward. Reading up for the discussion, interestingly, I learned it was actually not Richard Feynman who made Feynman diagrams popular. It was Freeman Dyson. To quote the Institute for Advanced Studies' own history of Feynman diagrams, it was Freeman Dyson who derived the rules and provided instructions about how the diagram should be drawn. He trained his peers to use the diagrams during the 40s and 50s, turning the Institute into a hotbed of activity. Was he on the team that won the Nobel for QED in 1965? No, he was not. Now, there's lots of examples of this sort of like incentive misalignment and expository versus research problems in our own field of economics. I'm guessing for those of you that learned BLP, at some point you cracked open Nevo's practitioner's guide. At some point you cracked open Eric Rasmussen's notes on Nevo's notes on BLP, right, as I did. But I want to highlight another interesting example from our own field, which is Nathan Hendren's work on the marginal value of public funds, which, again, to quote now here Amy Finkelstein, these were two interconnected, important, and impenetrable papers. I'm quoting a write-up that she did trying to help people understand the power of these tools that Nathan was developing. Now, like, is this just hard stuff to understand? Was Nathan making suboptimal choices about how expositorily clear to make MVPFs? These are tough things to think about. And I think this is nice where the model that Ruben and Enrico developed helps us start to think about how researchers make trade-offs when communicating their discoveries. Now, in the spirit of their model, I'm going to dilute this model a lot in hopes of bridging it with all of you in the room. Okay, here's the setting. We've got 3 tall ships. A0, A1, and B1. A1 speaks languages LA and LB. A1 only speaks LA, and B1 only speaks language B. Now what has happened, let's say A0 has found an island, and on that island there is food that they want to share with the other ships. A0 knows where the other boats are, but they don't know where the island is. And for now, let's say that A0 likes both boats at least equally as much, but they only have one carrier pigeon and one piece of paper. The question, how much of that pigeon letter should they write in LA versus LB? Second question, how does the answer to that first question depend on how uncertain the waters these boats are navigating? The answer to the first question doesn't actually really matter. It's just a tool to try to answer the second question, because hopefully you should see now the analog between my stylized setting and science really is all about the second question. The answer to that question, highly diluted, hopefully this doesn't offend the authors too much, is that if A0 knows more words in language A than language B, I'm going to call this the psi less than 1 condition, then the fraction of the pigeon letter that's written in language A should increase as the waters become harder to navigate, okay? There's actually another sort of research question baked into this model, which is, what is our sailor social planner happy with what's going on? And the answer is yes, if the focal boat likes the other boats equally. If that feels a bit tautological, that should give you a sense that the sort of social private wedge in this model is a bit just kind of forced in there. And something I think would be interesting to move forward is, are there sort of these non-ex ante frictions that just arise from aggregation, for example, of private incentives? Moving to the empirics. So this is medium dilution. If this looks kind of complicated, it's because there is actually a lot of interesting empirical relationships that the authors are investigating. I'm going to take you through the main course that they tend to focus on in the narrative of the paper. So over time, the depth of science is getting deeper. This is very Ben Jones knowledge burden style. We see that the depth of science is negatively associated with the accessibility of the science. Note that this is consistent with that psi 1 condition I mentioned earlier. And I think an interesting thing moving forward will be finding more evidence of directly the psi 1 condition, right? Okay, so accessibility is going down. Accessibility is positively associated with the breadth of adoption. So breadth of adoption is going down over time. And then there's a nice Romer-styled macro model at the end that helps us think about why breadth of adoption, conditional on the level of adoption, might influence welfare. And as I've driven here, that only creates a wedge if there is that own field bias. Great. Now, this whole time you should hopefully be thinking like, yeah, language is hard to measure and what's going on in the background and how do we really understand the variation and what's going on. And this is where I really struggled to dilute how to think about the variation in language. And I was thinking to myself, can I bridge to the audience without diluting? And the answer is, of course you can. Personalized discussions. So I made a list of everybody that could be here or watching online, and we're gonna go around the horn. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to start and exhibit some of my own field bias, and I'm going to speak first to my good friend, Martin Watzinger. Martin's not here right now because unfortunately he couldn't make it this year. He might be watching on YouTube. Hi, Martin. Something I love about Martin is that he takes measurement very seriously. And so for Martin and the other measurement hounds in the crowd, I'm going to zoom in on how to think about variation in some of these text metrics. Now, Martin, something you might like about this paper is that they do a simulation to try to unpack how much of the variation in the measure is due to just mechanical changes in language versus the real change in the latent concept. But as you read this, if you really start to push towards first principles, you're going to be wondering what is the right way to set up that simulation. They don't actually do it for all of the measures because once you start to think about this, it is really, we were emailing, it's hard to think about what this should look like. And so for Martin, for you to help you think about this, I made up an example of how to think about constructing null hypothesis with these unsupervised labeling of text data to try to understand where variation that's just mechanical might be coming from. All right, another simple example here. Let's say we have two groups of scientists. Let's call it scientists from 1980, scientists from 2005. They vary in how many scientists there are. In this simple case, everybody just publishes one paper. There's a differential rate of what we're just going to call big papers. There's different vocabularies, different amount of words in the papers across these groups, okay? And I want to focus on what I'm going to call a clarity metric. This is very similar to the accessibility metric that the authors showed. The question is, if we assume the null, that everybody's just choosing words randomly, so the true difference in clarity is 0, how biased will our estimate of the null be? You can solve for the condition for where that bias is going to equal 0, and it's going to only equal 0 in this setup if that equality holds. And you can use that equality to start to play Mad Lib and say, if a group has a larger vocabulary, they will appear less clear, or a higher rate of these big papers, they will appear less clear, purely from changes in the underlying textual sources. And so I think this is just a start, but Martin, I hope this made a little bit clear of how to think about variation in text data. And for the authors, I think using this sort of first principles, I was motivated, I spent a lot of time reading Jenskow, Shapiro, Taddy, who think of this question in a world where you do know the ground truth. I think starting to think about how this works in a world where you don't know the ground truth to motivate the correct placebos and simulations and how to adjust these metrics. Okay, doing pretty good on time. Here we go. Now, if you'll admit me some brown nosing, I'd like to talk to Ben. Ben, this is for you. So at the end of the paper, as Enrico pointed out, they have a Romer-style model to try to help think about how does this all connect to welfare. But of course, Ben, if you were reading this, you'd be thinking, Romer schmomer, like use my model. And so what I did, thanks to me and Codex, we had some work. Ben, I think you'll get this. Basically take Ben's model and add 2 more sectors. And Ben, what I'm going to do is just basically mirror images of final goods and R&D and just stick them right behind in the supply chain. So what the higher education sector is going to do is going to produce units of output that the R&D sector purchases, just like final goods produces output consumed by consumers. Then there's going to be a meta science sector that makes investments to improve the productivity of the education sector. Okay, this gives us an education production function. This changes the cost of education from being, it's not just the knowledge burden, like as a function of education policies, it's the knowledge burden divided by the productivity of the education sector. Ben saw this coming a mile away, very good. Ben probably also saw that this yields an interesting long-term growth rate, which basically nests the growth rate of the education sector as a new term that affects the long-run growth rate of the economy. One interesting implication I was able to pull out of this is that if meta science is harder than R&D, you get an interesting Baumol effect where the price of education outruns the pace of the price of final goods, which I think is kind of interesting because it's a bit more of a supply chain Baumol effect as opposed to the usual across industry, same sector Baumol effect. But Ben, that might be an interesting place for you to think about. Enrico and Ruben, I think maybe some other, like getting in this direction could be an interesting way to close the paper. All right, my brown nosing continues. Heidi, it's your turn. So something I love about Heidi's work is that there's always like a number, often in the abstract, that really helps you understand the magnitude involved and how important or not important the thing that is being studied is. And so I was trying to do a bit of that with the paper. I think there's like a big unanswered question here, something like how much of the variation in productivity across scientific fields is due to different incentives for good, clear exposition. This paper doesn't answer that. It answers some questions on the way to that. One is how much of the in-sample accessibility decline is due to knowledge deepening? And the answer is about 3%. Now, this is like interesting in that one way to interpret this is that if you take everything else as true, it suggests that the forces causing accessibility to go down might be things we actually control, because the knowledge burden is effectively an exogenous thing that we're just kind of stuck with handling. So that made me optimistic. To the question of how much broader would adoption be if accessibility didn't decline, you get numbers that are of reasonable magnitudes that probably warrant attention. But I think doing more versions of this, I'm sure the authors can think of better examples, I think can help us digest how important this problem is. We have some high theorists in the room. Christoph, Kevin, I saw Jorge Lemu, Hugo. I was trying to think of like, how would you engage with this paper? There's an interesting implicit assumption here that the depth and accessibility can be totally independent. That is to say, at any depth, a scientist could technically, they choose not to, but they could choose to make any level of accessibility. Now, in practice, this makes a lot of sense. You can imagine we've solved a research problem that goes from A to B to F to T to H, and we find the solution. Maybe there is some other problem, the expository problem, that we could find a way to just go from A to R to S. And I think when I think of the aforementioned authors' papers, like, can you adapt your models to and have education where finding shorter paths also creates value? My like armchair conjecture is that in the long run, depth and accessibility become actually collinear, because it feels like, which is a scary thing to say to theorists, but it feels like in the long run, the probability that you can get to a point by any way besides the shortest way to that point just tends to 0. That feels like it's some kind of result, but I don't know. And that would be an interesting thing to pursue because it starts to speak to the long run returns to education versus research. Now, I have to start to speed up a little bit because I'm running out of time. Ryan and Carolyn, there's lots of interesting questions here related to priority. The like making choices about accessibility is independent also of the quality of the idea, and you can imagine shirking on one to help the other. There's interesting stuff there. Scott and the Sciences Maps team, I think the question this motivates is like, what are the returns to cartography when the information about the terrain is fixed? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Scott nodded. Good, that made sense. Barbara and Song have that awesome data set on syllabi and researchers, and can they use that to figure out the relative returns to being a good teacher versus a good researcher? That would be interesting. History people, do something cool in history. I'm running out of time. Structural IO, estimate a dynamic model with negative adoption barriers to try to get people to crowd in. GPT people out in the room, you might be worried that like all this is showing is that the discovery of GPTs is going down over time and it's not about accessibility, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is when I have my second moment. I hear Kevin, Brian in my ear saying, just use AI, man, just use AI. And so I did. So I built a website. Whatever your expectations are, just take them down an order of magnitude. But you can go to this site and here's how it works. You choose a paper, and the only paper available right now is Ruben and Enrico's. And you choose who you want to read it as, which could be yourself or someone else. In the interest of time, I just scraped basically NBER affiliates, so please take no ill will if your name is not listed as a particular reader. But when you open it up, it provides, the paper in a sentence. It provides an outline of the paper designed more for digestibility and less for the norms of traditional academic publications. And then something I had it develop too was, for me, I engage with the paper once I start to feel connected to it. So at the top is a slightly more personalized connection that tries to find something in the reader's recent publications that is in the paper that you might find just interesting, something to chew on. I've tried to make this as objective as possible. So this is not refine. This is not find the gaps. This is just like, I just want to understand. And then I also had to create this spark, which I tried to be of the flair that I was doing earlier. I felt kind of good in that it was not as good at this as I was. And I only, this is after about a few days of work. But I think this sort of technology could be the kind of things that starts to address some of the frictions that Ruben and Enrico are very nicely highlighting. So to summarize, I think this is a really good start of an agenda. I think it'd be interesting to think of other frictions arising in this choice between research and expository problem. I really think someone needs to write the Jenskow, Taddy, Shapiro paper that like formalizes how to handle unlabeled text metrics and designing the correct placebos for that, because I think we all are just tired of trying to like understand what all this variation in text metrics over time means. And I think this could be a perfect setting to start to do that. I think more generally, just starting to think about R&D versus education and transmission of ideas, and who is teaching the teachers as being a terrific line of work. So thank you to the organizers for giving me a chance to discuss this, and thanks to the authors for a great time. Thank you.
Shane first.
Thank you. That was really quite stimulating. In non-scientific fields, in the time period that you're looking, many observers talk about the decline in the cost of forming a community. You're in San Francisco and you find somebody in London online with whom you can now have a conversation, and that was previously not possible. That happens in 1980s. And then in the 90s, the cost of a regular conversation declines a lot because you can send emails every day. And then you can post things, and boy, we are in the Zoom era now, so you can even pick up facial expressions. And so I just wanted to draw that out. To what extent is the finding you have here telling us that were you a specialist in a scientific community, aren't you just telling us the cost of forming a community with other specialists has now declined? And so I can use that specialized language because there are 6 people far away from that specialist that I can now, have a conversation with, which that was previously impossible. Get it? Okay.
It's just a technical question. You use ideas in papers that are citing and cited. What about citations? How would that change or not change your results? Are these papers that are similar ideas actually even thinking about the paper that you're claiming to be, so difficult and, not accessible and so forth?
Thank you, Mark. So we're gonna go, I'm just say Scott, Deepak, Mercedes, Avi, Bitsy, Jean, Gordon. And that order. Anyone else I'm missing, I will, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I'm at the beginning. So just a really quick, so I love this paper. So one thing I think that as I was watching you present today was there's this kind of competition effect in most fields. And one thing that a really accessible version, so there are like 4 or 5 candidates of, some deep idea kind of running around, right? And they're kind of competing with each other. And then somebody writes the accessible version of one of them that should sort of come at the expense and attention to the others. And I think that actually the way you set it up with I don't know how close, the mesh fields are sufficiently narrow, I would think, or you could do it sufficiently narrowly that you can sort of maybe show that these ideas are advantaged particularly in the breadth measures relative to other deep ideas that did not have a corresponding accessibility, accessible version of it, if you see what I'm saying. So there's something very semantic about that would be very interesting.
Great paper and the discussion, both very accessibly presented. Quick thought here. The first thing is it seems like the mechanism requires the choice of accessibility for it to be a choice for the researcher. But in some ways, if you think about Kuhn, it seems like as fields mature, fields develop what might seem as less accessibility as a way of improving the efficiency of communications within the field. And so it may not so much be a choice. And if that is the case, you will get all these correlations between lack of accessibility and diffusion outside of the field naturally. And I wonder if one way to address this by holding the science constant is to look at journals that had accessibility mandates. For example, PNAS in 2013 required a significant statement that had to be easily accessible to hold the science constant and see if accessibility affected diffusion on the margins. That's one. Second, there are some fields when they write foundational papers, they tend to draw on expressions in common usage. For example, if you take molecular biology, you have words like vectors, signaling, expressions that are used in a general sense, but as the fields mature, they do become more kind of ossified and more specific. And it seems like your time-specific measure of how accessible these different commonly occurring words are is not necessarily picking it up. So just thinking about that might be helpful. Last point to Scott's, competition itself creates incentives to make things less accessible as fields mature. So I also wonder how you are taking care of that. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Deepak. So just, I know that we have 9 further comments, so just everyone try to be concise.
Okay, so papers also diffuse through patterns, right? So pattern side papers. So I was thinking, how would your model will apply to paper pattern pairs? Those are papers that often are highly cited, and those are patterns that often are highly cited. And I don't know in which direction it will go. Maybe they are more specialized, more technical. These tend to be university pattern paper pairs, or maybe it's the opposite. They're going to be more accessible because from the beginning, they're thinking about commercialization of that research. So I don't know.
Thank you. I think that, first of all, thought-provoking, really, really interesting. I have like technical quibble in terms of what's adapting and what's breakthrough. But let me focus on one thing that the discussion started. So I would say in my other life, I was a journalist, and one of my jobs at some point in time was to take scientific papers, read them through, and then summarize them. And I think it was like 2 minutes to the broadcast audience. And so this is exactly what they're saying. And I think that today, and I don't know what the authors think, following up on what the discussant actually did at the end, why not just have several versions? Because the choice they're saying is the language. That's the only choice that seemed to be in this model. So you could have several versions of the same paper, and that essentially seems at least to solve much of the problem. And what I'm thinking is you looked at PubMed, but if we think, for example, about the Black and Scholes model, so the Black and Scholes model, they took a physics model and applied it in finance. So we want to have a lot of versions that would be applicable across fields. So, and can be done fairly easily today with AI. So just wonder what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Betsy?
So I think in this paper or in this presentation, you sort of glossed on like, oh, well, there are professional incentives for communicating. And I sort of thought, well, like there are a lot of different ways to think about this. Like you might be a scientist who really cares about pushing the boundary of a field, in which case you value really efficient communication with your peers versus a scientist who values something else. And I started sort of processing through this. And I actually want to encourage you to take this model away from the specifics of that, because I think there are a bunch of different ways that you can get to the same thing. And I think actually it's important that it's pretty agnostic of the like specific details of the field that this occurs. The other question I had, which was just sort of something I'm interested in, which is I talked to a friend of mine who is a geneticist, and he was talking about translation, which then means turning RNA into proteins. But I've also hung around a lot of people here who've talked about translational medicine, right, which means something different. And so I'm actually curious if you can measure the same words being used in different ways and actually come up with that as a measure of difficulty understanding, because I think that can be often much more problematic than using specialized language.
John?
Baker mentioned that they wanted to do more work and extend the research program. And instead of doing communication, which is very interesting, you can also do multidisciplinary research. For example, you have a choice. We all live in multitask environment, and we have to choose what to do. But that also has policy implication, of course, because you have to you have to decide who is going to decide on promotions, for example, things like that. And Carl mentioned the Nobel Prize, but more broadly, anyone assessing should have a multidisciplinary angle if you want to have fair promotions in that case, if we want to encourage multidisciplinary research. So that's very important. And I just want to mention there's also a not large, but on multitask carrier concerns, which emphasize different norms, different, the role of correlations, and like that. So that could be also brought to the study.
I was thinking about this in the textual applications in other areas. And, we analyzed patent text in the paper we presented here last year. So we were looking for commonality across science areas in patent text. So that would be if you want to separate supply and demand, because some ideas, are just locally relevant. But then the question is, how long does it take an idea which is broader to go across areas? And some of those ideas, the time is shortened in some technology areas where you get rapid adoption. Maybe it's more commercial areas, but they get rapid adoption across areas. So I'm not sure if you could you're looking at the common words, but you can look at when do the words move across areas.
Chiara, then Reinfelda, then Donna, and Josh.
Yeah. So interesting paper, but I think there are a couple of things that I wanted to point out, which is that in the studies of diffusion of science, we know that one way to diffuse things is by writing an article and hoping people would read it, but there are other ways. For example, training PhD students has always been one way to make sure that your ideas spread. And that's very important when there's a lot of tacit knowledge involved. And also, I think perhaps even more important is when you can build up a tool that is then perhaps sold by a company and becomes an off-the-shelf tool that everyone can purchase. So you don't need to know the science behind a TAC to operate a TAC scanner, etc. So I think this is just to say that I don't think that studying communication is not important. It is one component, but it's important to stress that it is just one of the many ways, and perhaps not even the major way to spread the knowledge. Thank you.
I obviously also like a lot this paper here. It resonates also a lot with the work that we did with Paula, Stefan, and Wang, also on the diffusion of new scientific papers here with using citations here, where we also find that a lot of these new ideas actually get first taken up in other fields here. And so this diffusion across fields is also very much driving your results here. But what I would like to emphasize also is identifying more the type of novelty also here, and the more novel and different the paper is relative to your own field, the more you have this bias in your own field, and the more you actually will rely on other fields here to take up here. So if you could go a bit more in detail in the type of novelty that you identify. And secondly, also, you emphasize a lot the characteristic of the one who is creating the science here, but there's also, of course, the adoption side here. And the breadth of knowledge that they actually have would also allow them to have a much higher absorptive capacity here. So your knowledge depth on the creator side, I would also like to see that matched to the knowledge depth of the user side here and the overlap, because that will also identify quite a lot the adoption here. And then also thirdly, the timing here. So it may take a bit more time, but in the end, it could actually be very efficient. So it's not just whether or not, but also the timing structure in S-curve diffusion would also be interesting. And finally, a difference between whether we're talking about new techniques, new technologies, rather than new results, I think will also be very important in how easily it diffuses to other fields as well. Thanks.
Very interesting paper. I have a few comments. First of all, you cannot talk about diffusion without looking at where a paper is published. A paper in science is going to diffuse more broadly than a paper in a very specialized journal. So I would encourage you to separate out like Science, Cell, and Nature from other journals when you're looking at the diffusion of knowledge, because the editors actually work with you directly on your language to make the paper more accessible. So there's some endogeneity going on there. Second, there's a literature in the science of science on disruption. Ling-Fei Wu at the University of Pittsburgh has done a lot of that work. And I would encourage you to look at the difference between disruption and incremental papers, because those incremental papers are probably going to be much more specialized in their language than a disruptive paper. And finally, I have always wondered how paper length affects the clarity of communication. Science papers in PubMed are a lot shorter than the papers we write in economics. And how does that affect the language used? And so using that as a variable to explore these relationships, I think would be very helpful. Thank you.
Finally, Josh?
I'm thinking about arbitrage of ideas across fields. What are the returns to that arbitrage? And I think your paper, fascinating, sets up a really cool test where you can look at folks who happen to be bilingual because of a weird idiosyncratic past. This isn't multidisciplinary research like Jean was talking about, but maybe they switched fields or ended up there. And just by happening to end up in a really low accessibility field, when they engage in arbitrage, the return should be higher, I think is one of the implications. And I think you could test that. So thinking a lot about in the data, how you could see that.
So I hope the authors will forgive us if we say, why don't you take a minute or 2 minutes? Okay, great, perfect. We have lots of questions. So.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you so much, Kyle, for a great discussion. And thanks everyone for your feedback. This is going to be extremely useful as we wrap up this paper and push forward with this agenda. I agree with everything I heard, so I'm not going to try to respond point by point. Perhaps let me just say a couple of things. So some of the comments that occurred more often, let me just add a few elements. So one is this idea of so scientists have multiple margins, multiple ways of communicating without being too much constrained by what they have to write in the peer-reviewed version of the paper. And this is a big
margin that scientists have at their disposal. It's definitely important. Now notice the existence of this margin doesn't change qualitatively the nature of our trade-off. Writing a divulgation piece for your published paper, something that first of all, it takes time. So you can think of a model in which, a scientist has to decide whether they want to spend time doing research or doing communication. And so it is costly and it involves dilution. If you write for a popular magazine, a piece about your research, you're gonna have to simplify it. So the fundamental trade-off is still there. And so if we were to introduce that in our theory or think about it in this richer way, we will get kind of a model which is isomorphic really to what we have now. But that being said, this is a super important channel. And especially if we want to understand this trade-off quantitatively, we really want to think about that. And that's actually one of the things on which Enrico and I are thinking carefully for follow-up work. I have so many other things I would like to say, but I don't want to go too much into the lunchtime. So we will follow up over lunch. Thank you very much for all your feedback. And yeah.
So we'll be back at 1:30.
Some people are gonna go there for church. Right. Just.
I didn't know where you were going to go. He was able to translate his work.
Cars and houses, they get you using it. In Albert Hirsch, he was a terrible actor. He was a right. Gilbert, he was like.
You look great.
Okay, welcome back. We're delighted next to have Hugo Oppenheim and Koki Akamura with their paper on dynamic oligopoly. I should be able to pronounce that word as an economist. That should be like part of the training. Dynamic oligopoly and innovation. Please take it away.
Right. Thanks for the invitation. Koki is right there. So he was originally actually going to be the presenter, so I hope not to disappoint him too much. So this is a paper sort of more in the spirit of micro to macro, though I think, it has some of the standard sort of trade-offs that, in the literature on innovation and competition has been analyzing for many years. So, I mean, I hope it's not too, accessibility is not too low. But, we included the word empirical to increase accessibility with this audience. So, I mean, I hope it works out. So basically, product market competition shapes the incentives for R&D. R&D in turn affects the product market competition. So it's a two-way road. And what has been emphasized a lot in the literature is two of the externalities of innovation, which are business stealing effect on the one side, which is a negative effect on negative externality, and technology spillover effects. And so in terms of the questions of thinking about overall in a macro setting, a bit more of public policy and incentives for innovation. Obviously, it's important to establish, the force that these two sources have. So the question that we're going to ask here is basically we're going to have a model where there's going to be these two interfirm networks, one that relates to the closeness of products and the other one that relates to the spillovers of technologies. And that's a question of what's the equilibrium in the optimal R&D? What are the implications for growth and welfare? So that's kind of the question. It's ambitious. And so we're going to have to cut a lot of corners. And so the idea here is presenting a tractable model that at least, from our perspective, maybe not yours, it's empirically relevant. And I'll explain what that means. So this connects to the literature on, existing Schumpeterian growth models. And I'm inscribing this in sort of more a macro growth perspective. These models sort of, in terms of their connection, if you want, with the data, I think are, give us a lot of insight, but, they're limited in the following sense. Either they're monopolistic competition, there's really no strategic interaction between firms, which seems to be an important question when we're answering, to answer the questions we're asking here. There's, the quality ladders and step-by-step innovation. They're very, been huge in impact in terms of the connection between innovation and growth. But usually also because these games are difficult to analyze, they're very limited in terms of the strategic setting. At most two rivals or in isolated markets. For example, Clerencortum, that has been widely used now recently, has, those properties. Or in the IO literature, Markov perfect equilibrium with very few firms, because it becomes intractable as, there's the course of dimensionality behind. So what we're going to do in this paper looks like a bit magical, but we'll show you what are the implicit assumptions here. We're going to have a granular model of competition and innovation. So granular meaning, we're going to have many firms, over 700 firms. These are, our data is going to be the CompuStat, the public firms in the US. But at the same time, firms are large and have significant effects on each other with a rich, here's the word, empirically motivated competitive environment in technology spillover. So we're going to try to at least inform from, from data, these networks that have to do with the structure of competition between firms and also the spillovers. And then there are going to be many oligopolists engaging in this dynamic R&D game. So how do we do that and avoid the curse of dimensionality in some ways is we're looking at a linear quadratic differential game. And if those of you not familiar with this, these are games that have tractable solutions and can be characterized at least within a class of Markov perfect equilibrium. The baseline is going to be these US public patenting. So US public patenting firms in 2017 were using a window in terms of defining whether they are patenting or not. With the empirical product market rivalry and technological spillover networks that I'm going to show you how we talk about that. Just to preview the results, the decentralized R&D intensity is about 2.6%. The planner would, in the counter sort of looking at the optimal allocation, would choose 6%. In an R&D subsidy that would implement the planners would be also in the order of 6%. The welfare gains, macro models are disappointing a bit in terms of aggregate welfare gains. Of having a planner that can only affect R&D but not change the pricing of firms or the choices of outputs of firms. So it's not affecting competition, but it's affecting innovation only. Let's say, for example, with an R&D subsidy, would increase welfare in 0.5%. And this could be attained, at least that limited sort of a planner's problem can be attained fairly closely with a uniform subsidy of 33%. Okay, so those, I'm going to get back to those results later on. Selected literature, obviously there's the Schumpeterian growth under oligopoly. Philippe, who is my discussant, has been a leader in this. And related to that literature, we extend the strategic innovation to many heterogeneous interconnected firms. So for like a fairly rich structure of competition. With respect to the technology spillovers literature, Adam is around here, I guess, in the back, and Nick Bloom and co-authors have papers where they looked at the competition and innovation in these two networks. We embed these sort of empirically measured spillover and rivalry networks in a dynamic equilibrium. And so that's kind of our contribution to that literature. And finally, there's some papers that we build on. There's a paper by Pellegrino that we use and borrow, for the competitive setting. And when relative to those papers, we endogenize R&D. Those are static models, and we have long-run growth on product market networks. The paper has, some implications for long-run growth, which I'm not going to emphasize too much, like, balanced growth path and so on. So I'll talk about that. So I'm going to go straight to the model. So the model has this aggregation part, so a representative you want consumer. This is a macro thing. This is the macro label that I carry here. And it's just a discounted present value or utility of consumption. And this aggregate consumption, I'm going to explain where it comes from in a minute. Firms have some knowledge capital. So the heterogeneity, all the richness and heterogeneity of the firms will come in as the producers of what we're going to call intermediate goods, which you can think of either intermediate goods in aggregating in a consumer that aggregates them into a utility function, which is that C, or you can think of this as intermediate good production exchangely. So it's going to be in firms. Each firm, the state variable, what characterizes a firm at a given point in time, it's what we are going to call knowledge capital. So that is a single state variable, which incorporates sort of the results of past innovations and diffusion of knowledge of others. Firm is going to produce a single differentiated product. And the preferences or this aggregator that I was talking to you about, either these intermediate goods or the utility aggregator, is going to be a linear quadratic aggregator. And basically, what's key here is this matrix, that gives the product market rivalry, the connection in between products, and it's easier to see in the implies inverse demand. So this is going to be fairly much a standard Cournot model. So if textbook Cournot model with a twist, which is that for each firm, we're going to have a particular intercept on demand. And this intercept, you can interpret this BIT as perhaps a quality of the product of a firm. And then it's going to be affected by the prices, demand price is going to be affected by the output of other firms, but mediated through this matrix sigma. That is, the sigma ij is the influence that firm J has on firm I's price, right? And so it's a shifter, how much the output of firm J shifts down the intercept of the inverse demand function of firm I. So it's a very, very sort of standard sort of Cournot model. And you can think of this matrix sigma as a network that each of these sigma ij's are the weight in the network links between firms that are producing related products. Okay, so that's a higher sigma ij's means products are more substitutable. On the production side, firms have constant returns to scale. Their productivity is going to be, it's AI here, and only one input labor, which from the aggregate point of view, labor is going to be inelastically supplied. I'll come back to what are implications of that later on. Now, knowledge capital can be split. Think about this as sort of knowledge that the firm has could be used either to enhance its product quality. So B is the product quality of the firm, or can be used to increase its productivity. We use a specification that might be confusing here, but it's basically because this is what the way we found we were able to do in aggregation and long-run growth. Okay, wow. The Cournot equilibrium implies that output is going to be a linear function of the vector of all productivities of all firms. So the output of one firm will depend on the knowledge capital of all the firms. The vector of all the firms is 700 and whatever, more than 700 firms. And this is also, if you invert this equation, this is one way of identifying those knowledge capital if we were able to observe output. So from outputs, you can infer knowledge capital. This is like a BLP, similar to BLP. The evolution of knowledge capital it evolves through, here XT is the investment or innovation of the firm, the R&D effort. And there's also spillovers. And this matrix omega, which is also sort of giving the connectedness of technologies and the spillovers from one firm to the other, right? And there's some depreciation. There's quadratic cost of investment. Investment all is denominated in this aggregate good that I mentioned before. And then from the general equilibrium point of view, we have resource constraints. The goods and labor markets have to clear. R&D, as I said, is paid in final output. So the residual from R&D that is not used for a final output is the consumption. The framework can incorporate idiosyncratic and aggregate shocks. For what I'm going to present today is a deterministic model. The static product, so we have the Cournot game, the static game, which is a function of the productivities or the Z's of the firms, that is the knowledge capital vector. It delivers a quadratic operation cost. So profits of a firm, so the payoffs of every period are going to be a quadratic function of the state variable, which is these productivities, of course, very interrelated. And Q summarizes here the impact of product market competition on profits and the impact of all these links into profits. The firm is going to maximize expected discounted value, taking as given the law of motion for the state. This is standard. This is a Markov equilibrium where the Z vector is the state vector defining the state of competition. From here, it follows that the equilibrium is a linear sum of all firms' knowledge capital. So this is a result. It turns out that the equilibrium investment is linear, also a linear function of the vector Z. And the value function is linear quadratic. No, I mean, this is it's a closed class, within the set of Markov equilibria. So this is a theory, and now we go to sort of measurement. So we have two networks here. One is the product market rivalry, that's Sigma. And here we borrow, from the work of Pellegrino, which borrows from definitions of product proximity of products to find cosi similarities between products, and with some, assumptions, translate that into these coefficients that are in the Sigma matrix. For technological proximity, we use a Jaffe matrix, metric of proximity, which is cosine similarities between patent shares of patent classes of firms. So that many of you are familiar with that. And then, of course, we need to, oops, I don't know what, I pressed something wrong here, no? Okay. Then, we have to translate, word proximity, so cosine similarities in word, to proximity, and that is relevant from the point of view of patents. To do that, we basically have an empirical approach, which I won't have time to discuss because I'm running out of time. But I'm happy to talk about that later on. So in terms of the fit of the model with the data, well, the log of profits is targeted, so it's not surprising that we do so well. But here are sort of some things that were not targeted: the log of sales in the model and in the data, and the log of R&D expenditure, which we did not target in the model and in the data. So these are sort of they're sensible from that perspective. In terms of the determinants of R&D effort in the model and in the social planner problem, I think this is sort of an important slide. What we do is, once we solve the model, we calculate we regress, let's say, the private R&D against the log of R&D against the log of the knowledge capital of the firm. So do firms that have higher knowledge capital invest more? Well, yes. Product market centrality, which has a negative effect. And this negative effect comes from the fact that if you're more central in product market, you face more competition. Your market size is going to be smaller, and therefore your incentives for innovation will be smaller too. And then there's technology spillover centrality, which actually has a positive effect. It's a little bit more subtle. I can talk about that later. Social planner, it's similar in that sense. It would also discount product market similarity. If there are more substitutes, there's less incentives to innovate in that. And it obviously has a much greater weight on technology spillover. Okay. Oh, in terms of observed R&D effort, it's sort of just to contrast the model versus the data. This is not targeted. We get similar values for the elasticity of R&D with respect to this knowledge capital. We get lower numbers or at least a low number for the role of product market centrality. That's it. When we compare social now returns to of R&D and private returns, it turns out that social returns actually do exceed private returns in spite of business stealing. And the calculation is sort of like this. If we normalize to 1 the private R&D return, the non-appropriability, basically the fact that the firms are not appropriating consumer surplus, is large. It's fairly large. That's 0.87. Business stealing is negative in 0.39. So from this perspective, think about this. For $1 that is generated of extra profits from R&D for a firm, or extra discounted profits, minus 0.39 are actually business stealing from other firms. So it's our sense of creative destruction, Philippe, in the model. And that's sort of the excess social R&D return is it's in 1.5. So this is the summary that we had before that I gave at the beginning in terms of what the planner and the decentralized equilibrium would compare. Much more R&D expenditures, higher growth rates, not so much higher welfare, in slightly lower producer value share. And now, if you do the exercise of a planner that can control both, that is, can control both the innovation, but also production. So this is sort of what would be the first best, if you want. It actually output would be higher, 9% higher. R&D expenditures would even also be higher, and welfare would be 9% higher. here's just a simple point in the model. I said labor supplied inelastically. So the aggregate markup is not having really a distortionary effect. What has a distortionary effect is the variance of markups. So misallocation generating a markup. So this 9% might seem small when you say now, you can control, all prices in the economy. What you're getting around is the misallocation. If there were a sort of a positive elasticity of labor supply, there would be another, obviously, effect from there too. The optimal subsidy rate is 33%. As I said, achieves fairly large part of that. So let me just talk a bit about shortcomings before I conclude. So first of all, Cournot versus Bertrand, we're looking at a Cournot equilibrium. It's not a problem. We can do Bertrand equilibrium. We haven't done it, but it can be done with this in this context. Substitutes versus complements. We assume the goods are substitutes. There's no problem in the linear quadratic setting in having complements. It's more of a question of identification. The same, we have single product firms. We could have multi-product firms nested in a way. Again, it's an issue of identification. It's data. We have a single state variable. There could be other determinants of firm size, customer acquisition, other forms of growth of firms, not just, innovation. It could be incorporated. We don't have that yet. And then more critically, we have no entry and exit. I mean, you see me writing a paper with no entry and exit, it's kind of surprising, but, and it's no entry and exit, and it's harder to get around that. I mean, the corners are problematic in linear quadratic games. And the other is that, we have to fix this product market rivalry and technology spillovers networks. But, that means that, firms are not repositioning themselves either in technology space or product space. So these are limitations. There are some workarounds that we're thinking about, but, basically this is what it is. I mean, we got the mileage we got, from here. I don't know whether I should conclude or I'm out of time.
Stop.
I stop here?
Stop, yeah, let's stop.
Okay, here.
Okay, thank you, Hugo, very much. And next our discussant will be on Zoom, is Philippe Aillon. You are on mute right now.
Okay. Okay. Can you see can you hear me? Can you see the slides?
All good. Great.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you. Sorry not to be able to be with you in person this year. But I very much hope that this next year I'll be back with you at the NBER Summer Institute. So it's thanks so much for inviting me to discuss this paper. Although Hugo gave a very clear, limpid presentation, I will again go over the paper. It's a great paper, and it's a pleasure, been a pleasure to read it and to prepare the discussion. So this paper analyzes an innovation-based endogenous growth model where firms interact with each other both as product market competitors and through contemporaneous technological spillovers. And it accommodates many firms interacting both with respect to rivalry and to respect to knowledge spillovers, contemporaneous knowledge spillovers. Existing endogenous growth model typically abstract from this dual nature of contemporaneous cross-firm interactions. So I think it's a big contribution, and I think for the part which relates to technological spillover, I could say that this paper, they acknowledge it, builds on basic insights from Bloom, Shankerman, and Van Drienen, but goes much further by providing a quantitative analysis of the aggregate welfare implications of this duality. If I have to describe the model, you've seen it, you have a final goal. Can you hear me well? Is that okay? Can you hear me? Yeah, you have a final good production technology, which is linear quadratic. Okay, the capital YT is the final good. Use that's the vector of intermediate inputs of all the firms, and there are many firms and firms in the economy. And B is the vector of product level quantities. Okay, so a BI for each firm I. And this term here is the rivalry, you see, because the sigma is the product rivalry matrix. And a larger alpha means that you are more similar, and that would mean that you have a more negative effect. That's the kind of negative rivalry effect you have from here. Okay, so from similar, you have a negative rivalry effect coming here. Okay, that's the higher alpha implies a higher degree of product rivalry across terms, and therefore a bigger term here, a bigger negative term. The Q's are produced linearly with labor, and A is the labor productivity of firm I at time t. And in fact, you see, if I denote by Z the knowledge capital of firm I at time t, the knowledge capital can be used either, both to improve in the labor productivity. You see, so the it's reflected in the labor productivity AI, or in the quality. So you have a higher knowledge Z, it means that you can achieve a higher A and or a higher B. Okay, you have both dimensions of quality here. And I use the version, the dynamic of the knowledge dynamics here. I use the initial, the version which is in the paper, which is non-deterministic. Okay, so you have the if ZT is the matrix of knowledge for all firms, each firm I has a ZIT. ZT is the matrix, the knowledge matrix at time t. It evolves over time according to this Brownian motion that's in the paper, but we saw a deterministic version in the presentation. Here it's very important that here the omega is the technology spillover. So you see that's where the technology spillover comes from. So the product rivalry is embodied in the sigma, and the technology spillovers is embodied in the omega. Okay, and delta is a depreciation, knowledge depreciation, and mu x is the current R&D investment vector. And so you increase your Z with by investing X, but also Z can increase as a result of spillovers, but decreases as a result of knowledge depreciation, the delta. Okay. Now you can solve this model as you solve usual, growth models. You do two stage. You do the stage one is R&D investment. Stage two is production and profits. You start by stage two, and then you do backward induction, and you go back to the R&D stage. We do exactly the same here. If you start with stage two, which is production and profits, with a nice quadratic structure of the model, you get in fact that Q, the matrix QT is just n ZT, where n is this matrix here, and the profit and equilibrium profit is in fact very nicely quadratic in knowledge capital, as you can see here. Okay, so that's really a consequence of the nice quadratic structure, linear quadratic structure of the model. Okay, so that's what, once you determine equilibrium production and equilibrium profits, you go backward, and you look at R&D, and the R&D is the Bellman equation as usual. So you have RV minus V dot, which is rho V, because we assume a log utility. Okay, so the Euler equation is R equal rho plus G. So V dot is GV. So you have here the R minus GV, which is rho V. And here what you have is that this term here is the current profit of firm I net of R&D cost, and the xi square is the R&D cost. Okay, so that's the current profit. And then this second term is the expected change in value from knowledge accumulation. And we saw before how you accumulate knowledge as a result of R&D, current R&D investment, and the spillover minus the depreciation. And this is the change from in value coming from idiosyncratic shock, which disappeared from the presentation since Hugo presented the deterministic version. But what's nice is, in fact, what the nice part of this model is that you can solve for the value, and it takes this very nice form, you see, zt.xiz, where xi is the solution of what you call a Riccati equation. And so the beauty of the model is that you have a closed form solution for vi, and you can solve the xi. In fact, it's a solution of this equation where the phi term here embodies again the knowledge spillovers, but it also embodies the R&D efforts of other firms. We can see that your own value will depend on the spillovers, but also it will depend on the R&D efforts of other firms. Okay, so you can compare the equilibrium with the welfare. The welfare is you compare the above equilibrium to the solution of the social planner problem, and what the social planner will do is to choose the Q's and the X to maximize this net present value of total output net of aggregate R&D cost, and the aggregate R&D costs are here, the sum of the xi square. Okay, so in fact, the main drive now, if you do the welfare comparison, you compare the equilibrium and the welfare and the social optimum. The main driving forces that will determine whether the equilibrium R&D will be higher or lower than the socially optimal R&D. It will depend on the one hand, the appropriability and contemporaneous R&D externality. They all play towards equilibrium R&D being less than the social optimum. But on the other hand, the business stealing effect will play towards equilibrium R&D being higher than the social optimum. Okay, so very much like in for other Schumpeterian growth models. Okay, except that you have the contemporaneous R&D externalities here that are being added. The net effect is ambiguous. Equilibrium R&D can be either higher or lower than the socially efficient R&D. So here, this picture from the paper shows the main effects. The appropriability, will make the equilibrium R&D less than the social optimum. The rival profits, the business stealing, the rival profits that will play opposite. It will make equilibrium R&D tend to be higher than the social optimum, and the rival R&D costs. That's an effect which is really added by this model. It will tend to reinforce the appropriability effect by making your R&D less than the social optimum. Okay, so that's what's very nice, that you see how the duality plays out in the welfare comparison. A major finding, in fact, of the paper, it's a very rich model and a number of results, but to my judgment, a major finding of this paper is the fact that technological proximity and product market proximity have opposite effects on equilibrium R&D and even more on socially R&D. This is the table that was shown by Hugo. If you look at the first column, you can see that the rivalry, of course, is the business stealing, is the source of business stealing. So I don't internalize the fact that I tend to discourage others by doing more R&D. That by producing more, I discourage other people from producing. But on the other hand, I don't internalize either the positive spillover that I have on other firms. Knowledge spillover. So that's why you have these two. You see, if it was just for the rivalry, the R&D would be. You see what I mean here? You have the minus, and it would make R&D discourage R&D, and the technological spillover will encourage the R&D. So you see the opposite effects of rivalry and technological spillover on private R&D. But what's interesting is that if you look at the comparison between private and social, they are both magnified. You see that reflects the fact that the private firm does not fully internalize the negative externality. That's why you have a bigger minus in the social than the private, but she does not internalize either the positive knowledge externalities that she has on other firms. That's the bigger positive that you have here in the social than in the private. Other findings is that the decentralized equilibrium R&D is too low overall. In fact, if you look overall, it's true you have counteracting effects, but they find that, in fact, it's the appropriability effect that dominates. The constrained social planner raises welfare by 0.5% compared to the decentralized equilibrium. And another remarkable finding is that the uniform 33% R&D subsidy captures 91% of the difference between the equilibrium and the social optimum. So that's amazing. You can, with just a uniform subsidy, do most of the job of moving from the equilibrium to the optimum. So my comments very quickly. My first comment, so first, great paper, very elegant model, very rich, and which I'm not surprised from Hugo and I'm a big admirer. First comment is that the quadratic production function probably is the main reason why the uniform subsidy is nearly optimal. That's my guess. So it has to do with I think the linear quadratic production structure, but I would like to explore that more. If you deviate from it, do you really deviate from the result that the uniform subsidy is optimal? And is it also responsible for the fact that you have this very high correlation between private and social returns? So that's those are really first question that I have, is to which extent is you get a lot from this very stylized feature, which is also which allows, of course, the authors to solve and use the Riccati equation. I was interested about firm heterogeneity. Can we characterize which firm underinvest and which firms overinvest in R&D? Here you had a global comparison. Can we go more into the detail of this type, small firms, large firms? Can we talk about cross-firm heterogeneity and say for which firm the one effect dominates the other effect? The model is, of course, stylized in several respects. Not only the linear quadratic production structure, but the fact that product positioning is exogenous. Gross profit is mechanically Q2. That's the consequence of the linear quadratic structure. Strategies are linear in the state, and the effect of competition on innovation incentives is monotonic by construction. In particular, business stealing may not get a fair shot since firms cannot strategically manipulate product characteristics. So that, I think, could be a very interesting extension of the current paper. Suppose firms can also manipulate product characteristics. Because so far it seems that the business stealing effect is always dominated, but suppose that you allow firms to strategically manipulate product characteristics, would you give a bigger chance to business stealing, and could you have situation where business stealing can dominate the appropriability effect? Although it focuses on the relationship between competition and innovation, the model features no exit and entry, as was well explained by Hugo, no true creative destruction, and no leader-follower dynamics. You don't have really, and here strategic interaction operates through levels of knowledge, not through technological gaps between leaders and followers within sectors. So that's what you have a different way, and that's how maybe if we want to distinguish between this model and step-by-step innovation model, that's maybe a way to describe how they differ. A related comment is that maybe the model could be used to analyze horizontal escape competition. You see, in step-by-step innovation model, we have vertical escape competition. You see, there is this idea that competition induces you to improve quality, to escape competition from potential rivals. I was wondering here, with your model, if an extension of your model, making the sigma matrix a choice variable, whether you could talk about horizontal versus vertical escape competition, or are you bound to have only horizontal escape competition? So that's something that I was always interested by this question. When is it that you escape vertically or horizontally? And in a step-by-step, you only look at vertical way of escaping competition. And finally, you model monopoly as a single owner of all firms, and that's very special. And your sample involves only large public patenting firms. So of course, in that way, the model is special. But and you may want again to explore beyond. Conclusion, just to sum up, it's an important paper. To our knowledge, the first one to look at how the duality between product rivalry and contemporaneous knowledge spillovers between firms affects the equilibrium versus socially optimal R&D investment, affects the comparison between the two. Being able to rely on the Riccati equations required that the model be sufficiently stylized. So of course, the big plus is that you can solve, and you have this beautiful Riccati equation that allows you to provide a very elegant solution to your problem, even when you move away from the deterministic case. But of course, this calls for maybe more robustness test and more discussion on how, how you think, how robust the assumptions or how much you believe them. And but overall, I want to praise a beautiful paper. It was a treat to read and discuss that paper. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Philippe. Martin, and then Brendan, and then.
I can't hear you go. I can't.
There?
Ben,
I believe.
Yes, now I can.
Good. Great stuff, Hugo. I was wondering whether you can give us sort of like some intuition for why you get the result to go this way in terms of that you need a subsidy and not a tax. So I'm guessing that it must be something about how close the products are in product space versus how close they are in technology space. And that I feel like it must be that when you compute those matrices, you come up with products being less substitutable than technologies. Because that's why if the products were, for instance, perfectly differentiated, then you wouldn't have any business stealing at all. And so what that tells me is that, like, kind of even without solving the model, you could, and what I like you to do is make this precise in the model, but even without solving the model, you could come out with kind of a test that I could just run on an industry or a country or whatever to be like, oh, if the product market matrix looks like this versus the technology matrix looks like that, then it must mean that I need a subsidy, or then it must mean that I need a tax. And in some cases, the two are exactly related. In some knife edge case, you wouldn't need anything at all. The clearing is efficient. So I'm wondering where you could explain the results that way.
Jim?
I assume that your obsolescence rate is fixed and exogenous. Have you thought about what would happen if it was endogenously related to product market rivals R&D effort, and would that even be tractable?
Brandon?
Hey, I'm looking for some more clarification on how to interpret the 33% subsidy. Thinking back in 2017, under the tax environment for corporations that you're looking at, the present value subsidy to R&D was actually statutory value, the 41 cents per dollar, so larger than your 33% subsidy. I assume some of the corporate tax and the deduction might net out in your framework, insofar as I understand it. The credit may not. So I suspect that the 33% might incorporate some portion of what was actually in present law in 2017, not a total increase relative to present law in 2017.
Yeah, no, I was thankful to use our 2016 network, Holbrook and Phillips network. That's great. We have one that might be also, not to cannibalize our own work, we have a new one. It's a vertical network that can capture some of the ties. Think of pharma and biotech. A lot of the research is done, and then this is your entry exit, but then the pharma company buys the biotech. But you see the R&D take place At the biotech level, that's a vertical relationship.
I'll just jump in. I think the vertical piece is really important and is not really there in, you know, Bloom at all either. And I feel like that's a very distinctive kind of spillover compared to the business ceiling that's horizontal or some kind of, you think that the imitation technological spillover would be horizontal, but the idea that someone in your chain has gotten more productive and is increasing or decreasing demand for you seems very important. I just also ask, I didn't, if I understand the numbers correctly, the social planner wants a much greater spend on R&D, which could be achievable with a large subsidy. And in fact, even growth, as I think I saw it go by, went up like 20 basis points, maybe a bit more than that, maybe 30 basis points. And yet the welfare gain is sort of, as I understood your numbers, almost nothing. So those just numbers in my mind don't, so I guess you have a very flat social welfare function compared to those large movements in the base. And so that was quite surprising. So if I understood that correctly, could you say more about the intuition for why that would be? Please, yeah.
Well, first, thank Philippe for your comments. And I mean, there are many questions. Some, you know, have to deal with, you know, the limitations of the environment. And it's a linear quadratic model. Things have to be interior, output have to be interior. The knowledge capital has to be interior. And so guaranteeing that requires some muscles and requires some trade-offs that, you know, in some ways might be responsible for some of the results. So I should say that up front, right? So in terms of the you know, these two networks and the, you know, what the results are, obviously the spillovers seem to be strong, and they help us, by the way, get an interior equilibrium, because one of the things that we discovered, and a lot of, I won't be able to answer many of the questions because we are really discovering now, you know, and trying to understand much better our results. So we have some of the same questions that you know, the audience has raised. But if we leave aside technological spillovers, these models tend to generate, you know, extreme dispersion. And so partly it's because the firm that has a higher market share will tend to have more incentives to innovate. You saw that already in our regression, that the higher Z is, you know, the coefficient on Z on R&D was higher, right? And so the elasticity is positive. And so that would tend to generate dispersion. And so without having the spillovers, you know, the model would not work, because, you know, you would necessarily hit the corners. Spillovers do, you know, counter that. Why are they so strong to overwhelm the, you know, the effects of a business ceiling? I don't know. I mean, this is not a theoretical result. It would be interesting, you know, to understand what properties of the matrices can be related to that. Obviously, you know, something that is related to that, well, it's kind of a norm of the matrices in some ways, you know, how big these spillovers versus the, you know, market steering effects are, and it's going to be dictated by some notion of a norm of that matrix. In terms of the, you know, why, so answering to Philippe, some of Philippe's questions, I think you're right. The quadratic structure function might be responsible for the uniform subsidy. We were hoping actually that the model would suggest a non-uniform subsidy, and that, you know, you would want to tailor more subsidies to firms that, you know, are you know, more or less central. Well, there is some of that, right? Because you've seen that the subsidies are affected by the centrality in each of the two spaces, at least the optimal policy. But why doesn't the subsidy sort of look that way, and why uniform subsidy achieves so well? I don't have a good answer to that question. Again, this is one of the, you know, things that we know we need to really resolve, right? I mean, which firms underinvest and which overinvest? I mean, intuitively, obviously, this has to be with the position they have in the network space, right? If they're very central in the network, there will be the in the spillover network, there will be underinvesting. If they're very central in the competitive network, there will be overinvesting. So at least, that part we can say, but it would be interesting to explore more of that quantitatively and give it, some more information in the paper. Competition and innovation is monotonic. Yes, it is monotonic. I mean, it is in a way that, more in some ways, I mean, the leader will tend to invest much more than the follower. So competition would basically close a bit that gap. And yes, I think it would be will have a negative effect on innovation in this case. It's not very easy to have I mean, some of the things that you wanted to explore, like making the sigma matrix choice of firms, is impossible. I mean, that's going to break completely the linear quadratic structure. What we could do, for example, would be do a two-stage game. At time 0, firms are modifying their location, and then the dynamic game takes place. So at least, we could explore, to what extent firms would have an incentive in this game, to change their location. And so I think that's a really interesting question. Exit and entry, we could not have that. At least we don't know how to handle that endogenously. We have, in terms of accommodating data, we're thinking of a strategy of sort of an exogenous variation and sort of exogenous entry, let's say, into public firms, and exogenous exit in some ways. It's not the most satisfying, but at least, would permit a closer match with the data. Intuition versus subsidy versus tax on innovation. I guess I talked a little bit about that, and we would relate to the matrices. The obsolescence question was raised. Okay, I have 0 minutes. Okay, the red card. The red card. Okay, red card has been raised. But what I want to say is we do have economic obsolescence in the model. I mean, so there is a technological obsolescence, but on top of that, there's economic obsolescence, because when other firms innovate, that takes away profits from an existing firm. So in some sense, there is.
Okay, thank you very much, Hugo and Philippe. Okay, so our next paper is the economic value of science from Chen Liu and Ma. I think Sung Ma is presenting. Please take it away.
Perfect. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for putting the paper on the program. This is joint work with Xugan Chen, who is a PhD student at Yale and sitting in the audience, and my long-term collaborator, Ernest, who's at Princeton. And we're trying to answer the question that we posed at the title. And in this room, I perhaps do not need to motivate the fact that we believe the narrative that science drives technological progress and growth. And many generations of this very meeting provided a lot of evidence that shows that funding basic science really pays out long-term dividends for the society, just as this beautiful article titled. But the problem of thinking about this dividends is that it's quite complex, and it is usually invisible, and it goes through invisible and wide economic spillovers, and it happens in the long run in a very long, indirect way. As a result, even though we do have a lot of compelling evidence to show that basic science have a lot of value, the fundamental question still persists, which is exactly how valuable are they and how much are they? And given the scientific field have changed so much over the years, where does the scientific value come from must have changed as well. How can we identify that? And given how important science is, are we funding them properly? Conceptually, this really is very close to a paper that Ernest and I presented here 4 years ago in this very meeting. And in that paper, we conceptualized this idea that if we want to value the R&D, we need to track both the direct and indirect effect coming from knowledge spillover. Specifically, in the basic setting that we have over there, we quantified that the value of R&D should be the aggregated sum of direct and indirect spillovers to downstream sectors weighted by their consumption. Just to visualize that a little bit, because this idea will be used quite a bit over this paper as well. If we want to understand for each specific node that we want to make innovation in, we should of course get the consumption value from the quality improvement of this specific node, but also we want to understand how much it enables the downstream sectors through knowledge spillover, their downstream sectors, and this go on and on forever. At that moment, I still remember that lively discussion in this very room. People, including Ben, was like, you should do this for science. And here goes 4 years of our life. Because we hit a lot of walls, right? And then the walls include the following. First of all, how can we even characterize science in an innovation knowledge spillover network, given how subtle a lot of those influences are, right? I think a lot of the questions from some of the earlier papers already pinpoint that exact issue. And also science changes all the time, and we need to have a constant and endless frontier that allows science to change in our analytical framework that allows us to quantify that. And how do we do that? Science does not have direct consumption value, at least not for most of the people, except the people who like going to academic conferences like us. How can we quantify that as well? And this go on and on to link to the policy implications that we might have. If we want to have policy implication on thinking about valuation science, then we need to have a prediction step in that as well, which is given today's information, how should we think about a constant changing innovation network will evolve in the next 10, 20 years. And in many ways, what I'm going to present to you is basically what we made progress on in terms of answering those problems. And we're going to show you 3 blocks of evidence and hopefully can get your feedback on them as well. The first part I'm going to present to you is going to be a new innovation network construction method that we're going to avoid using citations. Instead, we're going to use text-based method. We're going to construct an innovation network for 150 years using papers and patent filings and so on. And it's going to cover 332 fields, both covering scientific fields as well as industrial fields. And then we're going to allow our endogenous growth framework to have endogenously changing innovation network. It's going to change in a way that we can still have a closed form solution for the algorithm to quantify the value in a forward-looking way. And then towards the end, we're going to put both of them together to provide some quantification. And that allows us to both do a quantification of the past as well as estimate the economic value of science going forward. And there are a lot of evidence from the paper, and I'm going to try to present 3 of them in my 15 minutes left. The first one is that we do believe that we find a way to quantify knowledge network with science in it. And this network has a lot of beautiful properties, including science being more upstream. Scientific breakthroughs is a main driver of this network restructuring, and so on and so forth. Second, we find that at this moment, investing in basic science has 4 times bang for the buck compared to industrial innovation. And then we're going to try to argue that even though on average basic science R&D only receive roughly 25% of the resources as the national R&D in the US, it creates roughly 56% of the economic value. And the reason that we're struggling with convincing people that R&D or basic science R&D is so valuable is precisely because it's indirect. We do realize that science's value is realized entirely downstream. In fact, half of them arrives quite far out. And I think it's useful that we can make this far out, long-legged spillover visible. So now let's go into each block one by one. So the first one is that we're going to try to build an innovation network with basic science in it. And the classic way, including the ones that we used in the past, is use citations in patents. Field A cited a lot of field B, meaning that field B had a lot of knowledge spillover to field A. But if we actually just do this method and then putting science and technology, science be on the upper left block and then the patents be on the right bottom, you can see that indeed within them there are a lot of movements. Right, but on the off-diagonal ones, meaning that science citing patent and patent citing science, is just not quite captured, suggesting that citations is not a very reliable source for us to really do that, not even to mention a lot of issues about this strong diagonal, meaning that, I think earlier paper also mentioned, we have a home field bias. Economists like to cite economists attributing a lot of those issues. This is just a long-winded way of saying citations is not going to be particularly useful for the purpose if we want to blend both science and technology in together. And here's our initial idea of thinking about using text. And then the idea is very simple. We need to adjust to it, but at least I want to use this to kind of get the start, the idea going, which is if you imagine there's a field A, today's use of knowledge terms and language and so on look a lot like how field B was using similar terms 5 years ago. And I think this is a potential indication that field A is learning a lot from field B, right? Think about the papers that we're seeing in economics today. We start to see a lot of words like embeddings, large language models, and so on. Those are the terms that we saw in computer science and so on and so forth, roughly 5-10 years ago. And then this is an indication that we're learning a lot from computer science. The reverse is perhaps not true because despite how much we love difference in differences, we don't really see a lot of computer science papers using difference in differences quite much. So we're going to kind of do this in a large scale using text data. We're going to use OpenAlex for publication data where we get roughly 400 million publication record from OpenAlex that we're going to use their titles and abstracts. And we're going to focus on the STEM fields that is categorized by the OpenAlex hierarchy. And we're going to use patent filing data as well. And we get 81 million, the raw text, and after all the filtering, adjusting for the families and so on, we got roughly 40 million. And how are we going to really implement that? For each field, computer science, economics, in each year, we're going to represent this field using a word frequency vector, which basically you can imagine how many times a specific term are being used in this specific field. We're going to do a TF-IDF adjustment for that to distill the specific diagnostic information from that. Then for each specific pair of I and J, you will be able to calculate all the cosine similarities between all those fields for all the possible lags. Here, I presented them in the 1-year lag. Then you basically can see that if we actually can do that for all the pairs, and then we write them in a matrix form. Right? And then we actually basically got the idea of using Texas similarities to do that. And then the question was, are we done here, right? I mean, are we okay with just using the similarities? It was very tempting. It actually bogged us for like 6 months. And we realized we actually face 2 problems that make us not okay to use them. First one is correlation does not really represent the flows. For example, AI and operational research, they're persistently similar no matter what lags you're using because they just share very similar mathematical optimization vocabulary, right? As a result, it was very difficult to adjust for that. The second is some fields are very slow moving, like mathematical physics evolves very slowly. So it's downstream use similar words for themselves in the future. As a result, it was very difficult to tease out who is causing initiating the flow. So the correction here really comes from what we learned in basic statistics and econometrics, which is we can partial out everything that we know before our before our calculation. For example, for this 1-year lag, if we would adjust for the similarity structures of different fields using what we have known of the cosine similarity matrix at t-1, we actually essentially can identify the upstream J's unique prediction about I's future using the innovation in the word usages in the upstream sector. And if you take a look at this formula, it also reminds us, oh, this looks like very much like a regression coefficients matrix. And then actually we prove that exactly that is. Therefore, instead of doing all those matrix inversions and so on, we actually can estimate for each pair, right, doing this through a regression way, where we're going to run a regression using field by word by year panel. and then run this regression after putting all this fixed effect. An easy way to interpret this is essentially if you run a downstream innovations fields is usage of terms on all the upstreams usage terms and get all those coefficients. This coefficient matrix is basically going to be the knowledge flow matrix after adjusting for all the things that we want them to be adjusted. And then the output of that is going to be a 332 times 332, and it is going to be 110,224 elements in that specific matrix, and we're able to do that for 150 years from 1870 to 2024. This is what this matrix looked like. On the right-hand side is this old matrix that we saw with a lot of emptiness in the off-diagonal spaces, with a strong diagonal piece, and so on. And you can see this is a much more well-behaving matrix that we have over here, where science is patterns are citing a lot of science. Science is getting a negative, getting spillovers from patterns a little bit as well, and then the diagonals are not as strong as well. We did a lot of things to validate this matrix, including through cross-checking with the citation-based network when it is appropriate. We did some simulation exercise, and we also have a lot of event studies from the sense of knowledge diffusion and so on, and all those checks out. We also found some really interesting patterns about scientific science technology network. For example, we find that science indeed is more central in the diffusion network. I'm going to show you a couple. And also, we find that science indeed is a constantly changing frontier. We find network centrality, particularly the ones about science, actually changes all the time. And what drives those science fields is centrality in the network is essentially the breakthrough discoveries that we see. It will give them 10 to 15 years of run of getting into a very central space in the knowledge network. I'm going to skip this one. This is mainly just to show aggregate science is more central. I want to show you, for example, some of these real networks where we rank the field using their centrality. In the year 2000, as you can imagine at that moment, internet technologies, computation biology, data mining, and all those scientific fields are at the forefront of things. In today's world, you can see machine learning and computer engineering are at the top two of this innovation network that we identified. This both serves as a justification of the validity of the measure, as well, hopefully, gave us some insights about this as well. And here is kind of an impulse response type of graph that shows that the emerging fields in centrality in this network really was driven a lot by the breakthrough discoveries. And you can see also science is more sensitive in responding to breakthrough innovation than technology here as well. So with all these, with this as first block built, the next thing that we need to do is to establish our framework to do the quantification. And we have a model where we have k different fields, and each field has this knowledge stock, and then the goods are going to be made from the knowledge. We have a log utility and a discount rate row. And a key innovation of our model compared to the version that we presented in the past that were summarized in that graph is that this time we're going to allow for this omega to actually change through time. What does it give us, and how can we calculate the value of R&D through this? What we can do, we have two notions of the value of science. The first one being this CASI, where we basically consider this to be the marginal value, while gamma is the total value of R&D of each specific field. And we're going to present to you both when we do the quantification, but this total value is potentially more intuitive when we think about this. And this basically is to write down that graph in this formula format. And that is the direct value, the value of a specific field comes from the consumption value, which is beta times I over there. And then for science, it's going to be all zero. And then you're going to have a one hop out, which is omega t plus 1, right, times the consumption value of those spillover receivers' consumption value. And you do this for t plus 2, t plus 3, and go on forever. And all of those future consumptions are going to be discounted by appropriate discount factor. And as you can see, in order to do this calculation, we will need to have a standing on what does omega t plus 2, t plus 3 really look like. That is where these expectations get into play if we want to think about the future value of science. And the challenge here is that then we need to do a sort of a prediction of what this omega looks like. Just to remind you, we have 110,000 elements in each of those networks. And how are we actually going to do that in a prediction that's highly untrackable and the empirical performance is bad? The solution that we have here is that we introduce a method coming from engineering called joint diagonalization, which is we're going to force this kind of we're going to force this matrix diagonalization to have a common set of eigenvectors that does not change, and all those omega changes that you're going to see here is going to be summarized by the eigenvalues, and we only need 150 of them for each year. Therefore, our prediction dimensionality decreased by a factor of 10 to the power of 3, and then that is how we're going to go into the quantification analysis. Our quantification started from a joint diagonalization, where we basically try to uncover each period's innovation matrix by using a common set of eigenvectors that does not change over time, and then those eigenvalues are going to be the sole source of those time-changing innovation network. Turns out this method allows us to recover roughly 91% of the centralities of those time-changing networks and 52 element by element. And I'm going to skip the fit graphs, and or those eigenvectors in fact also have an economic meaning in it, and this also allows us to achieve an out-of-sample prediction of future 20-year innovation network of roughly 64% in terms of R square. And what do we have after we all have all those elements together? I'm going to click through several of them, hopefully get some exciting findings for you to feel like, hey, what we are doing really matters. The first one is that we find given all the R&D value that the society has created, roughly 56.4% of them coming from scientific discoveries on 25.1% of the resources. If we do this calculation, that means science has 4 times on the marginal value compared to what we do in industrial innovation. And this gap has changed over time, and 4x is the current data. It is at the high point. This gap has widened over the years, particularly in the past 10 years, suggesting that we are particularly underfunding science in the recent decade. And we also find the reason that science is so valuable but potentially underfunded is because a lot of the science value happens not direct, not on one step out. You need to have 2 step out and 3 step out, while the technologies that benefit mainly come from direct and a little bit out of 1 step outside as well. We have some other analysis that we actually can do. For example, we can quantify where does all those breakthrough sciences value land. We actually can do a lot of predictions about each specific subfield, how the value could potentially change in the next decade or 2 decades, and so on. Those are some of the sample analysis that we could do. In conclusion, we were really kind of stimulated by the discussion we had here 4 years ago, and hopefully that we delivered our assignment fairly well. And we built this network, had this new model and a quantification method, and I hope you find some of those methods as well as our findings interesting and useful. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Song. And now Lee Brandstetter will be our discussant.
The Summer Institute 31 years ago, when we used transparencies and a projector. Right, so thank you, young man. Your help was badly needed. All right, so I'm really grateful to be back. It's always a pleasure, and it's especially a pleasure. Okay, well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's especially a pleasure when the technology works. You know, all right, yeah, I can do this. Okay. It's especially a pleasure when one gets to discuss a paper like this. And what a paper it is. 463 million articles, 81 million patents, R&D spending from 110,000 firms. They follow the movement of ideas from science into technology through textual analysis that surely does capture many of the linkages we would otherwise miss. And they feed all this into an endogenous growth model that enables evaluation of the economic value of science and delivers some compelling conclusions that are surely music to our scientific ears, right? We learned that the conduct of science yields disproportionate economic value, right? 6% of the value while only receiving 25% of the resources. Look at that value to resource ratio. It seems to strongly suggest that greater public funding science would yield large benefits. It casts us as heroes, doesn't it? People who take very little and create so much. But precisely because it appeals so strongly to our sense of self-importance, I think it's important for me in my role as a discussion to take on the bold claim made by this paper and try and assess it cautiously. Right? Now, that's a heck of a claim, isn't it? We have long sought this, have we not, in this field? We have wandered in the wilderness for decades looking for it. Have we at last arrived in the promised land? Now, in attempting to assess that claim, I want to first step back and consider that if we're going to compare the relative contributions of science and technology to economic outcomes, then we need to clearly define and conceptually distinguish science on the one hand and technology on the other. And if the world actually followed the linear model that some attribute to Vannevar Bush, then this will be pretty easy, right? Basic research on fundamental science questions opens up new avenues of inquiry for applied researchers to create ideas for new products and services. Development turns those into prototypes. Firms make the stuff, turn it into goods and services, which are then consumed, and that yields welfare. And, in this world, it's just fairly simple and clean view of the world. Science kind of corresponds to basic research. Right? Now, this is fundamental science that's being done, so you can't really make a profit from it, right? And so most of this activity is nonprofit, right? It's supported by, public resources undertaken by nonprofit institutions, right? And, the heroes give away their goods for free through publications, but that leaves them reliant on public funding. Technology corresponds to what private industry does, right? It's applied research and development, and it's close enough to commercialization that firms at least believe they can profit from it. And that's going to be especially true if they describe their inventions in the form of patents. Okay. So in this paper, science equals publications and technology equals patents. But consider the curious case of the transformative transformer paper. Anybody ever heard of this paper? Attention is all you need, right? It has gotten 250,000 citations already, I think, and the number goes up by the second, right? It's accumulating tens of thousands of citations as the entire artificial intelligence industry builds upon its introduction of the transformer architecture, which led the way to BERT and, GPT and all that good stuff. Now, the interesting thing to observe is that this paper wasn't written by academic scientists. It was written by a bunch of people at Google, right? Even that kid with the University of Toronto affiliation was a summer intern at Google when he co-authored the paper, right? And the commercial value of this work was so obvious that when each and every one of those authors left Google and went off to found their own AI company, they attracted billions of dollars of investment and battalions of eager engineers, working at it. So here's my question for you folks. Do we want to think of this as science, or do we want to think of this as technology? Well, how do, the authors, right, CLM, treat this paper? Well, it's a publication, so it's science. right? And that paper is assigned to a cluster of other similar pieces of science. And the resource inputs attributed to this cluster include grants from science funding agencies and university research expenditures, but they presumably exclude the resources that Google invested in the project out of their R&D budget, right? Meanwhile, the technology or industry cluster of which the firm formerly known as Google is a part get no credit for their contribution to this transformational science. They maybe get credit for the patents that cite the attention paper, but not the paper itself, right? And that 2021 Nature paper by Google's John Jumper, for which he was awarded the 2024 Nobel Prize in Chemistry 3 years later, is treated in exactly the same way, right? Here, the definitions of science and industry abstract from who is doing what. Now, how does LGB, Lee Gilbert Brandstetter, think about this paper? Well, I think it reminds us that sometimes the private sector invests in what looks like pretty basic science. And by the way, this has been going on for a long time. I'm from Carnegie Mellon University, right? It's formed out of the Mellon Institute of Science, which was the R&D lab built by Andrew Mellon to serve his network of companies. But we don't think we can rely on the private sector to always do all of the basic science that society needs. That's why publicly funded research universities and national labs exist. That's why the NSF exists. It still exists, right? It hasn't been shut down. So I mean, I would like policymakers to better understand the impact of the public investment in science, which we think is needed. And so I think that suggests that one useful definition of science is what publicly funded scientists do, right? And sometimes what they do looks very different from what industry is doing, and sometimes what they do looks pretty similar to what industry is doing, right? But I think that in evaluating the relative contributions in science and technology as LGB thinks of it, it's really essential to keep track of who does what, right? And of course, that goes in both directions, okay? So does any of this matter, right, for the author's, incredibly impressive analysis? Well, what if science, right, is being credited with some of the contributions of technology, but not the resources expended to generate it, right? Conversely, what if technology is being credited with, it's not being credited with much of its output, but it is being debited for all of its resource input? Or to state it another way, right? What if universities are getting credit for Google's papers and the measurement presumes that they generated these papers without spending the money that Google actually had to spend to generate it? It could lead to an upward bias, couldn't it? In the estimated value to resource ratio of science, and a downward bias in the value to resource ratio of technology estimated by the paper. Right? Now, this is an imminently fixable problem, right? I think the data to fix it exist, but it's going to be complicated, okay? When I was 6 years old, I wanted to be a marine biologist, right? I definitely didn't follow that track. Okay, but marine biologists will tell you that estuaries where freshwater and saltwater mix are some of the most productive ecosystems. Right? Similarly, the places in the knowledge space where science and technology really overlap, the patent paper boundary, Professor Jones, these are some of the most productive parts of the knowledge space. And they're strange places. They're places where professors and their students take out patents and form companies. They're places where companies will do fundamental Nobel Prize winning research that gets the Nobel Prize like a few years after it's done. They're complicated and upside down. And the people in this room and the community it represents have lots of amazing scholars that have spent their careers exploring this strange place in all of its complexity. And if we're going to really, undertake the economic evaluation of science, then, I think we really need to take some of that to heart. Right? And you can't do it all in one paper, right? Now, I worry that this generic problem may be exacerbated by the way that science and technology are being aggregated into fields. For instance, the World Wide Web is a field of scientific inquiry, but it's not a field of technology, right? Now, look, I'm a country boy from a small town in Kentucky, right? What do I know? But kind of seems to me like it could be considered a field of technology too, right? The science fields that the authors inherit from OpenAlex are constructed in a way that I think reflects kind of the dynamism of science, but the technology classes that they inherit from the International Patent Classification System are, I think, constructed in a way that mutes some of that dynamism. And I'm wondering if the general potential pro-science bias in this research is being exacerbated by this aggregation scheme. Okay? As an economist, I do have to point out that there are some important fields of science, at least I think of them as important, that are kind of omitted from this analysis, right? Here's the statement. What about us? What about our cousins in operations research? Don't we have economic value? I mean, this is just not to put too fine a point on it. The Trump administration wants to abolish the SBE division of NSF. It would be great if we had overwhelming empirical evidence to push against that. I think we have some, right? But it is not in this paper, right? And in thinking about how we might be able to bring the economic value of economics into this, maybe we can kind of go back to the sort of linear model schema, right? We can acknowledge that the boundary between science and technology is sometimes a very blurry one because the interaction between basic and applied research is bidirectional and complex. But we can also consider the fact that there are sciences that have an impact on production without that being mediated by patented technology at all, right? Now, production is run by managers, right? Managers, for better and for worse, take the managerial sciences seriously sometimes, right? They make decisions based on our models, our macro forecasts, right? The 2x2 expositional simplifications of our models that are taught in business schools. That part of the impact of science arises from our close association with industries, right? Like consulting and finance. Part of it arises from our impact on government policy, which may be at a rather low historical point right now, I must admit, but that hasn't always been the case, right? To the extent that economics impacts policy, it impacts every part of this chain. And there are perhaps a few of us that have been able to convince an American president, maybe even a country boy from a small town in Kentucky. So as we try and assess the economic value of our science, and by the way, the sciences that the authors of the current paper come from, here are some things to consider. First, that nexus of industries that we're most closely connected to is a pretty big chunk of US GDP and one that's grown over time. The students who are studying this, thank you, are a pretty big chunk of students at universities. Now, Yin et al. Gather data on the follow-on use of science and government documents in the general news media, right? And fields like economics figure prominently, but ask yourself this question: what do we think the social value is of Ben Bernanke's science-informed response to the economic shock known as a global financial crisis relative to Eugene Meyer's disastrous non-response to the crash of 29? Okay, so here I'm going to make an appeal. I think we need some heroes of science to step up and quantify the impact of the social sciences. And Ben and Heidi, you guys could organize a conference with that as a focus. You could mobilize the army of resources that exists here. I think it would be really useful. Okay, I'm going to be very, very quick and conclude. All right, I'm not going to say much about the author's NLP methods. I entered the reading of it with a lot of skepticism. Some of you have read the paper by Ganguly and others, right, which convinced me that TF-IDF is like over, it's old, and it's not going to tell us anything useful, right? And the authors in this magnificent part of the paper that generates, it exhibits stunning mathematical virtuosity, right? They totally convinced me that in fact we can't, right? By making that brilliant analogy to VAR regressions, okay? But the appetite grows with the eating, right? And now that I know the authors can do this, what I want them to do is think about using more sophisticated NLP methods that can not just track the diffusion of words, but the quanta of individual ideas moving from science into technology and the reverse flow as well. If anybody can do it, it's this triumvirate of Promethean brilliant economists. All right, so let me conclude by congratulating the authors on what I think is an amazing piece of work. All right, now, as you can probably tell, I don't think that we arrived in the promised land quite yet. Science and technology are not easy to define and distinguish, right? The author's methods work for some sciences, but not all, including our own, right? And I think they could do even better by mining newer techniques in NLP science, or is it NLP technology, to try and track the movement of individual ideas. Okay, but reading this paper, if it didn't bring me to the promised land, can I give this testimony before the congregation? Reading this paper took me up to the mountaintop, right? And I could look past the barriers that remain, and I could see where this research agenda is going. And if we haven't gotten to the promised land, we're surely closer to the blessed banks of the Jordan River than we've ever been before. And on that optimistic note, I thank you for your attention.
Great paper, great discussion. We right now, however, for both the discussion and for the authors of the paper, we have an unnatural experiment going on right now. You guys can track by subfield where the research enterprise has been choked, if not crippled, if not killed, particularly, for example, in medical science. You can look at the papers, the grants that have been canceled since January 2025, and you can build a reservoir, a database, to then see what doesn't happen, where similar grants in the past generated technological, let us say, pharmaceutical development downstream. It's an extraordinary, unique, I hope, at least in my lifetime, but you guys are young, opportunity.
Thank you, Bill. Deepak?
Thanks a lot for a super ambitious paper. Just quickly thinking about the use of linguistics, right? Can you tell apart the diffusion of vocabulary from how science diffuses? So for example, you take patents, patentees, lawyers who draft patents have an incentive to cite science as prior art. Other scientists have no incentive to cite patents. So I wonder if this core kind of pattern is picking up some noise. And relatedly, perhaps you could run a placebo test where, for example, if you take a word like vector, recent improvements in machine language have really picked up the use of that language, but also post-COVID, you saw the same pickup in epidemiology. If your discovery unearths a connection between the two, that's probably not due to knowledge flows. Thank you very much.
Tanya? And then Kevin after Tanya, and then Joe.
Very ambitious paper. I loved it. 3 comments. First is, I kept thinking, what does this measure actually capture? Because at the end of the day, it's a correlation between text of patent and text of an article, right? Like, does it matter? And how can we pick up whether this correlation somehow leads to some economic outcomes that we care about? And then I thought about the paper earlier on tasks, patents, and TFP. And I was thinking, can we do something similar and think about how we can, use this machinery to see if there are changing trends in this correlation. Does it correlate with growth of productivity? And, my debating idea for this is like, we typically think that the interdisciplinary stuff innovations, shakes his head, are the ones that are important. Like, for example, the recent drive in AI was a combination of computer science, brain science, chips, right, media chips, etc. So can you look at when there is like big increases in correlations, which means there is like maybe a lot of cross-pollination between fields? That's what predicts economic growth. So clarifying question, given that you have 81 million patents, that tells me that it must be the international patent sample. So I guess a small question, are they all in English? Or if not, how do you adjust for patents publications being many different languages? And last one, you know, the elephant in the room, and I don't know how it's going to affect the calibration, but like we know that patents is the stuff that firms decided to disclose, and they often decide not to disclose some very important stuff we've seen from papers in this program over the years. So which way that omitted important stuff of technology is going to affect calibration, how technology versus science matters.
There's always some. And actually, I was thinking in terms of which paper avoids some of the problems. It's like your own paper with Barbara, obviously. On like, I teach stuff that's more recent and closer to the scientific frontier. My students earn more money. That seems like a pretty direct measure, but like more direct actually than this, of the importance of science, especially in the social sciences, to maybe answer Lee's question. But I think in terms of like the diffusion network, it seems super clean. What you're doing, and the text-based measure is much better than citation networks, especially the weird stuff in patents. But in terms of value, like imagine trying to do this on like supply chain, so not the inventive components, the lead downstream, but just like the products that I use. And I had like descriptions of the products at like every stage, and I used some kind of TF-IDF or even some embedding, and I like measured like the fraction of the, like we kind of understand that it was this like be a nonsense way to measure value in a supply chain network. And maybe this is just the best we can do because ideas are in the air and it's hard to measure. But like in the supply chain network, I think what I would think was missing if I just had text was prices and quantities and the production function, elasticities, right? So textual similarity just fundamentally can't tell me about prices, quantities, and elasticities. So I'm not sure what to do with that other than like the diffusion network and like the centrality of certain sciences over time and the predictability is completely compelling. But like the 56%, 25%, like at least for me, I just don't believe it at all. And not because I have a better idea on how to do it. It just seems like the data doesn't allow us to answer that question that well.
Cheryl and then Adam.
Yeah, really impressive paper and massive amount of work. So very, very cool. Just an observation, thinking about the locus of innovation and thinking about the locus of where is the science coming from and where is the technology coming from. And, we know some of the basic science is coming within corporate structures and startups, as well as, not just publicly traded behemoths, but also we have some of the innovation is coming from publicly funded sources. And you think about things like STR grants and things like that have as objective measures to actually produce some patents. So just kind of trying to see if you can push at that a little bit and quantifying not just the science and technology, but also this idea that Lee was mentioning also, thinking about publicly funded versus privately funded and what are the boundaries of those, where they're interacting.
So given how much you did, I feel sheepish about telling you to do more, but I was struck by Tanya's comment and thinking about papers and patents and science and technology. This is a straw man, but to first order, we might think that essentially all of science shows up in papers, or most of science shows up in papers, but we know that a huge amount of innovation never shows up in patents. So I don't know, but could you do some kind of counterfactual simulation where you said, suppose X% of innovations or X% of technology fields are missing, that like they're in the economy, but they're not in your matrix because they don't patent. And could you use that to give us some sense of how that might be, to go to Kevin's comment about, do we believe your numbers or not? Give us some sense about how much effect that might be having on the numbers that are coming out. Yeah.
Scott, and then I have Reinilda as well.
Incredibly impressive. I'm not going to give you more to do. When I look this over, and even more when you put it up just now, my sense is there's a really big finding, or I'd love to hear an answer to whether or not this is the finding. So we know that patents cite papers, but papers don't cite patents, and Lee did a great job of articulating some challenges with that. But if you think about like Fiona Murray had a very early paper where she like actually talked to the inventors and she talked to the scientists,
And she said, did you know about this stuff and the issue of textual engineering? And it turned out everybody knew about everything. It just was more of a citation thing. If you read, that's one way of reading her paper. But my understanding, I think it's figure 11 or 75 or whatever it is, but it's the one where you use your method to then recreate the graph. And you sort of emphasized, oh, now the off diagonals are filled, but it's not true. The one that's filled is the science to technology. The one that's more filled than it was relative to the pure citation base is the technology to science, but it's still very, very sparse, unless I misread it. You know what I'm saying? Like my bad eyes, and it's a very dense graph. And it seems to me that's a test. In other words, your method, if it really was the case that like the backward flow, look here, it's not zero, but you have a measure of the backward flow from patented innovation to subsequent scientific advance directly in text. And particularly because you're conditioning, it's actually quite decisive. But that, I think, means that you're getting the sort of the ratio of those two boxes, the two off diagonal boxes, is sort of like a very interesting number that's related to the rate of return, essentially gives you your rate of return calculation, essentially. But that, I mean, you could do it fancy because you know what an eigenvalue is, but there you go.
Okay, Ryan, thank you, Scott. Ryan Hilbert.
Yeah, I'm super impressed by this paper and the discussion here, so I have a hard time trying to come up with good questions. But I wanted to know, so the basic thing is that you don't use patent citations and paper citations, you use the text mining. It would be interesting to actually know how good actually the citations relative to text mining would be for the within science references versus the science to patent and versus the patent to patent here. So to identify where actually is the biggest problem. And also what I really liked is that you have these results on direct versus indirect effects here, whether the indirect effects are also the ones where if you would measure it with text similarity, how much different it would be from indirect measure of citations here. So just to get an idea of where actually the advantage or disadvantages of using one over the other, for which kind of links and for the indirect links, and also for the timing of the links here. So if it takes a long time, would it then be better or worse if you would use citations versus text mining?
Okay, thanks. So we're at time. So Sam, can I just give you like literally 30 seconds or less, and you're also happy you're allowed to waive all further commentary if you'd like.
I want to say this is the first one because next time I will be here 4 years later anyway. We will all work on to do. First, thank you very much, Lee, for this wonderful comments, especially the first one. This is exactly the type of thing we're running on our server right now. We actually also don't know how to define what science and what methodology. Try many different ways. There are 10 permutations that it can be run over there. We will see how that can out. And there are many interesting, great questions about how should we think about the incentives of reporting and so on. We can certainly do a simulation and suggest this to Diana. So those are great questions. I'm going to follow up with the individuals during the break. And thanks very much for the opportunity to share this work.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We're now taking a break, reconvening. It's a shorter break, and just less than 20 minutes, we're going to reconvene for our panel moderated by Haiti.
kind of complimentary. It's not, you know, that's kind of basic. You're going to provide one or the panel. To provide. But maybe not very confident at providing.
All right, our meeting traditionally has a policy panel on Tuesday afternoon, and we're very grateful to our panelists to come speak on regulation and growth. And so, so that we can focus on the discussion, I'm just going to very briefly introduce everyone. So Ed Glazer is on the faculty at Harvard. He's going to be covering housing and zoning regulations relevant to topics like agglomeration and innovation and economic growth. Zach Lisko is on the faculty at Yale Law School. He's going to be covering regulations relevant to physical infrastructure investments, such as for energy and transportation. Lisa Willett is on the faculty at Stanford Law School. She's going to be focusing on pharmaceutical regulations, like through the Food and Drug Administration. And then Mike Schmidt is probably the person who's familiar, maybe less to everyone in the room. So he's currently visiting at Princeton at the Griswold Center for Economic Policy Studies as a fellow following his time in public service, leading as the former director of the CHIPS Programs Office at the US Department of Commerce. And so together, I ran across Mike because of some of his public writing. So together with some of his former colleagues from the CHIPS office, he's been writing about some of the key regulatory issues that they needed to navigate when they were trying to build support for this domestic build out of semiconductor fabrication facilities. So topics ranging from Davis-Bacon to permitting to lots of things about hiring regulations. And so if you haven't read Mike's work, a lot of that is kind of being substantiated in public writing that I found fascinating to read, which is why I'm really pleased to have him on the panel. So we're going to ask each speaker to make about 10 minutes of remarks, and then I have like 1 or 2 questions that I'll tee up for discussion, and then we'll have the rest of the time for open Q&A. And so we're just going in alphabetical order. We'll have Ed start.
So I don't think we often have housing at the innovation group. And I think there's a reason for that, which is there's not a lot of innovation in housing. And the argument that I would make for this is, in fact, this is a fruit, an outcome of the way that we regulate housing. And that we regulate not in our normal regulations, which is a barrier to entry, which means you have these large companies which engage in a certain amount of innovation because they want to lower cost. But you have regulation of process, meaning each individual home has to get through its own regulatory review, which pretty much kills scale economies and the innovation that ultimately needs scale economies to be reaped. I'm going to talk a little bit about, but Zach's going to do much more on the regulation of government in the procurement space, only because it's kind of the same thing. It's again, the sort of the way the regulation is working is killing the mass production, which is in turn killing innovation. And finally, I'm not really going to answer this, but I think it's something that all of us should think about. What in these ordinary spaces, like these spaces that are so far away from the fancy things that we had heard talk about in the last hour and a half, like what would it take to have a regulatory regime that was actually pro-innovation in the world of school buses or pro-regulation in the world of ordinary homes? So housing prices have gone up. These are real price adjusted 6 salient metropolitan areas over the last 50 odd years. And of course, quantities are way down. Now, when I say quantities are way down, I don't mean to suggest the actual number of houses is lower in the US now than it was 50 years ago, but the rate of production has plummeted, right? And so I don't think, you need to go beyond economics 101, that when you see a combination of very low quantity and very high price, you think there might be a supply problem going on. I'm not going to produce a lot of evidence arguing, as I have in many papers over many decades, of the role of local land use regulations playing some significant role in this. Certainly, as we've seen the quantities go down, it's not that we've seen a lack of land. The great changes over time in the American supply, right? It's that the former Sunbelt superstars, the Atlantas, the Dallases, the Phoenixes, the Miamis, that used to be great at producing at medium density, high price areas, those places have become Californified, and they don't do it anymore. And so you've seen a really substantial reduction, and it's not that they've run out of land, it's that they've changed the rules of the game. This is another way of just looking at the power of supply. Along the x-axis, I have the amount of new production. Along the y-axis, I have the gap between how much it costs to buy a house and how much it costs to build a house. The places that are incredibly expensive don't build a lot. The places that build a lot aren't particularly expensive. That is not compatible with a purely demand-side driven view of the world. There has to be supply-side differences. Or to put it another way, there is demand for San Francisco and there is demand for Phoenix, but they show up in price in one case and they show up in quantity in the other. This is this phenomenon that I just mentioned of the former Sunbelt superstars. This is just percentage growth in housing units between 1980 and 2000 on the x-axis, and percentage growth in housing units between 2000 and 2020 along the vertical axis. And that dotted line, that's the 45-degree line. So how far you are below that line means how much you've declined in terms of the amount of production of housing of the last 20 years versus the previous 20 years. And as you can see, there's a lot of Sunbelt places where the change is really enormous. It is true among the sort of the former winners, the places that had the sharpest decline in housing have also had the sharpest increases. Okay, so the productivity puzzle, which is why is America so bad at making housing stuff? Okay, this is Turner and Townsend data. This is a comparison of what it costs to build a 20-story building, 20-story office building. They're consultants. I can't tell you how much I completely believe this, but the basic pattern is surely true. That in fact, New York City and San Francisco are very, very expensive places. It's not universal for the US. You'll see Houston is in there for this. And there's Chicago is a little bit lower. And of course, there's a cluster down here that's just totally different labor costs. But we sort of should expect ourselves to be in this group rather than way up here. Now, over the long course of the past 130 years, this is from joint work with Leo D'Amico, Giacomo Ponsetto, Joe Jerko, and Bill Kerr. You basically see three phases in terms of, this is just houses per employee in the construction sector. You can do fancier things around productivity, but it shows basically the same pattern. 1900 to 1940, it's basically flat. 1940 to 1970, it goes way up. 1970 and onward, it goes way down. Okay, and so that's your model. The reason why this is important is it is sometimes stated that, of course, housing is always going to suffer from Baumol's cost disease because you can never get capital into this industry. You can never figure out how to get technology. That is nonsense, right? Between 1940 and 1970, people like William Levitt managed to figure out how to mass produce housing on an incredible scale, and it got much more efficient. Now, we actually skip. So this is Levitt himself. This is what he would build. So 1,400-acre projects, 15,000 plus homes. And it's sort of like Ford, but instead of having the houses go around the assembly line, you have the workers going up and down the street. So the plumbers go up and down the street, the carpenters go up and down the street, and so forth. And you get the same kind of scale economy, although he was moving into modular by the end of his time. So we decided to try to look for this. And we take CoreLogic data on houses built. We've got about 51% of the US population. For any pair of years, we randomly draw a house in those 2 years. We loop across neighboring homes, right, to identify clusters of homes built in the same 2 years, and we just keep on looping. And that gets us a sample of project sizes. The big ones, you can all just go to the newspaper accounts and find them. So like the biggest project in LA in the early periods is Lakewood, which has thousands of units. The median project is always 1 unit, right? The median project is always a singleton. This is what happened to the largest projects in LA. So this is the top 1% of 1%. So in the 1950s, we used to be building projects with thousands and thousands of units. LA hasn't done that for many decades. Across the country as a whole, there is some of a rebirth in the 2000 to 2006 period in unincorporated Las Vegas and on the edge of Phoenix, where you do actually have large projects. But certainly since the global financial crisis, there's been nothing. And the industry, and I think it's just worthwhile pondering this, this is the firm size distribution employment shares across establishments. So most of the large industries that we have, right, more than 50% of the employees work in establishments with more than 500 workers, right? More than 50% of residential construction workers are in establishments with fewer than 10 workers, okay? And you know what a firm with 8 people doesn't have? It does not have a research and development department. Okay, and they're doing the same kind of production technology that you were doing 50 years ago, and it's expensive and it's slow and it doesn't change. This is another way of seeing it, since this is innovation and I know I'm supposed to have patents somewhere. So this is patents in these industries. They're all normalized, so 1930 is the same. So it's in terms of these things. And it's kind of interesting how well construction patenting tracks manufacturing patenting for the first 140 years. And then after World War II, they start dividing. And after 1970, there's just no comparison between the amount of patenting that goes on in construction. And there's a whole bunch of stuff on looking at the upstream guys. Maybe it's the upstream guys. We've done all of that stuff. It's a dead industry. It's not an industry that's doing anywhere near as much innovation as the rest of the American economy. And why would you anyway? Because when it comes down to building your home in Lexington, Massachusetts, you still have to micromanage every part of the plan with the good people of Lexington who are going to opine on whether or not they like the window treatments or not. And so figuring out how to do mass production of that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't need to be like that. Japan actually also has a form of zoning, but it's not the same hyperlocal. They've got 9 zones across the country, and you can choose as a community to be one of those 9 types, but you don't get to have your own customized zone. It's one of those 9, and consequently, Japan has a thriving mass-produced housing industry that produces beautiful, nice housing, as does Scandinavia, that actually accommodates itself because there's scale up there, because there are things which enable us to do stuff. Procurement, and I'll just end on this. I've become obsessed by buses. Partially, this is because I've been aware of just how much work Kalen and Zach's work on road procurement is, and I figured I could handle, like, you need that level of talent to handle roads. I can only handle buses, which are a vastly easier product. 2 facts that I want you to know, one of which is, whereas this just shows the declining price of a car, cars are 50% cheaper in real terms, quality adjusted, than they were 25 years ago. Buses are unchanged. Okay, so this is buses. On average, an electric bus, the average American transit agency, and this took 754 FOIA requests to get this, but the average American transit agency spends $1.05 million for an electric bus. You can buy a perfectly nice electric bus from Hyundai for $350,000. Okay, you are spending 3 times what we should be, in part because the procurement system works in ways that are just as inefficient as local zoning. So along here, this is all of our data, and the zeros mean this is a bus that shows up once in all our data. So we have 450 transit agencies, and vast numbers of these buses are literally unique to this agency. And so it's sort of like you were buying a car by sending out a request for proposals to Ford, to Toyota, to whatever, for a 4-wheel family vehicle. And then not only that, you specified the drivetrain needs to be made by this company in Indiana. And oh yeah, the brakes need to be made by this company in Ohio. And they've got to accommodate around you, which is exactly how bus procurement does. It shouldn't surprise you, you would get a $1.05 million bid for a car. And this again is a way that, it has a purpose, like the rules that are around there are sort of meant to reduce fraud, but it is like we have prioritized $1 million of waste over $1 of fraud. And that's and that's just crazy. So I'll just end there. But I think the key thing when thinking about regulation around housing, around procurement, is to think about what things are actually going to generate benefits in the long run as well as the short run. And that has got to involve scale. That like doing things on a bespoke level is not a recipe for abundance or plenty in any dimension. So thank you.
Delighted to be here today. I'm going to talk about permitting and infrastructure. So the U.S. has a major problem with building infrastructure. I think this is maybe the most infamous example of this, California high-speed rail, which is roughly expected to be like $100 billion over budget, saying it's behind schedule. It doesn't give the full extent of it. The thing might just never be built. We're very expensive. This extends to lots of other areas, including electricity infrastructure. So if we want to use low-cost renewables, either as a matter of expanding data centers or for the green transition, we need to have lots of transmission, long-distance transmission across states, and we're building roughly 0 of it each year. If you look at the cost of building a mile of urban transit in the US relative to other countries, we're about 3 times the rich country average. If you adjust for how much tunneling we don't do all that much tunneling because our cities are not all that dense. We are arguably the most expensive country in the world for building urban transit. The most expensive project ever built for urban transit was in New York City. We're like 6 times Portugal, South Korea, Spain, which have very nice, perfect fine urban transit systems. One reason to think that the law or policies has something to do with it is looking at the Anglo countries. So the 2 highest are United Kingdom, New Zealand. All the Anglo countries are above average. Australia and Canada are up there. So there's good reason to think, like prima facie, there's something going on with policy. Notably, though, we were not always this way, or at least there have been major changes over time. So Leah Brooks and I track the cost of building a mile of interstate highway over time, from when we began building them in the mid-50s through when we basically finished them in the early 90s. And like the cost more than tripled to build a mile of interstate highway in real terms. This is not because prices increase, like you see in the figure. It's not because we built them in more difficult places. We can control for that. It does not change this figure at all. Instead, it seems like something really changed around 1970. And I think one important piece of that is our environmental permitting regime, which is what I'm going to focus on. So here's some context. In the 1960s, we bulldozed a lot of our cities. So this is New Haven, where I am from. This is the center of New Haven, largely knocked down. So low-income area was knocked down. They built a bunch of super ugly buildings to replace it. And this is not popular. This ticked off a lot of people. And between this and various incidences of environmental destruction, we passed new laws and adopted new judicial doctrine. One of these, which I'm going to focus on, is the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. Nixon signed this in the beginning of 1970. It applies to all big projects with federal funding on federal land or with enough federal regulatory involvement. The basic requirement is that the agency building the thing, whether it's a highway or a new transit system or a new chips plant until NEPA was until they were exempted from NEPA, they need to put out a document saying here are the impacts, here are the alternatives, here are ways in which we can maybe mitigate the impacts on the human or natural environment. Importantly, though, project opponents can sue afterwards. So after this document is produced, opponents can say, we don't think you consider this fully enough, and sue. And then over that time, the litigation or the project is typically paused. And that's a bad thing if you want to get your project built. And this is just one form of permitting across many, many forms at the state, local, and federal level. So what's the result? The result is that we initially had, on average, 400-page documents on environmental impact. More recently, though, by the 2010s, we had, on average, 1,700-page documents. So there's been, even over the course of the decades in which we've had NEPA, these really big change in the kind of the scope of what seems to be required in order to kind of jump through the hoops to get things built. These documents take almost 5 years to produce. And even that's been increasing, actually substantially, since the late 1990s, when they just took a little over 3 years. It's important to keep in mind when talking about this timeline, this is not the timeline for building the project. This is actually only one small piece of the timeline. Before you enter the environmental review process, you have to plan what you want to build. Then you need to be kind of sure enough of what you want to build that you can say, hello, public, here's what we're thinking about building. Here's we're going to do a review of the thing that we're thinking about building. Once this is finished, once the litigation is finished, then you design the detailed plans, then you put it out to bid, then the construction starts. This is only one piece of it. So spending 5 years is quite a lot, in addition to everything else. One important context to all this is the US is renowned as being a very litigious country. This is an imperfect measure, but if you look at the number of lawyers per capita, we're the highest in among rich countries, other than Italy, where lawyer actually means something somewhat different. So we have a legal regime that seems to involve a lot of lawyers and doing a lot of litigation. Some of those lawyers are litigating big projects in the context of the National Environmental Policy Act. When a lawsuit succeeds, the median length is 2.5 years of that litigation. When the lawsuit fails on everything, the median length is 1.5 years, and that's just district court. If project opponents lose, they can then appeal to the appellate court, and that adds on another, possible couple years. These are medians. There's a long right tail. The average is considerably higher.
And if you were a risk averse project planner, you care about that long right tail. So the result of the kind of complex and lengthy permitting is not that like the document itself costs a bunch of dollars to write. Building these projects is very, very expensive. Like producing paper is not a large segment of that spending. But the result is that costs go up because projects are built in a way that is defensive or reactive to stop the litigation from happening in the first place, or to respond to a lawsuit and saying, okay, we'll change things, build things in a more expensive way in order to get the lawsuit dropped. So let me give you a couple examples. One, which Leah and I talk about in our paper, is a segment outside of Detroit in the suburbs. There are a couple segments built pretty inexpensively in the 50s and 60s. This community, though, opposed it. Opposed the highway. They didn't want their community split. I wouldn't want my community split either, but they opposed it. They threatened to sue under the National Environmental Policy Act. So as a result, for a long period of time, like a couple decades, this highway outside of Detroit was not connected. There was a segment open. The ultimate resolution was to spend about 3 times as much on the highway. So it's built below ground. There are sound walls, and I think most remarkably, there's this plaza built on top of the highway. Notably, as you can see in this picture, literally right next to a field. So this is not a low density place. There's plenty of land here. You can see it. It's not built upon. I'll leave the policy merits of that to you, but point is, that's an expensive thing to do. Here's another example, returning to California high-speed rail. Part of why this stuff has been expensive and also slow is that people in the Central Valley in California, a not super high density place, don't want their farms and communities split up either. So the response of California has often been to build up on stilts or pylons, even in places that are pretty low density. As you can see, like there's not tons going on here. Central Valley is actually very flat. But this dramatically increases costs. But if let's let you get it built by not having the project delayed by many years, then maybe that's what you need to do. It's notable that the exact time when we adopted the modern permitting regime, or in 1970, as long as associated judicial doctrine, is the exact moment in which the cost of building interstate highways diverged from the underlying input prices. Something that is also, I think, at least suggestive that litigation is an important mechanism here, is that if you look at the cost of interstate highways and see how much the wealth of the community in which they are built predicts the cost of the highway, there is zero relationship between the wealth of the community and the cost of the highway before 1970. After 1970, though, there's a very large, positive, significant relationship. So rich places started getting more expensive highways after we adopted the new permitting regime. A story that's easy to tell there is rich people are perhaps better able to weaponize these ultimately fairly complicated legal procedures in order to demand things like the plaza on top of the highway in order to mitigate impacts in their communities. So in thinking about what a permitting regime should look like there are lots of possible benefits of having permitting. Presumably, when you have a 17-page document, you consider more stuff, so you have a better informed government. It also possibly would legitimate government action, having gone through this process. If building stuff is bad for the environment, then it probably benefits the environment to have the process that gets less stuff built. In principle, there could be distributional benefits. I just gave you an example of how this could create distributional harms, because rich people might benefit more from it. But it is the case that the knocking down of low-income neighborhoods and cities did mostly stop after we adopted these changes. But there are probably these big costs. We're going to have slower and more expensive and less construction. There's going to be lower productivity and or strained government budgets. So we'll have less transportation infrastructure with longer commutes, worse matching to jobs, higher costs of moving goods, maybe fewer working hours if you're spending more time in traffic. We'll have less electrical infrastructure, so we'll have more expensive electricity and probably more carbon-intensive electricity as well, less mining, all sorts of things in which these permitting rules apply. So to summarize, we have really high infrastructure construction costs. There are likely many causes. there are, if you look at California high-speed rail, probably also we didn't have a strong, well-staffed enough agency to make competent decisions. We have lots of onerous procurement rules that, like Ed said, are often designed to maybe stop corruption, but we end up spending much, much more on the procurement that we save in the corruption. But at least for big mega projects that are above, that are on the ground, permitting rules are likely also a major contributor. They appear to considerably slow timelines, drive up costs, and limit development. It's a challenging policy design question, at least for some people, depending upon your values. I think we need a lot more economics research here. I think this is a big thing if you care about innovation in the built environment. We do not have huge numbers of estimates of the impacts of particular provisions and of the various laws. So I think there's a lot of potential for useful research here going forward. Great.
Okay, great. I took Heidi up on the invitation to not use slides. So I'll just be speaking to you. And Heidi asked me to talk about some of the recent changes at the FDA and their impact on innovation. And it might initially sound like FDA and housing and they have nothing to do with each other, but I think that the policy debates in these areas, there's actually a lot of similarities between them in that like in 2025 and 2026, there's been many reforms at FDA and proposed rules and things they've done, often under the umbrella of regulatory streamlining. And the policy debate often gets simplified, as in the housing and permitting and environmental and other contexts, into a debate over like, is this kind of helpful removing of red tape that's not serving any purpose, or is it kind of wasteful gutting regulations that are there to protect important interests, in the health context being protecting the interest of public health. So I don't have the answers to that in the FDA context, but I thought I'd use my time here to just give you a sense of what are some of the reforms on the table and how do I think about like what the trade-offs are there, so that we have some framework to complexify the debate, since I don't think it is a just binary, is this regulation good or bad? So first, what are some of these streamlining changes we're talking about? I could spend this entire panel going into these in detail, but just to give you some sense of their flavor. So some of them are about relaxing the evidentiary standards that the FDA uses to approve things, like saying that you only need one clinical trial by default, where in many cases now you need 2 well-controlled clinical trials for a new drug, reducing the need for comparative efficacy for biosimilar approval. Some of them are about changing the way clinical trials are designed and that you're evaluating the evidence from them, like using real-time endpoints where the FDA is getting real-time reporting that feeds back into the trial while it's going on, or using Bayesian methods in interpreting what the results of the trial are, or other design aspects to kind of just speed up the way trials are happening. Some are on the FDA side of things to increase its review speed of when it has applications for various things, either new drugs or new generics. Like, are there ways to speed up the process by which it's dealing with things, including prioritizing certain areas over others that are more important for different national priorities, or a lot of optimism about using AI to help with the review process. And some are about things like reducing entry barriers for manufacturing, like having faster review in certain areas for new manufacturers, or kind of a more coordination with manufacturers, giving them earlier feedback so they have a predictable pathway to having new manufacturing approved. And a lot of this is motivated by concerns that many trials and manufacturing have been moving overseas, and efforts to make things cheaper and bring them back to the US, both on the trial and manufacturing side. Okay, so how should we evaluate all of these? I mean, I think first it's important to keep in mind that the FDA's economic function is information production. And most of this streamlining is a change in either kind of what information this process is producing or how efficiently it is producing it. And at a high level, I think many of these changes are either kind of moving along some existing frontier where you're buying one objective by sacrificing another, like producing less information but doing it more cheaply, or buying time at the expense of either cost or quality. And there may be some that are able to actually like shift the frontier outward and producing the same information more cheaply, or getting more information per dollar. So these are the things that look more like a free lunch from a regulatory perspective. And then what are the objectives you're then trading off when you're thinking about what are the relevant frontiers here? So I think there's different levels of welfare analysis that matter, and which one is most important is often going to be an empirical question that's going to depend on what we're talking about. So first, just from a static perspective, like when you have a fixed set of medical technologies, how should the FDA regulate that? There's at least two distinct types of information problems that frequently come up before the agency. So there's the questions of when it is approving a new product. So it has some new drug, new medical device, and it has to decide, do we let this on the market? Then there's the question of how much evidence should it require, and then what evidence to meet that approval standard. And there, I think that the main trade-offs are between type 1 error of approving things that don't actually work or aren't safe, type 2 error, and the cost of generating this information, and the delay of getting something to patients who could benefit from it. So things like lowering evidentiary standards or speeding the review generally move along this frontier. And it still could be a good trade. Like maybe the 2-trial standard brought too little additional information given the costs that we had. And so like whether that's good from a policy perspective depends on the empirical question of like what is the impact on both sides there. So that discussion of approving new products gets a lot of attention. The FDA also plays an important role in regulating multi-source markets once you have something approved. So here, like after all the patents and exclusivities have expired, when you have generics are allowed on the market, so there's multiple potential producers of a given drug, there's a different set of trade-offs that are relevant. So I've written some about this in work with Daniel Hemmel, where we frame this as a trilemma, in that there are inevitable trade-offs between the price that you're paying for these products, the quantity that, like, do you have enough quantity versus drug shortages for a given product, and the quality that the FDA is assuring of the given drugs. And fixing any two corners there is going to have some sacrifice on the third. I think the policy debates over that side of what the FDA is doing have often not recognized the relevant trade-offs there. So like if you have more rigorous quality evaluation, then that raises prices. If you add price caps because you're concerned about drug costs, then that can lead to shortages on which have also gotten a lot of policy attention with drug shortages. If you cut entry barriers to lower prices and reduce drug shortages, then you risk the quality concerns. So again, it's then an empirical question of which one are the most significant from a welfare perspective. And I think that their policymakers should be looking for, are there ways to kind of reduce the tension among the three by shifting what the frontier is. So like if you have reforms that are able to lower manufacturing costs across suppliers, like many of these concerns in generic markets is because starting up a new manufacturing line is very expensive and costly. If you have just reduced that by like moving from batch to continuous manufacturing, then those kinds of platform technologies can help along all of these dimensions. So those were some of the static trade-offs. There's also a set of dynamic things to think about here, in that FDA is not just a regulator of safety and efficacy. It's also an innovation policy institution. And many of its regulatory choices are going to affect what the expected return to innovation is through factors like what is the cost of development, including the money and the time and the uncertainty involved in development. There's the credibility of the approval signal, like how useful is the FDA's approval to other actors, and like is this worth reimbursing? and what the expected reward is through things like FDA administered regulatory exclusivity affects if you get approved, like what profits can you expect on the end. And all of these are going to affect both the amount and the direction of innovation that gets through this process. And I think whether a given change in these incentives is welfare improving is going to depend on whether the induced marginal innovation is socially valuable or not, which is, again, an empirical question. And I think another nuance worth keeping in mind here is that it's not that increasing regulatory scrutiny in various ways is always a it's like one dimension that's a cost from the innovation perspective, in that regulation that overcomes the information cost problems that are huge in the medical technology area. When the FDA is able to do that by credibly certifying which products are worth reimbursing and how valuable they are, like how much they're worth reimbursing, then that can enable innovation. I think there's problems with the way this currently works in the US system, that there's a lot of ways that the rewards to medical innovation are not well aligned with what the social value of them is in terms of their value for patients and health improvements compared to existing technologies. And figuring out ways to better align them seems to me like a first order policy concern. And then one other thing we're thinking about when you're evaluating on the kind of dynamic incentive side, scholars often think about the main innovation policy trade-offs being between incentives and access, but as Daniel Hemel and I have also written about, like, there are lots of policy tools for reducing the access-related deadweight loss by separating the rewards to producers and the out-of-pocket costs for consumers. So the cost of something like increasing FDA regulatory exclusivity will depend a lot on what other policies exist for reducing those access costs. Now, of course, the challenge of figuring out which of these objectives matter and then how much a given reform will help is often an empirical question. So if you think about just one example, like evaluating biosimilar comparative efficacy waivers, like from a static perspective, that's going to depend on whether analytical characterization can truly substitute for clinical data or whether that data was serving a really important informational function. If it can, then this looks more like a free lunch. And if not, then it's trading off cost and quality. Or maybe the dynamic effects on biologic development are really the first order concern that's going to swamp everything else here, and then that's what they should be focused more on. A last thought is that a lot of the debates about the FDA have just looked at the FDA in isolation, but the policy impact of anything that happens there also depends on how the FDA's regulation of drugs intersects with lots of other policies that affect the drug market in the US. So like part of the reason these discussions are so high stakes is that in the US, FDA approval is generally a binary yes/no that's going to trigger reimbursement through government insurance programs, including Medicare and Medicaid. And as I noted, the way this constellation of programs is currently set up, it means there's the reward to innovation often has little to do with the actual value of the technology compared to the existing standard of care. But that linkage between approval and reimbursement is important for understanding the impact here. So there's a bunch of different policy levers that could be used to affect this, and some require congressional regulation, some are things that can happen at agency levels. I've written about some of these, happy to talk more about them during the Q&A, but it means that often whether a FDA reform is a good idea is going to also depend on how some of these issues have been resolved outside the FDA. So I'll stop there.
Good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming a non-economist into your midst. So I was the director of the CHIPS office. CHIPS program was about onshoring semiconductor manufacturing to the United States. The basic thrust of it is not complicated. Almost every advanced chip in the world is made in Taiwan. Taiwan is a complicated area geopolitically. The United States used to be a global leader in semiconductor manufacturing and semiconductor innovation. We still do a fair amount of innovation, but we've lost some manufacturing. And over the course of a few decades, leading edge chip manufacturing declined to zero. And chip manufacturing overall declined from about 40% of global manufacturing output to around 10%. So chips was a bipartisan effort to reverse that decline. A lot of focus in particular at the leading edge. Chips was passed actually right before the viral GPT moment, but the AI boom kind of infused everything we were doing with a new level of importance. And then lurking in the background is obviously the increasingly complicated relationship between the United States and China. And so our office kind of had this reasonably straightforward mission, which is how can we onshore manufacturing of semiconductors in a very complicated geopolitical environment and in a very complicated internal environment within the United States government, as we would discover. My team was in charge of $39 billion in manufacturing incentives. The core of what we had to do was set up a program and then negotiate deals one by one with the leading semiconductor manufacturers in the world. So if you've heard of companies like Intel, TSMC, Micron, Samsung, SK Hynix, Global Foundries, Texas Instruments, we had to be able to sit across the table from them and try to get them to do more, to invest more in the United States for less, because we had a limited pot of money. So we need to get as good a deal as possible. And we wanted to have the money go out in milestones so that taxpayer dollars were only being spent to the extent that our national security goals were being met. That was like more or less the thrust of it. And what that does, that position really brings into stark relief the ways in which the government imposes rules on itself that make it very hard for you to deliver upon the expectations of the Congress, the public, sitting across the table from some of the world's most sophisticated, most powerful companies. And so as the director of the program, I kind of felt like I had two brains, right? Brain one was, how do I solve the problem? How do I reverse the decline in leading edge manufacturing? How much money should we go to leading edge logic versus memory versus the upstream supply chain versus advanced packaging versus legacy chips? How am I going to negotiate the deals? How do I build a team? We built a team of 180 people. How am I going to do that in a short period of time in such a way that I can do this all in a responsible and thoughtful way? And then you have kind of brain two, which is how am I going to deal with all the hurdles that emerge by virtue of working in government? I used to joke with my team that sometimes it felt like a video game where every time you defeated a bad guy, like there was just another bad guy and you had to just continue to work your way through it. And so left the experience feeling both hopeful because we had a ton of success in driving investment, and I do think we've seen a huge upward inflection in investment in semiconductor manufacturing. We are now manufacturing the most advanced chips in America again, but also feeling deeply concerned that kind of our system isn't set up to do this. So I was going to walk through just a few of those examples. Okay, example one is contracting. So I'm the first employee of the office, no team. We have to lay out a strategy. We have to build a program, a ton of urgency. And a very natural thing to do in that moment is to say, as I hire a full-time staff, as I go out and recruit the expertise I need to contract immediately for some support. And there are only a handful of consulting firms in the world, certainly in the country, that have expertise in semiconductors, as you can imagine. The problem is that a typical government contracting process maybe takes 9 months. So you can't just go out and say like, okay, let's start our procurement and 9 months from now, great, I'll have my team, right? It doesn't really work like that. You can maybe get through a contract on what's called like a GSA schedule, these kind of existing vehicles. That still is probably going to take 4 to 5 months because you have these kind of mini bid processes. There is a faster way to do it, which is if you contract with a small business. And so there's a whole cottage industry of small business that do JVs with like major brand name consulting firms. And then half the money goes to the small business, right? 51% has to go. And even that took 2 months, which felt like forever, right? Whereas in the private sector, you just, pick up the phone and you have a consultant starting on Monday. And I remember those early days just feeling desperate, right? And then, so that was early support. We also decided we needed an investment bank because we were negotiating with these companies. We felt like we needed the analytical strength on our side to help support our effort. We decided to go through the full procurement process for that. We thought we could wait. Well, that took a very long time. And I remember we were negotiating with one of our major counterparts. We had just given them their offer. They were very upset. We were in a meeting with the CEO. He was explaining, why our offer was so horrible for the country. And his presentation was supported by a very polished PowerPoint from Goldman Sachs explaining why our offer made it very hard for them to invest here versus someplace abroad, right? As a fiduciary duty to shareholders. And I remember sitting there thinking like, well, it'd be really nice to have an investment banker right now so that I could have my own. So, okay, contracting, that's one. There's something called the Paperwork Reduction Act. This makes you, requires you to basically justify all the information you're going to collect from the public. You might think, what information are you collecting from the public? You're just doing a thing for semiconductor companies. The threshold for respondents to any information request is 9. So as long as we had an application that we expected more than 9 respondents, then we have to go through the Paperwork Reduction Act. Just to like give you an example of this, one thing we had to figure out, this is way in the weeds, but one thing we had to figure out was when we executed our final awards, the final binding contract, what information reporting would be required of the companies. And it's actually a hard, kind of complicated thing because any new information reporting system is going to be perceived as very burdensome, particularly if it doesn't just align with existing reporting structures for public companies. But as a program, you need to be able to hold companies accountable to their commitments. You need to be able to explain to the public what you're achieving, et cetera, et cetera. So I remember my chief of staff calling me before we had really begun negotiating these details with firms saying, well, we need to put in our Paperwork Reduction Act for public comment. And I said, we can't, we need to negotiate it. Now, of course, there are emergency processes. So we would go through, we would get these emergency exemptions, but we did hundreds of pages of paperwork over the course of the program to satisfy the Paperwork Reduction Act. Okay, NEPA, Zach spoke very eloquently about NEPA. I will just add some color to that. There really, so there are substantive environmental laws. There's the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act. NEPA is something else. It's not a substantive environmental law. It is a process statute. It says if you are going to undertake what's called a major federal action, and giving grant money is, like we were going to do, was going to be a major federal action, you have to go through the requirements of NEPA. And it's a little frustrating because you can build a fab in America without going through NEPA, but you can't. If you build a fab with government money, then this is a new thing you have to go through. So as someone who believes, as I do, in proactive government, there's an inherent tension there. And as the director of the program, there are really two related challenges. One is just operational. So you have to churn out dozens of these documents. Sometimes they're called environmental assessments, so they're maybe 100 pages long. Those usually take like 9 months, which already is too long, but that 9 month is an average. And so as the director, you're not thinking about the average, you're actually thinking about the distribution of bad outcomes where that they're going to get all the press attention and political attention, et cetera, like where there are the delays. And then if you have an EIS, that's the 4-year journey, the environmental impact statement. We were lucky, we only had one. It was Micron's project in upstate New York. Micron is a manufacturer of leading edge memory chips, and there were endangered bats on the site and there were wetlands. And so we had to go through this EIS process. We sprinted to get the EIS done by before the spring of 2024, because we really wanted the company to be able to clear trees before the bats came back from migration. And we missed that window. And so it set the whole schedule back by a year. The team, after I left, completed the EIS heroically. You know, a couple thousand pages, I think, with exhibits and all of that. I do think that project is going to succeed because with AI, demand is so extraordinary that I think the company needs to build, but it's a real challenge. And in the background of all of it is litigation. So you can't just say, oh, let's do a shortcut here, because you can get sued and you lose. And if you lose, that's the program. You know, your program, it feels like your program is on the line. So as director of CHIPS, I found myself certain times spending a quarter of my time on NEPA just to make sure that we were operationally focused on the right things so that we would get the job done. Okay, NEPA, Davis-Bacon. Davis-Bacon is basically a wage regulation statute. It says for federally funded projects, the contractors need to pay something called prevailing wage, which is basically a wage schedule county by county, informed by surveys that DOL undertakes. So it can increase costs depending on the location. That's kind of up to Congress. That's part of, we didn't get pushback on the increased cost. That was kind of part of the core bargain of CHIPS, but the complexity and the minutia of implementation presented real challenges. One was that we funded some projects that were already under construction as part of global deals to get the companies to do more. But as soon as the dollar touched the project that was under construction, the Davis-Bacon requirements applied retroactively. And if you have, you know, a project with 10,000 construction workers, you know, there are workers coming on and off site. So you have to track down, you know, potentially 10, 20,000 construction workers who are no longer there to pay them a delta between market wage and prevailing wage. And that was, working through that was very, very challenging. We had challenges with companies who use their internal employees to do construction work. So how do you, just in a payroll system, how do you segregate the Davis-Bacon work from the regular work? And if you have a profit sharing agreement, how does that comply with it? You know, so that was very, very, some of that was very challenging. Then I have one other, which is something called federal interest. And this is, I mentioned it just because I assume nobody's heard of it. And if you have, I'm very impressed. But it was a huge, huge headache for us. So basically there's this rule on the books, not because of a statute. Do you know what a federal interest is? You don't? Great. So it's a federal common law requirement, which means that it has basically emerged via federal judicial decisions over the course of the last century that says when the government gives a grant, even though it's a grant, the company's not expected to pay it back, the government retains a residual interest in the property. And the core use case is like, let's say the government funds a community center and, you know, then the recipient decides to build a casino, right? You say, okay, well, the government should have an interest in the property to get its money back, or the recipient goes bankrupt. Government is super senior, right? In that bankruptcy stack. So kind of well-intentioned, but, you know, so we're negotiating with companies. We've gone through, we've reached our term sheets, and then we're trying to negotiate the nitty-gritties of our binding legal agreements. And, you know, we present them with federal interest, and they say, I thought this was a grant. You know, we're not prepared to give up a super senior interest, right? Giving up a super senior interest is going to make it harder for us to raise capital, other sources of financing, because suddenly the government has a super senior interest, or we already have financing on this fab. And so suddenly the government is in the weeds of doing an intercreditor agreement with this other source of financing, deal by deal by deal. And this is the kind of thing, it emerges out of nowhere, right? Like the video game, right? We worked through it. All these things we worked through. It was, you know, pushing the boulder up the hill or whatnot, but it leaves one with a sense of you know, that there have to be a way to do some of these things better. And I think the important message is that it's cumulative. Each of these individual things, maybe it's a trade-off we can make, but when you add it all up, you're making it very, very hard for government to succeed. And in fact, CHIPS was a really well-constructed statute. It gave us special hiring authorities, which we would have failed without. If we were subject to normal government hiring rules, we would have failed. It gave us other transaction authority, which meant we didn't have to abide by normal federal grant regulations. Hugely important. It gave us a lot of discretion, which is not normal in government programs. So it was good law. And yet still all these challenges. So as I think about competitiveness, manufacturing, innovation, as I think more generally, frankly, about, you know, belief in government as a positive force in the country and the economy for people, I'm you know, beginning to think about more radically pro-government reforms, and not pro-government as in big government, small government, but pro-government as a effective, dynamic, energetic institution. One, I couldn't read very much while I was director of the CHIPS program, but I've been reading I read a history of World War II industrial policy, the unbelievable buildup of capacity that helped us defeat the Nazis is the reason we defeated. There are none of these stories, none of them. And so I just think it's a good thing to reflect on as we think of broader reform agenda going forward.
Me that I thought what Mike had to say was more important than my questions, so I'm going to not ask my questions and instead just go directly to Q&A. Would anyone like to start? Yeah, Avi. And please do use the mics because this is still on YouTube.
Okay. So thank you very much for everyone for the presentations. They're very, very exciting and interesting presentations. So one quick comment, what Mike was saying about the small businesses reminds me, and there are several people in this room who have worked on the Spectrum auctions of these small businesses that cropped up and somehow were able to bid billions of dollars for Spectrum when the bids were restricted to small businesses. So it seems like came from the same place, more or less. But my question was more to Zach about the public projects. So again, dating myself, I remember the way involved in the Alaska pipeline that was budgeted at, if I remember the numbers correctly, $1 billion, ended up costing $10 billion. Out of the $1 billion were added because they forgot that it's cold there and you have to lift the whole thing, you know, off the ground, otherwise the whole thing freezes. And so it seems that public projects are always, or, you know, to a large extent, over time and over budget. And it's not just in the US, you know, I know quite a few other places where the same thing happens. And my question, since I've not done research on that, is there any comparative study across countries or states? And is it that there are incentives to understate everything? Or is it that it's basically a regulation or the structure of public projects, how it's funded and how it's approved? Which one of those is it that causes this kind of endemic problem? Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are at least two things going on. One is across the world, big infrastructure projects tend to go way over budget. Bent Fluberg at Oxford has collected data on many projects, and it is a fact. There is an incentive to do that, which is it's easier to sell a project that costs less as a matter of political economy. I don't know how many of you read The Power Broker. Robert Moses knew this and did this. Yeah, this is a time-honored thing. At the same time, that's not everything. The example that you gave is an example of incompetence, and like there is heterogeneous incompetence across government agencies. we had an excellent CHIPS office headed by excellent authority, excellent staff. Like, that's not always the case. In the literature comparing mega projects in transportation across countries, those people think that kind of the quality of the authority managing it really, really matters. So as it turns out, the Italians have a really it was a surprise to me, have a really well-staffed, well-paid authority that manages it, and they end up with projects that cost less and that have fewer cost overruns. California high-speed rail, began with like 20 people managing several $billion-dollar project. They began construction on things without realizing that they had not abided by regulations, which require that you stop and you idle your labor and capital. So there are many reasons why things go wrong. There's a fundamental incentive, but there is heterogeneity. And one of those things that causes it, and this is part of what I'm working on some with Caitlin Slattery, like the quality of the government authority also matters. You know, it's pretty cheap to hire, in dollar terms, it's pretty cheap to hire competent government authority. So it's easy to see how that stuff pays for itself many times over.
I wanted to add to that, which is it is really, I mean, it is really important to distinguish cost overrun relative to what it should cost, relative to cost overrun relative to projections, which is why the work that Zach and Kaylin on highways is so important. Because it's sort of just saying there are overruns doesn't actually show that you actually need to gather the physical data, which is why you've been doing this for years and why it's such great social value. Secondly, related to that, so you can go and visit the backyard of Lit Tower where we're putting up a project which is well, the official numbers which has been stated is 200 million, and it's a new econ department building, and we're actually way below budget, which has nothing to do with our efficiency as builders, maybe a little bit, but not much. It has a lot to do with just the fact that the incentives are in place to actually like either get it right or to anything to overstate what the costs are so that the bureaucrats who are running it don't look like they're mismanaging it. So there's a lot about the incentives of producing stuff. Secondly, if you're interested in the long haul of Ben Flyberg, of course, is the cross national. There's an Engerman and Sokoloff paper which does U.S. projects going back to the Erie Canal and cost overruns. They again can't do it against the what it should cost. They can just do it on overruns. And third point, which I just want to echo what was being said. I have a mantra, which is in local government, capacity eats policy as a light snack. Okay, which means that the mayor is drinking from a fire hose and she's got 400 projects she wants to do and she's got 3 people that she can trust to do anything. And it does not matter how many people she actually allegedly has on her staff, because like only some small fraction of them are going to do anything that she wants them to do ever. Right. And so really thinking about what gives public project capacity is really an absolutely vital thing.
Ed, would you like to add anything? Phil, I know you had a question and then Fiona. Yeah, or Fiona and then Phil, whatever you guys would like to do.
This is really a recommendation for a little bit of historical research on case studies. And the the early New Deal offers a wonderful comparison between what was the PWA, Public Works Administration, enormous appropriation in 1933, $5 billion in a $60 billion economy, put under the supervision of Harold Ickes at the Department of the Interior, which had been the most corrupt federal department back to the Teapot Dome in the 20s. Absolutely clean, but it took forever to start building the capacity, first to issue contracts and then to build capacity, wind up with the Triborough Bridge and the Hoover Dam, et cetera, et cetera. By 35, it's not employing anybody. Unemployment is still 18, 20, depending on how you count. So the WPA, Works Progress Administration, exact opposite. Puts 2 million people to work in 6 months. It's where the word boondoggle comes from. How did they do it? They went to the local cities. They dialed into the power structure of the local cities, and they took people off the streets and they filled potholes. And yes, they also hired some artists who did fantastic murals around the world. But it is a very interesting trade-off between effectiveness and clean corruption. And obviously the regulatory state responded to that, and it was over generations. And of course, it's significant that NEPA was signed by a Republican president.
I'd like to comment.
One quick reaction. When I was working at the Council of Economic Advisors in 2009, the biggest recession since the Great Depression, there was an idea from the chief economist at the CEA that we should see if we could do something similar, like the WPA. And I spent several days seeing if we could, suddenly hire, 100,000 or several 100,000 workers to bring down the very high unemployment rates. And pretty quickly, it became apparent, though, that this is just kind of wildly beyond anything that we can do now. It may have been slow then, but that ramped up in a handful of months. I think that the view is that is because of personnel policy, because of the list of things that Mike talked about. It's kind of way beyond anything that we can do now.
So I'm more excited by doing World War II procurement, in part because there's output that we actually care about. Whereas the WPA, I agree with you, the murals are great. I got no idea how to quantify that in a dollars per mural kind of way that makes any sense. Whereas, the B-29 super fortresses are a thing. The book that I like on this is called Freedom's Forge. And one of the things, which is a great book on sort of how the World War II procurement process worked, and as we were talking about beforehand, it's Walter Reuther's idea of to get the car companies making it, but it really is amazing the extent to which the car manufacturers are much better at making planes than the plane manufacturers are, right? In part because they're just much good at repetitive tasks that are, and it's also interesting the extent to which like the hero is the heroic things of the war, like the super fortress, like they screwed that up for 3 years before they got it right. So like it took a while to get it up, but I think this episode is a great episode to look for.
I wanted to ask about or reflect on the difference in the stories that you all told. I feel like the FDA doesn't really fit, that with housing, we want to build things and we are stopping government from having that power, or chips the same. Whereas the FDA, people are getting sick from lettuce because we're not inspecting anything and generic drugs are made of sawdust, and you've got during the pandemic, the FDA, turns out, doesn't know anything about the supply chain of the drugs that we all consume because they don't have the power to ask or they ask the companies to tell them about the supply chain, but the companies say that that's a secret, and or they don't know themselves where their own drugs are coming from. And so it just feels like it's more of an incompetent agency than one that is being constrained by some laws like environmental permitting that are holding them back from doing anything. So I just wonder whether you want deregulation in that context, if what's happening is capture or something. I don't really fully understand it, but that seems like a qualitatively different problem than either chips or housing or high-speed rail.
Yeah, so first, to be clear, I'm not making a policy recommendation myself on whether any of these are good. I was explaining what I think the trade-offs are and why there's interest in having these now. I think there are some of the reforms in which there is some similarity to the other contexts, in that arguably some of the things that the FDA regulations have done, is delayed various aspects of the process without a corresponding reason for doing that is sufficiently beneficial. I mean, so for that reason, these different problems have gotten talked about in some policy circles under the abundance agenda, as like, just as we want to build more infrastructure and build more housing, we also want to approve more drugs. I think there's the trade-offs there for some of the reasons you note are different and important, and that the like relevant policy considerations, the FDA is like needs to produce this information because there's like patients and doctors and insurers cannot look at a drug and tell whether it's going to be effective to the degree you can. I mean, you still need engineers and people to evaluate housing and bridges, but it's like different considerations at issue there. So I think the short version of my remarks is like, the world is complicated and you need to understand what these trade-offs are and like think about these empirical questions. And I think like the policymakers concerned about this could really use more help from precise economic thinking and empirical work from like people in this room. I mean, I'm not an economist myself. I'm a law professor. I'm interested in these issues, but I think many people here, if you're interested in that, the like FDA and health policymakers would love more input on that.
Okay, I just want to add one thought, which is I think over the last year or two, there's been a kind of conflation of concerns about state capacity with concerns about kind of supply side regulatory relief. And I think that there's a lot of overlap there, and that a lot of state capacity, it's about removing regulations on the state. But I think that state capacity is broader than that. So when I talk about the benefits of CHIPS giving us a lot of flexibility, right, empowering a government or hiring authority to hire the people we need. Zach, I think you've done work documenting how if you invest in government employees, you end up with better outcomes in transit, right? Like, so if you're not just relying on contractors, you're actually building up the state. And so I actually think it's valuable to pull those things apart, because empowered, proactive, dynamic government, some of that's about not regulating government, but some of it is about resourcing and also kind of political culture around I would say valorizing public service. People should want to serve. The CHIP experience gave me a really powerful sense of the ability to mobilize a group of people around mission, even in the public sector. And I think we need more of that.
I just want to plug Dan Carpenter's book. I just want to plug Dan Carpenter's book, Reputation and Power, which is the best book I've ever, 900 pages on the FDA, best book I've ever read on a regulatory agency.
Before we go to Henry, so I think, one reason that I thought of these as kind of tied together topically is just one dimension of this is about time to build. And so time to build can be time it takes to get a drug to market. It can be time it takes to build housing. It can be time to build infrastructure. And I think one question that I wanted to have for anyone that would like to comment on it is just oftentimes it's not known to the policymaker who might want to achieve a given objective, like what would actually shorten time to build. And so what they see is kind of a mass of the long list of things that Mike talked about, and they might want to help. And so in the CHIPS case, as Zach alluded to, there was an exemption put in for NEPA and the National Historic Preservation Act that exempted the CHIPS subsidized facilities from those two requirements. But there were lots of other requirements. And did that exemption even matter? Was that kind of the thing that was pausing, And so when we don't know kind of what the binding constraint is, you can have kind of deregulation without, that has some trade-off. We're producing less information and you don't even know whether you're getting kind of the benefit. And so I think that there's a lot of context that comes in. So generic entry is another example for drugs. Maybe we want generics to come in faster. Do we know kind of what the constraint is on generic entry? So that's just to give some rationalization of why I thought these topically. So if anyone would like to comment on that or.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point, and that it's a good situation. The generic entry, which is a policy goal many policymakers have to encourage more generic entry, and it's an example where deregulation is not necessarily the answer. I mean, there's a bunch of different binding constraints there. Examples where the government has made progress on some of them are there were brand name firms that were refusing to give samples of their drugs to generic firms that needed to test them for bioequivalence. And then Congress passed a act in 2019 to give the firms a private right of action to sue the brand name firms with attorneys' fees and penalties that then had a big impact on that problem. Or there was a big backlog of applications at the FDA that they just weren't reviewing, and they passed the generic drug user fees and GDUFA, whatever that stands for, to bring in the money to hire the reviewers to clear that backlog, which was about building up the relevant government capacity to address that.
Yeah, and on the CHIPS NEPA exemption, I mean, I do think it was very important, and I think that there were kind of particular political dynamics that allowed that to pass and maybe not some other things, right? NEPA, a permitting issue, it's very idiosyncratic project by project, right? So like one project might have a local permitting issue, one project might have a Clean Water Act issue, one project might have an Endangered Species Act issue. So it's harder to think, okay, what is a clean global reform? Whereas NEPA applied to everyone. So industry, members of Congress with project in their district, it's easier to kind of, I think, get that broader coalition. And then it's supported by the fact that, it is a substantively more straightforward story to tell when what you're fundamentally doing is kind of taking away a law that's about review and procedure as opposed to the substantive underlying permits, where I think for me at least, the substantive equities are I think there are a lot of reforms that need to happen in that space. And I personally believe that the values of our core permitting statutes are very important. So.
Super interesting panel, and it was nice to see many of these very specific examples. But when I reflect, it feels like in most cases it was about these kind of trade-offs between competing policy objectives, right? And so patient safety versus fast track approval, or we want to build something, but there are these stupid bets. But we might have another session on the importance of biodiversity. So it's not obvious that when you feel something needs to give, it should give. So I wonder, going back to this image of moving along the curve versus moving the curve, can you think about something that's not just about let's do less of this and more of that instead, to where are the innovations that you've maybe seen, concrete examples, the innovations in the policy making? So we don't just think about how regulation constrains our innovation systems, but the other way around, and saying, is there something creative? Call it blockchain, call it AI, call it whatever it might be, where you feel like this is actually a frontier where we've innovated the system so that these trade-offs don't have to be made, but we can actually move the curve forward.
I mean, I think one quick FDA example, it's not like fancy technology, but a huge barrier to both brand names and generics is regulatory uncertainty about exactly what the FDA is demanding. And when it's uncertain, there's a tendency to kind of overestimate what they're going to expect because of the consequences of not doing something that they're going to be later demanding. And there's been some situations where they have just clarified what the guidance is in a way that I think is very helpful. And I mean, that's one of the reasons they were successful at, along with other agencies, at like speeding approval of a COVID vaccine beyond what anyone initially thought was possible.
On permitting, I had a long list of reasons why you'd want to have permitting. And there are plenty of environmental justice groups that would disagree with me on the following. I think that there are roughly Pareto improvements that we can make. In particular, like they already exist in Europe. In the private sector, innovations might spread pretty easily because you outcompete the competition and you sell your good at lower price. And the public sector, like that does not necessarily happen. Like the U.S. State of Massachusetts is not going to go out of business even if they spend 30 years building the green light rail line. And we can learn from them. So here's how it works there. It's much quicker. Like the public is still consulted. It's a much quicker review process, in part because they have more competent authorities to do it a little more quickly. There's actually more front-end public participation than there is in the US. The review process here is largely, or is significantly oriented around litigation proofing, not actually about listening to the public. Because what you really want to do when you're, like the number one thing that you care about when you're building the thing is making sure you can actually get it built. And the litigations that stand in the way, not necessarily listening to the public, or not necessarily adequately listening to the public. Once it's finished, there's much, much less litigation. It's quicker, it's harder to sue, it's harder to get into court. And a lot of the folks who emphasize the importance of permitting point to the protections that it provides to low-income communities. Like this is the way, this is the protection that folks have. But a few responses. One, like there are poor people in Europe and like they're not totally represented. Two, the way that this works, especially now, given changes in our politics since the 1960s, is via politics. We have elected representatives who manage these projects, and they have constituents, and the constituents really are ticked about something. Like we don't need to litigate these things through the courts. They can be done through regular political processes, and we have huge numbers of environmental groups to do it. And third, we don't have tons of data on this, but if you look at who's actually using the statutes, like I said, with respect to highways, it's the richer communities that got more expensive highways afterwards. With housing, who's showing up at the meetings, it's richer people. So this is not like a equity-oriented thing, at least on average, it seems. Who benefits more from lower electricity prices? It's going to be lower income people. They spend more of their higher share of their income on electricity. So listen, there's not going to, calling it Pareto is an exaggeration, but because there will be individuals who are worse off. But I think at a broad level, if you care about the environment and equity and efficiency, I think it's plausible that we're at a bad enough space that we can improve all at the same time. Because we've had 50 years of legislative drift. This was not necessarily what was intended. It's pretty clear that's not what was intended. Courts intervened, nothing's really changed. So I think that there's some reason for hope, notwithstanding the long list of values that are at stake.
I agree with you, but I think I actually want to litigate the question. I actually I think one of our jobs is to study the allocation of scarce resources, and there are not a lot of free lunches floating around there, and that's kind of true in policy space as well. And while I agree very strongly with what Zach said, that I think that the reason why I have chosen housing permitting reform is because I think it's actually good both for efficiency and equity. There are losers, right? I live around 10,000 of them in Weston, all of whom are unhappy about any building that goes on ever. So they're unquestionably losers, and it's not like I can figure out a way to compensate each and every one of them. And I'm not worried about that, right? So I think the idea that we should be holding out for things that are literally Pareto improvements feels utterly implausible to me relative to thinking about we're going to make trade-offs and there are going to be some winners and losers. I'm going to try to make sure that losers aren't the most vulnerable members of society. And there's some, I was just telling Zach about Project Carry-All. So there was actually a time when perhaps we could have used more environmental review. For those of you who don't know, Project Carry-All was a seriously considered project to use 24 atomic devices to build a road going through the Baldwin Mountains in California. So I think that one could have probably used some environmental review. So there is a sense in which some of this is right, but I think we all tend to think, or at least most of the people who are sort of this space, and think it's gone way too far in terms of over prioritizing one thing versus the other, in over prioritizing process relative to outcomes, of over prioritizing getting rid of corruption at the expense of waste.
Add one thing, which Zach can correct me if I'm incorrect. So for NEPA, I believe it's true that tax credits do not constitute a major federal action, but most types of government subsidies do. And so when you just kind of think about, do we think that was intentional? That different forms of government subsidies would have very disproportionate impacts. I think there's things like that you can just look at unevenness in treatment, which is something that comes up in the drug space also, of just in practice, is the regulation kind of being implemented in a way that's causing kind of fairer treatment across, different observably similar problems.
Yeah, and the reason for that, just to piggyback, is that NEPA, the definition of major federal action triggers on exercise of discretion. So if Congress says it's a tax credit as of right, you build a fab, you get a tax credit, there's no discretion, no NEPA, which I think tracks some intuition. Okay, well, if you don't have a choice, there shouldn't be an environmental review. But also, there's a competing intuition, which is, it's when we were asking government to exercise discretion that we were asking government to be most dynamic, right? Certainly that was what it felt like in CHIPS, and yet we felt distinctively burdened. And by the way, we also had a tax credit at CHIPS. It was bigger than the grant. The tax credit was 25%, and it was basically fully refundable. I mean, it was real good cash, and our grants ended up being about 10%. But for our measly 10%, NEPA applied versus the tax credit where it didn't.
Okay, Brian, and then we might have time for one more question, so people can think if they have one more.
Yeah, listening to, I'm an outsider in this discussion. I contacted it a bit when I was on a National Academies Committee, and we were discussing how DARPA had been so effective. And the person who was from DARPA assured us that the reason was because they could get around procurement laws. And I thought, wow, I'd never really thought about that. But I think the tone of this discussion is very different from the tone of sort of retail politics, where I think small businesses complain that they're being stopped from expanding by regulation, right? I don't think it's being discussed as constraints on your government from being efficient. And I think if it was phrased more that way, it might be much more effective.
I will ask one last question. So much of this debate takes place at the federal level. So the executive branch has discretion to make regulatory changes. Congress has discretion to change federal policies and sometimes to reach through to state and local policies, which you could use the word preemption. That's not always the word that gets applied. But states and localities can also respond. So if you get a major federal change, states could effectively undo part of that in many ways. And so I was just curious to close on for the panel. This obviously looms very large for housing, where a large share of regulation is state and local. There's a component of that for permitting. Think of that maybe less for drugs, but there's maybe other responses that you had in mind. But it just as a closing question, if you could kind of comment on how you think about the importance of that, or anecdotes or examples, or any other closing comments you want to make.
Sure. Sure. No, I mean, it's everything in housing. I mean, everything that's done that's sort of important in housing regulation is at the hyper local level. It is fairly easy to overrule that if you have a strong majority in a state legislature. And in some sense, the front line on housing regulation right now is the California state legislature. And that's what matters. It is super hard for the federal government to do anything on this. Overruling is very difficult. Incentives are possible. And in fact, the Build Now Act component of the housing bill that just came into law has a tiny incentive for localities to actually build more by tying the community development block grants together to building. Now, I will make a sort of, and I want to end on a larger comment, which is about how reform happens. And this morning I wasn't here because I was giving a paper over in political economy of mine called How Reforms Happen. One of the points of that paper is that reforms happen when they don't face very many veto points. Reforms happen when they're a technological fix to the website, when it's a minor administrative hitch. The more veto points you have to go through, the harder things are. And I want to make two observations on the natural incentive to provide states with to get them to build more housing is the transportation money. That is big money. And in fact, there's even a constitutional theory. I'm not telling you the Supreme Court will let this through. I'm just telling you I'd like to try it, which is the standard in South Dakota v. Dole is there needs to be a link between what the conditionality is and what the money is going for. I am perfectly willing to be an expert witness for free to make the case that building more housing makes transportation infrastructure more valuable. I don't think that's a very hard link to make, but you need to make that to get it through. But of course, the reason why we didn't even think about doing transportation money is because that would mean that the Transportation Committee in the Senate would gain control over it instead of Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. And CDBG was the only money that Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs owns. And so the need to exclude bringing in an extra veto point or need to share credit meant that there was no way this was going to go anywhere outside of Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. I will make another point about veto. Actually, I'll make 2 points about veto points. One of which is we frequently as economists engage in policy counterfactuals. I have never seen any of those counterfactuals ask how many veto points need to go through with this different counterfactual. I've never seen the slightest bit of actual policy reform realism come into us as we do those things. That is surely a mistake. And the last point I will make is that procurement and housing are very different. Reforming housing at the central level is incredibly hard. It's an incredibly appealing thing precisely because, as Zach said, it's both pro-equity and pro-efficiency. So it's incredibly appealing, but it's incredibly hard. By contrast, you can slip something in to the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act on procurement, and no one's even going to notice that you've done it. And so the veto points are just much lower with fixing procurement things. And so I just want to highlight that in terms of why that topic is so worthwhile.
I totally agree on that. Something that on a state level, taking the examples of procurement and of permitting, the federal government matters a lot. So NEPA is very important. Federal statutes. If it were repealed, states would enact their own, very likely. So Oregon does not have an environmental review statute. Do I think it's possible that Oregon would, in the absence of NEPA, not have an environmental review statute? I think it's very unlikely. But like I said, environmental review statutes don't have to be so onerous. Europe has lots of problems, but they can build stuff, and they can build it pretty quickly at reasonable cost, reasonable speed. On procurement for transportation infrastructure, states are overwhelmingly what matters. Federal government intervenes. Typically, they provide money. Often provide mandates, often mess things up. But in terms of like what gets built, it's overwhelmingly done by state and local governments. We focus so much on the feds because it's easier. There's one federal government and there are 50 states and a lot of localities. But where the rubber meets the road is with them. And that's why the often pretty weak state capacity of state DOTs can matter a lot. So, we can have a CHIPS office and hire, the hotshot recent Yale Law School grads to hire a great team. But like the year in, year out running of the state DOT is like, Mike's not going to go run any state DOTs anytime soon.
I was a state tax commissioner.
Was it?
I ran a state revenue agency.
Well, yeah, I know that. And then you left to go over with the federal government. So anyways, states are really important in procurement. And I think for the same reasons that Ed said, there's a lot of scope for things that, maybe a handful of incumbent contractors care about. They want to stick with the status quo, but there are a lot of places where these things could be improved and are in fact being improved. Just give one example. Yep. Often there's a requirement that you have to take the lowest cost bid. Many states have performed that. Many local governments have performed that.
So I'll just very quickly say that I think surprisingly states do have an important role to play in the prescription drug market, and I mean, including things like they're responsible for a large portion of administering Medicaid programs that have an impact on what the market looks like for these drugs. And particularly when you're talking about incentives to develop drugs for low-income populations, that matters. State generic substitution rules play a huge role in the incentives for generic entry. And one initiative that's going on now, and then more in the spirit of building up state capacity. So California has been working on manufacturing its own insulin to deal with the problem of insulin pricing. And there's legislation in New York to accomplish the same thing that I think hasn't passed yet. I forget exactly what the current status of that is. But like watching what's happening with those, like there's been a lot of interest in federal government manufacturing of drugs that has not yet gotten traction. But if in California and New York it's more successful, then that could go somewhere.
Yeah, so while I was with the CHIPS program, I was in Taiwan with TSMC. TSMC is the big global semiconductor manufacturer. They make all the advanced chips. And we were in Hsinchu, which is their headquarters, and we were watching, kind of standing, looking at construction of their a new fab that was being built, where they were going to do their 2-nanometer technology, their kind of next generation technology. And so my counterpart was explaining the processes in various locations. In Taiwan, they do have environmental review, to your point. It's just of a different nature than NEPA. And that fab, these fabs are massive. It's 11 football fields long. A single one has twice as much steel as the Empire State Building. You're building 6 at a time. I mean, these things the scale is incredible. So he told me in Taiwan, they need 60 permits for that fab, not nothing. They were building a fab in Japan, they needed 300 permits. And then for their fab in Arizona, they needed 600. And in the early days of TSMC building out in Arizona, there was it was very challenging. And most of that was at the micro level of the local government. It's like building code and, fire and, okay, that's a new chemical. We've never seen it done that way. Interestingly, they were building out in Phoenix. That's TSMC. About 40 minutes away is Chandler, Arizona, where Intel has had a fab for years. And so Intel's relationship with the local government is much easier, right? And then by the time TSMC got to Fab 2, their relationship with Phoenix, the kind of state capacity locally was being built. So some of it, you kind of just have to work through it. But I think in terms of the day-to-day delays, for building a factory, those local regulations can be very challenging. I think it's like the federal statutes for manufacturing is where you can run into big problems. Because if you have a Clean Air Act issue and you're gonna, because of the amount of particulates in the local air, or you have a Endangered Species Act issue or Clean Water, it can be very tough. And there aren't like, just like snap a figure, okay, we'll make an exception here, right? These statutes are pretty rigid. And so it's, you know, sometimes people, I have little kids, so people say, oh, little kids, little problems, big kids, big problems. It's kind of, I feel like there's a bit of that dynamic with local and federal permanent.
So as Josh Lerner shared, there's a reception outside that I hope everyone will feel very welcome to attend. I'm just incredibly grateful to this panel, which I think shared a lot of really concrete examples and areas where there's opportunities for research and kind of engaging on this really important set of issues. And so I'm just very thankful for your time. Thank you.